Streaming. Let's see if we can get this call going, and then I can grab my tea, at least get that started. And all right, okay, call Skype, and oh, there's our lovely Viviana. Give her a nice big heart, and give her a call. All right, and okay, here we are. There we are,
Hello.
honey. Hey, honey. So,
Hey, good day.
well, it is now, darling. Always when you're around, and so lovely. Let's see what we can do. Sorry about the banner and everything. I got that up just at the absolute last minute just now because, and let's see if that's even visible. Now, fortunately, you've reactivated your timeline, and I've made it public because I notice now that every time I upload my banner, it doesn't matter what my settings are. It's set to completely private, where only I can see it. Like nobody can see it but me. So I have to actually go in and edit it via the banner each and every time. So each individual post is set so that it will not show. So Facebook someone has sabotaged my Facebook timeline so that it does that. So it's just every time I publish something, I have to go in there and make it public. Let's see if that's the case. If you can see that, then we know that at least my setting it public is working. If not, then we know that it's effectively permanently sabotaged. Well, you shared it, but you shared it from the other timeline. The important one is the Sora AUA timeline. So if it's visible on the Sora AUA timeline, then that's essentially where it counts. That's where most people went to after I was permanently banned from Facebook. So it says
It's 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, 6 minutes ago. That's right. That's right. So can you see it? If so, acknowledge it. Yeah. Oh, can you acknowledge it? That way I know you see it. That way put something on it so that there we are. Excellent. So there we are, honey. And that confirms. Okay, good. So we know that's working when we make it work. Aside from that, darling, let's see who we can call on to help us through the opening hour. And feel free to call on, let's see who you have. You can start your screen share, and you can show me who you might be able to grab on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just doing like 5 things at the moment.
Understood. Oh, no worries. No worries. Take your time,
so
then.
we go to share screen.
Yeah.
And
the moment we can grab somebody. Yeah. The moment we can grab somebody to share the stage, then I can grab my tea.
How was your memorial?
It was wonderful, thank you, and certainly had the Dragon Boat Festival is coming right up, so it's just the whole week has been taken, and I do hope many people understand that I deal with. I'll be bringing that up in the basis of what some people have suggested, and we'll go into that maybe organically later in the program. It was primarily, oh gosh, no point in bringing it up right now. Silly stuff that I had to deal with, quite aside from the siege of everything else. So with Peter Moon, he'll be coming on at the top of the next hour, so we don't need to worry about him right now.
Penny Bradley?
Not for now. She's the one that actually I was thinking of when she doesn't take into account that I have so many other social responsibilities, and I told her it would take forever for me to get an autographed book to her, but she was piling that up on top of a bunch of other grievances.
So George Knight now or later?
Oh, try him now. See what happens.
Okay.
Can't hurt. Yeah.
I think I got everyone minus Pack One.
We don't need to worry about him anymore. I mean, that you can delete him because he pretty much requested that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure that out later, though.
No.
All right. So does that look good?
Yeah, fabulous,
Daniel?
fabulous.
Okay,
and
great.
if none of them respond, that'll just be then I'll have to beg you to try and hold the stage by yourself for a few minutes while I rush and get my tea, because I let it sit for quite a while now. It's oversteeped, and that makes it cold, of course, and that's a pain. But
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So somebody might have come on. There was something in the background there.
No, that was me. I was just pulling up the live so I could get in the chat.
Okay, that's fine. And So we'll see what comes of everyone else here. And I hope your Memorial Day went well. Sammy Romero joined, most excellent. So the
Thank you.
two of you can hold the
Yes.
stage. Oh, so Sammy, I want you to know that it's oh God, he's in the forges of hell again. Yes, they've
Yes. Let me get out of the forges of hell.
yes,
Mhm.
yes. Ah, and that way we can all stabilize. And honey, I presume that because I'll be seeing V for
Yo,
maybe
is that
communicating with
better?
your. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh,
Is
yes,
that
that's
better?
better.
Is that
Much
better?
better. Much better.
Okay. Okay.
And thank you
Great.
so much. I mean, a little louder is as loud as you can risk it. And if you shout
Yes.
into the microphone there.
Let me get to my car. Let me get to my
Yes,
car.
that will help immensely. Yes. We're so fortunate he has that option. It's the privilege of management. And that's it pays to be in charge. That's and of course it pays to be part of I guess, an industry that's collapsing, like Cathay Airlines. Horrible what's happening to Hong Kong under the communist regime and all the rest of that. But in terms of, so honey, I presume that if I were to tell V that you were interested in some of her organic products, the way that she would get in contact with you would be your email, right? I think that's probably the most convenient way.
Yeah. Well, unless she finds me on Facebook.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'll tell her the email is probably the best way because I think that you don't usually check into Facebook, or has that changed?
No, I really don't. I probably
Okay.
just check in on the days that, it's not even a thought in my mind.
Understood. Understood, honey. So, Sammy, can you hear us? Let's see if he's settled in yet. Geez, I hope he didn't get carjacked. Maybe he carjacked somebody
Oh
else.
gosh.
He said, "Let me get into my car," and he's just carjacking somebody else so he can get into theirs. That's what's going on.
I hear something. He's probably walking, and that's his keys.
Yes, there we are. His keys. You're very sensitive. That's pretty good.
Maybe. I don't know.
Mhm. And so, aside from that, how's the weather where you're at, honey? And oh wait, that might be him. He seems to have stabilized, or at least that's my imagination. Is that the case, Sammy?
It feels like it was cold
Yes.
today.
Yes. Yes. It's me. I just left the gates of hell. Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Oh, so
Hallelujah.
hallelujah. So,
Yes.
do me a favor, kind sir. Hold the stage with this lovely young
Yes.
lady while I go grab my tea. My tea has been steeping forever, and it's going to take me a while to stick some turmeric and some of the nutmeg and stuff in it that I usually place into it.
Go
So,
ahead.
okay, I'll be back soon then. I can go mute, and
Yes.
these two wonderful people will help the audience adapt and acclimate to our new environment. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Greetings,
Hi,
sir.
Vivian.
How
How
are
you?
you?
I'm doing okay. Uh, I had to work the holiday, but like I explained to everybody, I had to work the holiday. I don't go by people's calendar. I think you make a holiday what you want it to be, right? Any day could be a holiday.
Certainly. Why not?
Well, at
M-
least that's how I see it. I think the people that try to follow, certain calendars or want to acknowledge a loved one or I just think it's sometimes it's just not real. I think especially people that work, you know.
Yeah. But you got paid, right? Like more than normal?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's no hero there. I mean, I got my bread, but that's the thing
I mean,
about it is
I
the
mean
the
that's
thing of
one good thing about a holiday and
well,
working a holiday. That's probably the only thing
right.
though.
Well, of course, that's a benefit. I'm not saying there's not, but you know, even
Hello?
to complain in the sense that um uh when I with my loved ones, it's a holiday for me. I have to look that way because
Oh, that's sweet.
it's people. It's sometimes especially like during the holidays, if you have to work Christmas or any of these holidays, people really get bent out of shape, and I don't think it's in a way though it's kind of taking control of your life in a sense that you have to make sacrifices, right?
Yeah.
And I think if you go by what the calendar they want to tell you as far as holidays, sometimes that can really mess with your head, and it's And the one thing about people is that is I don't ever want to tell someone, or I try not to let someone or anything try to encourage me to celebrate my loved one or a holiday, etc. I think it's best to if you have a time to celebrate somebody, go ahead and do it, even if it's not their birthday. Sometimes you're just not available.
I see what you mean. Like, why do we have to be bound by all the ideologies of mankind when we could just freely express and enjoy our life as we choose?
Well, at least through the holidays or people, or birthdays. I'm not saying people's birthdays are not important, but especially working individuals, you have to make sacrifices somehow. I just think and it's as long as you make things up, you can make time pretty much. You can make time. It's always great, and that's really just being an adult. It's make time for the people that matter to you. People that don't matter, then they're not really worth your time. But
Yeah,
right,
I see
yeah.
what you mean. So is it really busy where you work?
Um, it's been busy because what happened is that shipping and the ports and even overseas, they've been kind of loosening up, especially the communist Chinese have been kind of loosening up their regulations. It's still pretty it's not like it used to be, but we're starting to get flights back, and things are changing. There's just change in the air, you can tell. So for the meantime, it's been speeding up, but not like the past. But it's been busy.
Oh, that's
But
good.
which is good. I can't complain, but at the same time, what we used to call busy, it's not busy no more. I mean, it's not. I've never been overwhelmed, but you can see the change. You can see the change, and it's going to be interesting from now forward because, um, uh, like anything, like any industry, you see the bigger companies and the bigger conglomerates just buying out companies. Usually either from
Did
overseas, they buy out companies. Go ahead.
Did you hear that?
No, what I hear.
Okay, you didn't hear that.
What is it?
It was just a notification. I was wondering if people can hear those when they come in. I was just wondering.
Oh, like a
Sorry to
beeping,
interrupt
like a
you.
beeping
Yeah,
sound. Like a
it's okay.
okay, I heard that, but
Oh, you did? Okay. I
but
was just
anyway.
wondering because it never happens.
Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. How about how was your holiday? How was your holiday weekend?
Oh, it was quiet. We didn't do anything. We just laid about and enjoyed each other's company for what it was like, but there was no um
Did,
like
did
my children are all grown and they all do their own stuff. Like they go out of town, they go
okay.
camping,
You guys didn't have a
and
cookout, or you didn't grill or anything?
now I'm kind of like you. We don't really celebrate. Like we don't celebrate any holidays like Christmas. No.
Oh no, I mean I celebrate them. What I meant is, if I can't celebrate them on the 24th, because I mean, me being Chicano, we celebrate the Christmas Eve. But if I'm not available that day, I still make time. It's just I celebrate them. It's just sometimes because of obligations to work, um, that I can't. But I still make time. Is what I mean.
Oh, I
But I
see
mean,
what you mean.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's one of those
Hmm.
things where I don't like to be bound by a specific date. If I can help it, I'll try to get it, but I'm not gonna lose sleep if I don't. It's really
I
what I
see.
meant.
Yeah.
A lot of people get worked up, and to me, it's just make time for what you can, and you can. But go ahead.
Yeah, we just don't. We haven't been for quite a few years now. So we're not so I understand what you mean, and that's how I feel. It's just to not be bound by um whatever. Um so
Right.
we do birthdays and stuff like that, but as far as yeah, it's just not. Anyway, what I really wanted to ask you,
Yes, go
because
ahead.
this is a question that's always in my head, because I'm thinking of traveling and I want to go to an airport, and I'm concerned that once I buy my, you have your ticket in hand and everything, when does the aviation or the watch lists kick in, and how can you find out if you're on it before, or you just have to show up?
Is that you're pertaining to your flight?
I'm just talking about the watch list. Like, do you have to, like, you won't know if you're not able to leave the country or anything until you actually go to the airport?
That's a good question. You'd probably have to go either probably TSA. TSA will let you know. Transportation Security Administration, or what is it? Transportation something.
Yeah.
You usually they would tell you. Obviously they'll run your passport and stuff, and depending on where you go, international. But unless you have a warrant for your arrest, or you have any any contraband or anything. But I mean, how would you know?
Yeah.
You want to know if you're in the watch list?
It's just kind of one of my fears, because I'm just like, I wonder if I would ever be on a watch.
You're fine, baby. You're fine, Vivian. Ain't nothing that happens. You would get more in trouble for a water bottle. I'm gonna put it to you that way, okay? They'll give you more for a nail clipper that you didn't buy in the airport. They will probably give you more flack. I don't claim to know you, but you don't seem like someone that, you're not carrying kilos. I highly doubt that. But I think you should worry more about soap, like bottled soap that you didn't buy in the airport. And when I say buy in the airport, they would actually sell you, water bottle in the airport and they'll let you take it on. But if you take one outside the airport, then they won't. It's just a little mafia that they have.
Really? That's so weird.
No, it's just business. It's TSA. TSA. We get random check because I work in the airport facility, and we get patted down, which is hilarious to me. But you get certain characters that take their job too seriously, and reason why they take too seriously because I work in the airport. I'm an employee technically, so not that that excludes me from being searched. But
what was this about being searched? I just got back. What was this about being searched? Who? What?
She was asked about how does she know if she's on a watch list pertaining to TSA? And I told her she has more chances of getting flagged for a water bottle or a nail clipper than a watch list. Because the TSA really don't do anything. They're just rent-a-cops.
Yes.
And they just really harass us. I mean, I've been searched, and they want to go through my wallet, and I said, some people are very bold, like, come take it out of my pocket, and some women have been, molested, and they filed lawsuits on them. I've had a couple coworkers that have, kind of said, don't touch me, and especially even with the women, you get some of these very aggressive bull dykes that I have nothing against lesbians, of course. I'm a lesbian too.
No, I get it.
I love women.
Yeah.
But respectfully, there's some that have really felt violated, and it's just part of, it's part of everyday life now. If you work in any, especially in the airports, you're going to deal with TSA, and they're just there as a nuisance. They really don't do anything. They're just rent-a-cops.
Oh, no, definitely. Everything you say is true. And Viviana, what brought this question up? Were you planning traveling on an airlines sometime soon?
No, it's a question that always runs through my mind.
Okay.
It's just, yeah. I guess I should go call the, or I should ask, like at the MVD, because now you need a federal ID number on your driver's license.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And so maybe through that number you can find out.
Interesting about it is I got a California Real ID back in 2020. This is pre-COVID outbreak. This was around January of 2020. And I got it because they were supposed to mandate it, I think maybe last year or this year, and they just didn't mandate no more because of the COVID outbreak, and I don't know if they're going to enforce it. I haven't checked, but I got it just in case I want to fly. But I don't know how your state is, Vivian. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry. You don't seem like a criminal, you know. Then again, nowadays anybody can be technically, but I wouldn't worry. I mean, you seem like a regular mom, you know. Maybe I don't mean to prejudge you. I don't know you. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Well,
I was going to
thank you for your. Yeah, I was just wondering about that, so I thought I'd ask you since you're in that industry.
yeah.
No, you're better off. They'll harass you for a water bottle. Really, they don't do anything. They're just there. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely, honey. That would be my other question for you was just out of curiosity, and obviously this might be something that's oversensitive, and you might want to hold that till a private conversation, and you can just say that, or you can just say I don't want to go into it. But what would make you wonder as to why you would be potentially on a watch list?
Well, I don't know if you know, but I don't think I'm targeted now, but I had been targeted for quite a few years, probably since 2013 to like 2019. Right. And yeah, I just want to get through like that part. And then, so I had been talking heavily online about a lot of topics that were, just, what I was talking about and stuff. But so I just wondered why, but I come to figure that it was through the city and the area that I live. And most interesting, when our mayor was going to move, or she had lost her position, and then she lost her next election to sit on the Mark Kelly as a superintendent of our district or county. When she lost that, and I had a huge campaign to not just against her. Anyway, so right when all that happened, I think it was January, February, and then March was the shutdown. We had 22 move-outs from where I live.
Wow.
All at once. And all the maintenance, like we're saying, this is unheard of. Like, we've never heard of this ever in our life. And I was like, that's interesting. So as the mayor goes out, so do all the 22 homes or families. And so I found that just really interesting. Ever since then, everything's been cool. Like, I'm not going through the same stuff, and that's one of the reasons why, like, I don't have a cell phone, because I would like have my cell phone. I would take the bus, so anyone who is really relegating to follow me would really have to know where my position is. And I would see my neighbor like over and over again at that same spot, and she would make sure I'd see her randomly in the store, and I'd just be like, what's going on? Why is this happening? And she would do weird shit like that to me all the time. And
did you ever confront her? Did you ever tacitly or just openly confront her? Like, are you following me or something like that? Did you ever? Well,
we were actually friends because we had so much in common.
Okay.
And we would be friends, and she would gaslight me. And the weirdest thing is, like, I would go over to her house and we'd be talking, or she'd come over to mine, and I talk to myself all the time, and she would say like exact phrases I had said earlier in my kitchen.
Yeah. No. That's I believe you. I believe everything you say. By the way, what you might have heard in the background is my cell phone, which reminds me to turn it off right now, and it reminds me very much of the stalking that you've experienced, and I'll bring that up with you right now. People just don't understand what people like you and I go through, but when it comes to, also, you might hear some noise here. What I do is I have to turn on the video so I can monitor it, and it actually stayed mute this time the way it's supposed to, because I had muted the backup video, or rather the what I call the screensaver video, and when I mute that, all the other videos are supposed to mute, and so this one actually muted. So I do remind everyone to push the upvote. We have a lot of downvotes that hit us as soon as the live stream starts, so that prevents us from showing up on searches. So the only way we can show up on searches is for all of you to push the upvote from every IP port you've got, every different IP address you've got. Shout out to Andreas Zertis. Haven't seen him in a while. Very good to see him. And hugs to Andreas. As for Sammy Romero, by all means, we'll return to him in a few moments. But just to give, our young lady, here's something that just puts it all together. When it comes to, say, for instance, what happened with Penny Bradley as of the last few months, because it was something I'm trying to talk over with Lou, who is her significant other, essentially her common law husband. And when it comes to some idiot, anyhow, I shouldn't say that. There's this Danny Ceballos is poking me. And it's like, I have no idea, like poking, for those of you who don't know, this is a Facebook term. He's giving me a poke on Facebook with his finger. And it's like, the first thing, it's like somehow this always happens when I get on air, and then everybody starts poking me, and they're unfailingly men. And so it's just bizarre, and I just try to ignore it, but it's always funny. It's funny in its own bemusing way. But when it comes to Peggy Bradley, everybody knows who has heard her on my program. I may have had fun with her and Lou, but I've never said she's delusional. I've never said that, at least not out loud. But I've never said that what she's saying is a lie. I've said that as far as I can handle what she's saying, my perception is that she has cascaded memories. Now, she's gotten more and more upset about this. And I don't know why, because I don't understand why it's so important to her that I have to publicly state that I believe everything she says. I mean, it's not like I need people to do that for me. And so when she was basically saying that I am cruel to her and that she leaves my shows crying, I mean, that was bizarre to me. And so when she was sending me these messages one morning, I apologized. And then when I later asked Lou, and she suspiciously at this point, when there's this great severance going on concerning the drama with Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh, and all of them, of course, openly now advocating the anti-gods in Edom, when all this is going down, she decides to block me. And yet Lou is still like connected and is still every once in a while sharing some of my posts when they were visible before this bizarre thing started, where every time I publish them, they're invisible until I have to go in and re-edit them. But the point was that Lou says, well, what did you expect to happen? You claim she's delusional. And she says, basically, the way he's phrasing it is that she says that I was exploiting her to get all her audience here, is basically what he's saying. And I thought that was, there's several aspects to that. He says, let me see, you say she's delusional, which I've never said. You make other disparaging comments about her that people sent her in Messenger. I've never made any disparaging comments about her, other than what I've said is how I handle her and what she's saying. And if people are sending her that in Messenger or sending her something else, what I don't understand is why she would just take that at face value and not ask me about it. And so he says, oh, and so you've always hurt her and pissed her off. And basically, he's saying, I'm out of it. He says she feels she was being used for her audience numbers. Now, again, this is very narcissistic. It's like my ratings have never gone up because of her. it's if anything, it's not that she brings ratings down. It's just that when most of the time I had her burn bandwidth with Jameson Reese, who would take the conversation into deranged directions anyway, and then the numbers would invariably go down. Every once in a while, they'd hold the numbers, or maybe even go up just moderately, and I would compliment them. But other than that, there was nothing spectacular that ever happened with her showing up, because I was basically, she was up, and I felt that she wouldn't mind coming on, and there you go with all that. But this goes back to the stalking. When it comes to whatever she's interpreting in the most negative possible way, just that you have to believe me. I'm going into the pawn shop the other day, and there's this gay guy in the pawn shop who works with my cell phone. And it's one of these guys who he loves cell phones. And the pawn shop owner is this big Jewish guy who knows me from the days when my mother was alive. And so when I come in there this time, and I was explaining to him the various problems with my cell phone, and he checks in a manner that we never bothered with before, because I told him, I can't even answer this fucker when people call me. I clawed it and it doesn't respond. And yet the other day, thank God, when I'm dealing with the Google Plus problem, which is a whole nother problem with storage space, and they call me back, then I realize that if I look at the cell phone while I'm expecting a call, just have it on so I get the news flashes and just keep scrolling, the calls that come in a different format. They come in a button format where I've given the option to reject the call or accept it, and then it works. But it won't work in a normal way if the screen is just blank and then I'm clawing at it when the call comes in, then it won't work. But it will work if I do that. But anyhow, I'm telling him about this, and none of this should be happening. So then he says, well, let's try calling you here, which I had tried to bring up in the past, but never had time to do. So he tries to give me a call on my cell phone. And now we both were anal retentive about this. We made certain to enter all of the right numbers. And so we know he entered the right numbers. We're there looking at each other while he dials the right numbers. He dials the numbers to my cell phone, and it goes to some white guy's answering service. And this white guy says, leave a message. Just something like that. Like, leave a message, something like that. And he said, that's impossible. And then he said, let's try this again. And then he tried dialing it again, and it wouldn't dial my phone at all. And so he said, the only way for this to be possible is for someone to have taken the SIM card out of your cell phone and reprogrammed it so it went to this other man's message. And I said, what's happening is I'm a government whistleblower, and I worked for the government for years. The old Jewish guy who owns the store, he knows part of my story. And I said, now, of course, I'm being stalked. And I said, this is a Medicare, Medi-Cal phone, so it's given to me by the government. And then he conceded. They can track you with this wherever you go. And I said, I know that. That doesn't bother me because, the only other places I go to really, aside from, places with my gang brothers in sleazy underworld joints would be, my son's husband's estates and whatnot. And I said, other than that, they know where I'm at, and it doesn't bother me that they know where I'm at. It's like, who cares? They've been stalking me all my life. And if you eliminate that, they're just going to get more worried and try something else. So once he conceded that, and then I said, and that explains that they put something in the SIM card where all my cards are screened, which I knew all my calls would be screened. And at that point, he collapsed. He said, that's impossible. And I said, why is that impossible? It's not technologically impossible. And he said, no, it's not that. He says, there are laws to protect whistleblowers. That would be breaking the law. And I just looked at him. I said, are you that naive that you honestly think that these people care about the goddamn law? Are you serious? And he just wouldn't have any more of it. He just shut down. He says, look, what we can do is that we can remove the SIM card and we could take everything in it, put it in storage, and then empty it. Just basically burn it, erased, and then put it back in. But that would have to be in other words, I'd have to see him privately. I couldn't see him in the pawn shop to do that. He'd have to do that with me privately. And because, basically we'd have to go to a computer to put everything in here on hard drive and then put it back into the phone. And so I said, okay, maybe we'll do that sometime soon. But then it went beyond that. Now, get this. The guy, he called me. It goes to this weird white guy's cell phone. And of course, because these people are just people and they make mistakes all the time. These agents are not they're just bureaucrats. All of these agents, the stalkers, they're just working or not working, or they're on welfare. They're basically the new welfare queens. But the guy calls me back. Whoever is this fucker who gets all my calls, my call screener. He calls me, but that shouldn't be possible because it was basically the gay guy using his phone to call my cell phone. So if the stalker should be calling anyone, he should be calling the gay guy. But instead, he called me. And I, because I didn't have the phone, wasn't answering it at the time, or rather the phone was on, but I wasn't answering it, went to the answering service. So his call comes on, and it was just, hey, someone called me, and I don't know who are. It was like, oh shit. Like, he suddenly realized he's calling Douglas Dietrich, the man he's stalking, and then he stopped talking, and he hangs up. So that's exactly how the message goes. So then the mark is still there on my list of incoming calls, where I see it's a 650 area code, which is basically San Bruno, where there was a big federal department. It used to be in San Bruno. There used to be the Government Records Center. Used to be in San Bruno. And that's, of course, where V lives, which makes perfect fucking sense. So he's just right across, the bay, so to speak, and he's just in the greater Bay Area, which makes sense. They'd have a stalker in the local area that would be screening all my calls. So we got this fucker who's in this local area. He's screening my calls. And it's like now we have proof of it. So I'll ask the gay guy later about the, screenshot this number or whatever, because these things seem to be stuck there forever in the message records. Not the messages themselves. I actually deleted the message because they make you delete the messages after you get up to a certain number. Then you have to delete them to clear for new messages anyway. But I should have kept it for a while longer. But then again, I don't know the next time I'm going to see the gay guy, and that probably wouldn't even convince him. People just go into denial. But you see, this is the point, is when I'm saying what I say, most of the time, there's all kinds of people who don't believe what I say, whether it's a guy like that or whether it's V, who always, before she went toxic, it was just bemusing and even useful to me that she never believed anything I said. Or, you get other people in my life who don't believe anything I say, and it doesn't matter because I'm not asking for belief from them. All I do is I have something I want from them, and whatever I get from them, that's okay. And the rest of it, I don't care that they believe me or not. So this is what puzzles me about the whole Penny thing, is that her obsession is, you have to believe me. And I'm like thinking, I don't understand why that matters. Why do I have it's like your story is yours, and whether I believe it or not, you're going to keep telling it. So that's the part that really is strange to me. So it's like, how is it that someone's belief invalidates or validates your experience? It doesn't. It's the same with Susanna. Excuse me, I almost said Susanna Sanchez here. Viviana Sanchez. There was a lady I knew named Susanna Sanchez who used to be the social worker from the Department of Human Services back when I was a care provider for my mother that I had to work with for years. But anyhow, so it's like Viviana expresses what happened to her, and we could all sit here and say, oh, you're delusional, and oh, we don't believe you, and that's not going to invalidate your experience. But because of all my experiences throughout my life, I believe you, and I don't find anything you say hard to believe at all. But I would turn to Sammy Romero and ask him, what do you think would be the reason for their basically doing what they're doing with her during the time that they did it? Basically because she was politically active? Or see if Sammy's still with us on there. God, I hope he's still with us. We'll find out. Yeah, there we are. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Take your time.
Honestly, I can't really say, but it wouldn't be surprising me. It's just, I think, I find it, not that it's not important to what she did or it's not valid for her being gang stalked. It's just, today, anybody really talking about anything, quote unquote, not mainstream when it comes to media or exposing, there's so much of it. It's almost mainstream now. So maybe it's other related problems. That's just my take.
Yeah, I hear you. It's and definitely appreciate it. But Viviana, you would feel it's mostly because you were kind of politically active, right? Is that what you feel?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been revealing George Bush, and I had certain weird things happen to me. Like one time, it was specifically with John Kerry when he was the Secretary of State time in that area and stuff. And so there was this, I can't remember what I was doing, but there was this one time I was out gardening and I look up and there's this jet, and it's the weirdest jet. It's streamline jet. I couldn't even tell you what it is, but it's a passenger, and it's white, and it comes right over my head and right over to the soccer field, which is right next to me, and it flies low, and it stays in position, and it turns to where the window is looking right at me.
Wow.
I know it sounds crazy. I know, but it happened.
Wow.
And I was like,
Well,
who the fuck's that? Why what the hell kind of airplane's that? I've never even heard of it. But you know, crazy weird
Can
shit
I add
like
something?
that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Vivian. Can I add something? The reason why I said that, Vivian, is because it reminds me of Gary Webb, the author of Dark Alliance. I know Doug knows what I'm talking about. He used to be with the San Jose Mercury. Do you remember that, Doug?
Yeah, definitely. Go on.
And he exposed the CIA and the Contras with the crack epidemic, with Free Will Ricky Ross, and pretty much he really much dug into the Iran Contra stuff, dealing with the crack epidemic, and he ultimately committed suicide, quote unquote, mysteriously.
Yes.
And he did not commit suicide. They took him out.
Yes.
They made him so miserable as far as gang stalking him, pretty much ruined his career because of that. I mean, he went on to various shows. He did Montel Williams. He was on a couple other shows, but that's somebody that really, and I'm not trying to negate what you've done, Vivian. I'm sure if you were talking about something very vital, then I wouldn't be surprised either. You have plenty of idea, but the one thing about Gary Webb, he didn't have that. And I hate to mention Doug, but it's the truth. One of the reasons why Doug is still where he's at, because he has collateral. When you have a nuclear equivalent football of what he has as far as the occult nuclear weapon, they're gonna leave you alone.
Yes.
And it's even more because of his association to Colonel Michael Aquino. It's kind of like you have someone that was bathing in radiation of occult energy that it's pretty much like, why would we want to touch him? It's just not even worth it.
Yeah, it's true.
Well,
when it comes to gay, what? Go ahead.
Well, let's be reminded that it was literally a government-funded program where they were. I almost went to one of those meetings just to go freaking spy on them. Where they're just like, oh, come get involved in your community and blah, 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 blah. Because I was like, I wonder if my neighbor goes to them. And I would be, she'd give me a ride, we'd cruise around or something. And she would have her phone going off all the time. And she absolutely had to, deal with that right in the moment as we're driving and stuff. And I was just like, she's like, you don't understand. I have to do this like everything. And I was just like, this stuff's weird. So it's just like the phenomena of it was like during the Obama years. I think it was, that's just my understanding from what I've heard from other people too. Because I had a friend, his name was Zacchaeus Breedlove Ewing, and I followed him on Facebook and onto YouTube, and he literally was exposing so much of these attacks that he was going through, and one day they just killed him while he was on a park bench and homeless.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
In other words, they drove him to homelessness and then killed him. You'd wonder why they would bother at that point. Once they had him homeless.
That's a very interesting thing you said. My sister had an ex-boyfriend who was actually dishonorably discharged. Believe it or not, though.
Holy shit!
I pretty much had to ask him. He's one of those where he's very traumatized.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of those that hates and loves the military.
Uh-huh.
He more hated it because he did not get the benefits.
Right.
But they pretty much, he pretty much did not follow the order, quote unquote.
Right.
And from what he alluded to me, he didn't do a code red to kind of reference, A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
According to him. Now, not that I don't believe him, but at the same time, knowing what I know now, that is a cult, the military pretty much, but he had to pretty much, resist, but he ended up going back, but they fucked him up. He did some bad coke before he left to the military,
Mm-hmm.
which really screwed him up. And he just was never the same. And he told me some of his war buddies, quote unquote, some of them, that were in the military, he went through Desert Storm as well, but I think he was maybe a little later than you, Doug.
Right.
some of his buddies were homeless voluntarily. They just wanted to go off the grid.
Yeah.
So whatever they did, whatever they saw, they pretty much got impacted where they were pretty much really wandering hobos in LA. And they have money. He was telling me that these people, they're not broke. They just go off the grid.
Yeah. By the way, just to verify everything you're saying, banks adapted to that where it's easier for veterans, but there are other homeless who get checks too. The veterans, of course, get a VA check. And what happens is banks will establish accounts for homeless people, just so people understand this. I know this because San Francisco has, of course, a high level of congestion. And therefore, when it has all the homeless people that it does, they're very visible. They're everywhere. It's wherever you go. So when you're going into a bank, there will be normal people, and then there will be homeless people. If people are really high level money, they're not going to go into a bank. They just handle everything by phone or virtually. But just the lower classes in general and the homeless. So homeless people will be literally in front of you in line, and then they just handle them like what they will a normal customer, unless the person really is out of it, and then they have to ask them to come back later or something. But the point is that what Sammy Romero is talking about is this phenomenon of the homeless veterans who get their VA checks, and so what they have to do is basically the bank becomes their address. The bank is essentially taken as the home address. And so what an arrangement is made for where they go to the bank to withdraw their money once a month. By the way, just so to put another thing into perspective while I happen to think about it, just so people understand that our dear friend Viviana Sanchez was just describing a friend of hers who was basically gaslighting her. And so this person is not a friend. They're just basically a plant. Then you've got someone like Jameson Reese. If anyone ever disbelieves that Jameson Reese wasn't working for the government, you might remember on record, he said out loud, he had a multi-$1,000 gaming computer, which was built in Taiwan, called an Asus. That's a Pegasus computer. It's a Pegasus brand. That's the company which essentially the Dietrich Artelect is officially employed by, meaning that this is a top-of-the-line gaming computer in the world, and it costs thousands and thousands of dollars. So these are like expert gamers buy this sort of thing, and they play professionally. So he had that, and the guy's getting a welfare check every month, and he lives in his parents' basement, and he's completely unemployed, but he's got that. So,
Perks.
Yeah. So obviously, yeah. I'm sorry. What's that, honey? Say.
Well, the perks, and then housing is one of those perks.
Yeah. There you got it.
Yeah. That's why 22 freaking people moved out within a month.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And Sammy? Yeah.
In my ad, though, what my sister's ex-boyfriend used to work is he worked as working with the it's very interesting because he works with cleaning the sewer system, almost like working with the homeless, but more has to do with the city as far as the structure.
Yeah.
But he's the one that was, well, Isaac, my twin as well. But he also confirmed that of the underground tunnels that lead out of Los Angeles.
Yes.
And what you alluded to, that actually lead up to San Francisco.
Yes.
He even told me that he's driven past that tunnel, but he says no, they go up. They go up. They don't just stop in Southern California. And obviously, my brother Isaac as well, he's been kind of telling me about that. And the ones in Vegas where he had the experience with the shooting that you did, the UFO conference, or what's it called?
It was the Super Soldier Conference. Yes.
Right. So I mean, all these people involved with,
basically what Sammy's talking about is Gerard and Mandy Miller were using tunnels underground in Las Vegas.
Right.
Yes, to get from one part to the other, because there's no other way they could have done what they did. Go on. Yeah.
Right. And what my sister's ex-boyfriend was telling me is that in Los Angeles, there's an underground city where the homeless pretty much live.
Yes.
You're talking with power. You're talking communities.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much just the underbelly of the city. It's just part of life. And he said, well, what we're required to do is when there's ever going to be a rainstorm, we have to evacuate. We're the ones that go in. We're the good guys that evacuate the homeless. And if they don't leave, then the Army Corps of Engineers comes in and they either, take them out by force, or they pretty much get washed away.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
homeless.
Absolutely.
If it's not with the weather, then it's sometimes the Army Corps of Engineers are doing, not experiment, but they're either maintenance work with the sewer system and the water and everything, which was very interesting what he's talking about. It's just interesting to me that some of the stuff that he does, he says I can't speak about, and part of it's because of my dishonorable discharge, that because quote unquote I wasn't worthy to be in the military. It's almost like I'm a patsy where, okay, go ahead and do it because, well, you really don't have no quote unquote honor, so you're actually a better candidate, in other words.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making sense. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like
basically they're still manipulating him. But the person
Right.
you're talking about with the dishonorable discharge is most certainly not Isaac. This is someone else.
No.
Right.
No, this is my sister's ex-boyfriend.
Right.
And nice guy, but it's one of those things where it's almost like they're exploiting him because he's no longer part of it. And
Yes.
it's like, well, either you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And I'm getting a check. I can make good money, but I'm no longer affiliated with that club anymore because I don't get the perks. So it is what it is.
It's if you ask me, I think he's a fool for continuing to even affiliate with them myself.
Well, I mean,
I call those people sellouts. They're the absolute lowest kind of scum that humanity has to offer, and anyone that would do that to your neighbor or to a friend or just to ingratiate themselves in any type is making a covenant with death, and I have no respect or honor for that. And so I just, I would literally talk to them in my house and I'd be like, I just want to remind you of your fucking future, because it would piss me off. And I just wanted to let them know they don't affect me. But I was free of this like March 22nd, 2020 when I got to move here. And, and it kind of everything left. And it was just like everything was removed from it. And I just praised God about it because I'd been praying about it for so long. But it's like your enemies, they want to target and know you and understand you and study you and whatever. But it's
Right.
Such a violation of every type of, and people who would, take a piece of bread for a little bit of, sell out their own brother or sister for a piece of bread is, to me, it's the lowest form of a sellout.
It's very Judas-like, though. For what it's worth, I think what Viviana Sanchez is referencing is certainly all of the people that were surrounding her until she moved into basically like a different space, which might have more of a kind of protective aura to it or resonance. In the case of Sammy's, oh God, how do I phrase this? It was your girlfriend,
My sister's ex-boyfriend.
Your sister's ex-boyfriend.
sister,
Thank you. Your
Yeah,
sister's ex-boyfriend. Your sister's ex-boyfriend. It's more like this guy seems to me to be like a what I'd call a dupe. He's basically like a dupe. He's basically
in a sense though, it's
oh shit! They knocked him off. They knocked him off air. Let's see if let's see if he could get back on.
sorry.
There we are. So
Hello?
yeah, there we hear you.
It's almost like feels like he wants to belong, and that's my thing about it. Where it was quite weird, but in a sense too, it explains why he's no longer my sister. It's just he had more problems than just that. I think there's more trauma that he experienced than what he was alluding to. And really, I did not want to get into it because it's just too much. It was already getting too much.
Thank you. No, I get it. I totally get it. It's like our dear friend Nathan, who was on with us just the other night. And Nathan Brooks, of course, has been through a lot. And then he sends me, a bunch of messages that later on I'll open and I'll just say, look, maybe, I'll send him a brief message. You're welcome to talk about this on air. It's not really something I'm interested in looking in, but he left me this message about, basically, fuck, I'll open it now and just kind of like, I'm helping a few people with their cases before I can focus on my own. Sammy's got to go for now. Thank you, Sammy.
Okay.
Yeah, join
Thanks,
us when you
Sammy.
can. Yeah.
Yes, I'll be back. All right.
Good,
Bye-bye.
good. Love you. Hugs. Yes. And then,
Yes, bye-bye.
yes, thank you. And then Nathan says, again, please watch and perhaps share Manuel Mata's videos on YouTube. He's been working his ass off to get through it, but he struggles with suicidal ideation. Of course, I don't even know who this guy is, the guy he's talking about. Last night before I joined your show, he said he would actually call me back and never said anything back to me until this morning at 7 a.m. when he revealed that he hung up with me in order for him to make another attempt at suicide before bed. At that point, it's like, do I need this? No, I don't need this. And it's like, now he's distant. So I'm doing my best to put my triggers away and help him. I feel silly about worrying about some of my own problems because I know in the long run of adversity is going to bring us closer. But I wish Mr. Mata would make an appearance on your show. And, I got nothing against this guy. I'm not even quite sure I would want that because, who needs to go in certain directions that people are going in? It's like, last thing, like, would it do any of us any good to bring someone with suicidal ideation on? We had someone already for effectively years with mass murderous ideation, genocidal ideation. And then he says, he is still learning how to tell the story. Dude has seriously been through, had his hand chopped off with a machete, and then later reattached so it gets numb stiff from time to time. Yeah, that makes it a bitch when you're jerking off. I'm sorry. It's just the horror of this man's life is it's like, there's certain things that, there's only so much we can afford, so much time, so much energy, so much investment. And this does not sound like a constructive, avenue to me. It's not like a constructive, path of pursuit. Maybe someone could come on like him, maybe talk once in a while, but honestly, what are they going to bring to the table other than thank you. It's
sometimes people want to parade around their victim or their status, and they want validation, right?
Yes,
I get that. Yeah, you want validation, but oh God, and that's what makes you look crazy, and that's what they want.
Yes, thank you. Well, that was the thing that again, to bring it back to Penny Bradley here just for a second. I mean, you hear what I'm saying, right? It's like she's taking what, and then some of the stuff she says is just downright wrong. Like when George Knight put up one of his portfolios about all this UFO photography he takes. Then she started her own thread on it. So it's not like she doesn't exploit us, so to speak. She'll put her story on there. And then, but it's really all about her. Here I was, and this is what I did when I was with it, and then it's like, then she says, but Douglas doesn't believe me because Aquino told him I'm delusional. And I said, and I would say that when she's on air. Come on, is that fair? I mean, like, I never even knew about her until Peter Moon introduced her to me. But she says I don't believe her because Aquino told me not to believe. I mean, that's just, come on. Isn't that vicious? I would tell her that.
It's manipulative.
Thank you. Yes, it's so manipulative. And I would say this on air. I'd use the word vicious or something like that. But you're right. It's in the end, it's not. It's really unfair. And I think that there is a element there of real she wants validation, but what I don't get is she gets enough of it. There's all kinds of people who listen to her. She has a large audience. Why does she need it from me? So long as and then when I don't give it to her, she feels I'm abusing her. So it's hard. You can't win. So this guy sounds like it would be like that. Let's give a try at bringing Peter Moon on. And
okay, great.
Thank you, honey. And with that, we're going to. I'll try and pull my head out of my ass for the next 3 to 4 hours, and then go into monologue sometime after that. Maybe we'll see if I can do.
My friend asked me, "What does he mean when he says that?" And I'm like, "Well, he sleeps all day, so by the time he's calling at 5 o'clock, He's literally just waking up.
It's true. Oh God.
Like literally pulling his head out the
Yeah, tell her it's worse than that. Tell her it's worse than that. I mean, on days like Memorial Day, I'm out just partying and drugging and drinking, and then, and then I'll like crash and sleep a few hours, and then come on here. There's days when I sleep throughout the day, then get up and I'm just waking up, and literally I'm trying to wake myself up, and then there's other days when basically I'm coming down from a high, or I'm basically crashing. So it's one or the other. Either way, most of the time I'm here it's just a work in progress to get me here. I mean, I may be here, but I'm not here, and so there we are, and then as soon as this is over, I'll be vanishing again for a few days. So let's see now.
Nice.
Well, you're the person that makes it worthwhile to come back, honey.
Oh, you're so sweet. I don't believe you, but that's very sweet.
Oh, honey. Oh, it's certainly true. At any rate, Peter with us? Did he join us, or is he like?
Oh, do I need to call him? Oh, that's what I need to do. Yes, duh.
No worries. Yes. Oh my God.
Eventually, I'll catch your cues at some point.
Yes. We'll learn each other's language. It's
All right. Where are you, Peter Moon? Peter, there you are. Okay. Here we go. No, because I just know this is your shtick, and you could do it all on your own.
No.
Honestly.
No.
I believe that.
Oh, no.
But it's been a pleasure to reconnect with you, and I've always been, we've always been a awesome friend. So I'm so glad we reconnected.
Oh, honey, if you're glad, I'm ecstatic. Believe me. I honestly could not do it without you. I do hear some new noises.
I do. Yes. I hear him.
Yes.
Is that you, Peter?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Peter.
Hello.
Wonderful. So glad to have you with us, Peter. And by all means, dear sir, catch us up on everything that was going on with you. I take it that you brought your wife home safely from the airport, and tell us about all the adventures since.
Well, yeah, she's home and fine and safe and all that. And what I have been, to a certain degree, to a large degree, it's interesting how when all that, crap we pass through, which we don't really need to address tonight.
Yeah.
I started getting lost in Qigong.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say lost, I should say found.
Yeah.
And I was watching some videos by somebody who was very learned, a Westerner who was extremely spent great portions, practically all of his life, studying martial arts in Asian systems, ranging from Japan to Southeast Asia to China. And I was saying, I missed that. And then I began to see, the more he talked, the more I began to see things that he didn't know or wasn't exposed to. He's very respectful. And there are certain patterns. This will mean almost nothing to anybody listening. But I've described Chinese circle walking before, where they walk in circles. Walking in circles sounds, what is the word? Dismissive or denigrating.
Yeah.
But they walk in circles because it's called circle walking, and they're walking in circles. Indeed, they are. And they're not just walking like a pedestrian, but they're putting their arms in certain positions to clear their channels. And the channels are more basic than the meridians. You clear out the channels, and you clear out the channels, and then the chi will flow through them. And the circle walking, of course, that he's describing, and this is in the system I learned, it's verboten because it's not right. And it wasn't necessarily his cup of tea, what he was talking about, but he seemed to emphasize other things. But when I heard this, then I I began to look at my teacher's notes. I started writing up notes from I shouldn't say his notes, my notes from being in class from 15 years ago. I have to get all the way up to 5 years ago. I want to write up all the notes, and then from the notes, I will start to finish my book that I started editing it. But what was interesting to me, he's teaching system, a more basic system that completely bypasses, in addition to teaching you how to walk in a circle correctly, which is in a figure 8. Because when you walk in a figure 8, you torque the body all the proper ways. Instead of just walking in a circle, you're going one way. When you walk in a figure 8, you're moving the body. And there's so much that's based, both health-wise and martial, on walking in the figure 8. But you're also employing certain methods to completely not only activate these channels, but completely bypass what he's talking about. It's I don't know how to say it. It's like if you were getting 8 hoses to trickle water, instead you're getting one hose to blast it. And this was just one sample, and I was beginning to value, the more I learned, listened to somebody else, it began to devalue my teacher's teachings. When I went back and read his teachings, they made more sense. So all of a sudden, when I was walking my own circle, which is the figure 8, I was so much more adept, and it was really wonderful. So that's what's been going on with me, and it's just such a fantastic thing. I also began to appreciate all that I've gained from working at this for 15 years. It's like, wow. It's like, as they say, it's like putting money in the bank. If you'd been putting $10 a week in, like, say, the stock market, in a general, what do they call them, mutual fund, plays the stock market, once a week since you were 21, you'd be very rich now, even with the recent crash in the market.
Right.
It's kind of like, okay, you're staring up all this stuff. It's never too late to start. As the Tao Te Ching says, the journey of a million miles begins with the first step. And so you and I have taken the first step with the Roswell Deception book.
Yes.
The Roswell Deception book. And I'm so glad I did that book with you.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that we published it and that it's out there. And we've talked in the past about, the resistance, the resistance of human beings and people in general, and their predisposition to live and speak falsehood. There is that, what is that? The mystical monkeys, the monkeys that, have hands over their eyes and ears.
Oh, yes.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Yes.
Get their hands over their eyes, mouth and ears.
Yes.
Hear no evil, speak no evil.
The legendary 3 monkeys, yes.
Yeah. This is what we're dealing with. And it also, I'm not going to go into the shootings, but it applies to those as well. You see the evil, you hear the evil, and you speak the evil. But I'm talking about so much of the stuff that goes on, that your diatribe on the Roswell and the stuff with the Presidio and my stuff always has too. It runs right into the teeth of this stuff. The teeth of this, people speaking evil. And when most of these people are speaking evil, many of them are just parroting what they've heard.
Yes.
And I'm going to talk a little bit about that tonight, about, the parrot factor.
Yes.
Many of them see it because they go to conferences and they don't close their eyes. Well, they shouldn't go. They hear it, they see it, they hear it, and then they speak it. And as we've talked about in previous weeks, they can't distinguish the truth from not just the bullshit, but the utter bullshit.
Yeah.
There's a point where utter bullshit looks reasonable to people. And one of the reasons it's reasonable is because the duly authorized, quote unquote, sources in media have proven themselves so uncredible. Like, if I hear a news report from the local media or the authorized stations that there's going to be a traffic jam in the city because the president's coming in, or something that's, there's a protest going on somewhere, so stay away from this, I'm going to believe it. And I'm going to, although that can trip you up too, but I mean, generally, they're trying to organize traffic in the city. It's a public service. There is so much information in mainstream media that is contoured and doctored, and there's also some that isn't. But it's to the point where I've seen that people won't believe anything. And as I like to joke, they don't question baseball scores, because those are almost always 100% right. Occasionally they'll goof one up, but I mean, people just, their suspicion level is too high.
Yeah.
It's not that it shouldn't be there, but if they heard, that Putin invaded another city in Ukraine, they won't even believe that, because it's the media. It's not because they have one side on Putin or against. They just won't believe it because it's the media. It's like too suspicious. Not that they shouldn't be suspicious. And this is unfortunate. But then when it comes to the alternative side, they'll believe anything. They'll believe anything, or they'll give it fair value. And the worst, the absolute worst, that these people shouldn't believe, will coincide with the people that will not only not listen to what you're saying, they will fight it.
Yes.
These are not, the characters we've been talking about in recent times or emphasizing on. With characters like that, they are not going to get any notoriety outside of you, or perhaps me. But it's like, this is your locomotive we're playing on, that I'm riding and sometimes trying to conduct and steer, at least for 3 hours a night.
Yes.
But it's just convenient for me to do it this way.
Absolutely. And believe me, it's as much your locomotive as mine, I assure you.
I know, but it's like, and I might change that. I might, rearrange that come the fall, because as I think I've told you, I'm going to be very busy this summer, and already am. It's not summer yet, and I'm already very busy. I've got a trip planned to Michigan to see Mary Hardy and her son, and the group there. I will be speaking. And Mary Hardy wrote the book Pyramid Energy, and she, with some other collaborators, and she really works in her own way the grid of the planet. She's considered out there by some, but she's very sincere. And this will probably be my last time to see her.
Okay.
She's 86 years old. She's not in great health.
Right.
She's a naturopath. Does a lot of stuff with essential oils. One time I talked to her a few years ago, she really admired the Qigong I was doing, but I told her about it. She doesn't do that. She's relied on products. She's lived a long life at 86, and she's provided, I guess, a lot of energy. She has a pyramid on her property in Allegan, Michigan. She built a pyramid for her son, John. She told me that they originally built the pyramid on her property for John, and they built, I think, a bigger one on his property now. And I think it has a bigger underground than the one in theirs.
Wow.
It's a modest underground that they put under the pyramid in Elgin. I've spent some time in there, and um, so I'm going to be going there in July on the. So I think I'm flying in there on the 21st. Uh, so I'll be there for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, flying out early Monday morning, and then I'll have 3.5 days or 4 days to get my stuff together to go to Romania.
Yeah.
I'll be leaving at the end, and then I'll be there for, you know, for about half a month
Right.
in Romania. So and then of course all that time I gotta write and get out my newsletter this month.
Yeah.
Start that. Um,
That's an
so
enormous
this,
amount going on. This is all this month. It starts this month.
well, I have to start getting ready. In
Yeah.
other words, I've got plenty other things to do. I'm not talking about, but um, these are I got to do my newsletter this month. I have not begun that. I think I had it written in my head after I returned from Shasta, but things change. Certainly I'll be mentioning that.
Yes.
I may be returning to Shasta. That's being arranged. I don't know if that's going to happen in September,
Yeah.
16 to 18. And as of right now, I'd be flying into Oregon rather than San Francisco or Sacramento. But that's a whole nother story. I could tell you what's going on there privately. If that's yet to be signed, sealed, and delivered.
Understood. Understood.
Certainly, I was also subsequently invited to the Secret Space Technology Conference in San Jose that same weekend.
Right.
Michael Sala will be at that, and a lot of people who are quote unquote out there.
Right.
So I, sort of committed, as I say, sort of committed to Shasta, which I would much prefer Shasta. Just the energy is beautiful, and to reconnect with some of the people that I met there, and of course,
You can let, if you do wind up going to Shasta, certainly let John Shalimar know. I was having a good discussion with Viviana Sanchez and Brandon Young just the other day about how basically Mount Shasta is America's Mount Fuji, and how I feel that that state idea of Jefferson, where they were talking about seceding from the Union just before World War II, how they never had this as their objective. But I said that whole area of Northern California combined with Southern Oregon basically would make a nice new nation state in and of itself based on the religion of Shinto, because of Mount Shasta being the Fujiyama-sama of America. But go on. Yeah, please.
I like that. Yeah, I always liked Mount Shasta, even though I'd never seen it. I always liked it. And then when I got to see it, and I didn't realize this. Jonathan pointed it out to me. I think it's just a little bit to the north of Shasta. There's another little peak called Shastina. Yeah. It's part of the same mountain, but it's a sort of a separate peak, and they call it Shastina. He says that's the last one to blow. I forget when it blew. I think it blew in the 1800s. Mm-hmm. But it's just a beautiful. It had a lot of snow, I think, in May, which they were very much in need of. So the state of Jefferson, which is I was just thinking of that today. Jefferson. I'm going to Jefferson, and then of course it was named Jefferson because Lewis and Clark, the famous Lewis and Clark expedition that was sponsored by Thomas Jefferson. It's part of that area that they explored, so they hang on to that name. Yeah. There's a lot of interesting energy to old Northern California, and it would include, I guess, Southern Oregon as well. But if you go back to the old days and just the energy and all of that went on with the dissolution of the grizzly bear and all that, there's just a lot of interesting history in that area of the country. So yes, and my idea, of course, when I get back in September, well, I'll be beginning back in the middle of August, but then I have to catch up, and then in September I got to start writing my next newsletter, which will probably be very easy to write because I'll be talking all about my adventures in Romania. And that's what I hope to present at the Shasta conference if I'm there. And then, but also at that time, I'll be with JoJo in Romania. Yes. At least half of my time in Romania. She'll only be with me for the Transylvania part, not for the Atlantic run. And then so we'll probably.
By the way, what's the reason why she's only with you on the one part and not the other?
She's only got, a week to do it. She can't, I can't keep her away from her family. I mean, I really was disappointed that she couldn't go to Atlanticron because she would have really shined there. Yeah. She would have really shined. Not that she's not shining elsewhere, because she's shining a lot with her work and stuff. So, and they would have really appreciated her. They always appreciate anybody I brought there. They're hungry for information, but she would have really shined.
Yes.
I think all of my friends have pretty much really shined. But be that as it may, I was disappointed for her and for the kids, not for myself, because, well, I would have been, I'm in my own world there. So, and it's funny, as much as I do enjoy my friends when I'm there, I seem to like it the best when I'm by myself with just Romanians. It's kind of strange. I just really thrive. That doesn't mean I would disinvite people for that reasons, but the last time I was just at home by myself. I don't know what it is. I feel very comfortable with Romanians. And they say these are not my family. Right. They are my family in a sense. And Paula, all of my networks in there are not with any of Paula or her family or friends. Mm-hmm. Two totally separate adventures. But in any case, so it's going to be a busy summer, an eventful summer. We're also having a major crisis with football because we're getting run off of fields. They're telling us in a field we've played at for a couple of years, they're saying you need permits and you need insurance. It's because we have uniforms, referees in zebra costumes. Yeah. And then they brought out a tent. One of the guys brought one of these big tents to keep the shade. So we look so official out there. They come and say, "Rah, rah, rah." So we're like the league on the run. We got to find new places to play. And
oh my God.
At one point we had people stationed at 8:30 at different parks going, okay, what's up? Okay, I said, it's clear over here. So they all come over there. And then some security guard comes out and says, you can't play here. Well, we played. Yeah. We finished, but it's really, so we're having to look out into getting insurance. Mm-hmm. And then once you have the insurance, the permits are like $105 an hour to play on one of these turf fields. Oh God. And $40 an hour to play on the grass. It's kind of like when you chip in between 40 guys, it's like, it's reasonable. Mm-hmm. $4 a game or something like that. That's very reasonable. But still, why do we have to go through all this crap?
It's crazy. If
we were out in some small town in Nebraska or Iowa, nobody's going to bother us. Right. But here we are in the suburbs. Mm-hmm. So that's something I will be involved in it. I just can't put too much time and effort, but some time and effort. And it's so much fun to have young friends. It's just so fun. I can't tell you. It's like these kids, most of them are younger than my daughter. Right. Wow. But of course my daughter's like 31. Yes. So
still,
it's like, okay, it's like going back in time. And all of I'm understanding why I'm able to play and stuff is because all of these years I put into Qigong, it just sets you up to you're still going to have issues and problems, but it just sets you up to do so much more than you might otherwise.
Of course.
And it's fantastic to have this attitude. But to proceed with, I was talking about a busy summer, and I'm going to have to bring that Roswell book to Romania to give to a few people,
Thank you.
the camp director, who's very much involved in Romanian government.
Yes.
And they have open minds over there.
Yes.
I mean, they're not what you call it. They're not so quick and judgmental as Americans. They don't have that American prejudice. Well, the American prejudice is starting to fade into something else.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to change. The denial of, okay, we don't believe this, we don't believe that. It's changing into weird things. And this is where I'm going tonight with this, the nonsense brigade.
Yes.
And it's not nonsense. Look, I'm trying to think of some of that. Okay, we know the Philip Corso stuff.
Yes.
This was stuff that I spotted immediately as nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I spotted it as nonsense, because it was cutting across everything I did.
Yeah.
It was making people go, oh, look, see, alien technology. And it's like, it was evident to me this guy didn't know shit. And then and then at the end he says, it's time travel. He didn't say anything about time travel, just that it was time travel.
Right.
I saw that in an interview with Philip Corso.
Yeah. Yes.
And I said, this stuff is just crap.
Thank you.
And I spotted that immediately, before I ever met you.
Yes.
And I didn't know the whole story behind it. I eventually did see Philip Corso Jr. In a video that was sent to me by Hillary Ramo, my friend Hillary Ramo, who actually interviewed me. Hillary Ramo was a internet personality.
Mm-hmm.
What I really, she came down, I think she spent the night here, if I'm not mistaken. And we went out to Montauk. And what I really liked about her, she was 5'11". I really got a kick out of that because I'm over 6 feet. So
right.
It's most of the women I know are petite.
Right.
Just the way it is.
At 5'11", she's pretty petite herself, right?
5'11". She was. I mean, no, she was not. No, she wasn't fat. I mean, she wasn't big.
No. I mean, petite. I said
she was an Amazon.
Okay.
I don't say petite. No, she wasn't. And I also remember, I got really kind of strangely attracted to a woman. I just got fascinated with her. It was at a breakfast place I used to go in Camarillo, where my sister lives, and I'd sometimes eat breakfast there or take out the family to breakfast or eat there with my daughter on their last morning there or something. And this girl, man, she was a nice looking girl, but she was so tall.
Mm-hmm.
She just stood out. I don't know what it is. I of course, if I married a tall woman and I had a baby with her, I'd have a potential NBA star.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's just because I have height, and I remember my grandmother told me where the height came from,
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm taller than I think anybody I know in the family, I got the height gene. So just a few inches taller than my father and my brother, but nevertheless. So it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like, I guess tall. Some part of me wants to be tall. But not too tall. Anyway, but to get back to, I was talking about Hillary. Hillary, unfortunate, sad ending for her. I don't know if it's sad for her. She's passed away. She's young. I mean, in her 40s or something. But I'll tell that story in a second. She was interviewing everybody she could out there, and she says they all basically suck. She said, she liked me. She said I was the exception. But she said that she was with Philip Corso Jr., and she sent me this interview. She says, "What do you think of this guy?" And I watched an interview, and I said, the one thing is, I thought a pretty nice looking man. He wore a suit, and he was very presentable. I said, "Oh, this like you'd like this guy to be, the coach of your kid's little league team or something." That's just the appearance he gave, like, okay. And then he began talking. He was talking about the Philadelphia experiment, and he was pretty coherent for about 10 minutes. And then I said, this poor guy looks like he's been through a microwave. That's how I describe him. He's been melted. He just was fractured. He was screwed. And she says, well, yeah. And then she said how he was like talking to her, and then he became just like really controlling and crazy over her. I don't mean necessarily, sexually crazy over her, but just control crazy over her. And she had to disengage. In other words, he was like a crazy person.
Right. There you go.
What happened with Hillary was, it's unfortunate, but she, for her birthday, I had offered her a gift. She actually, wanted a very expensive gift. Now, I had never given her anything before. It was not like we were an item or anything. We were very close in a way, but periodically. And I offered her to pay her to come to a Qigong seminar with my teacher. She's very interested when I told her about him. She was fascinated. There were two inherent problems. Well, anyway, I didn't know if she would mix well with the crowd, because here she is, a white blonde woman, going into the bowels of Brooklyn. There's a culture clash there. But I brought plenty of, women there. Wasn't a big deal. I didn't know if she would catch on if she would clash with the ethnicity of it all, because that could be a problem for people potentially. But she didn't take my She didn't take my offer. I was trying to introduce her to Qigong, not from me, but through my teacher. She didn't do it. And I thought it was a big mistake, because she's always trying to connect with me in some way. So if she wanted to connect with me, she'd do that. She died mysteriously a couple years ago, and it was a pulmonary embolism, which the Qigong would have completely prevented that from happening. Yeah. She died right as we were going into COVID.
Wow.
Or as we were into COVID, and she was very suspicious of it. And I think she says, I want to get out of New York. And she did. She died.
Yeah.
She was the second friend I had who turned her back on the Qigong and died as a result.
Yes.
But that's okay, because I think in her own way, I think she feels liberated. I don't think she would have liked living in this. If she left a couple of sons behind, which is, unfortunate.
Were they old enough to take care of themselves at that point?
I don't really know. I mean, she had a husband, but she was more or less. But one of the kids got a tryout with the Dodgers.
Wow.
So, I don't know. Hopefully, if I see the name Ramo in baseball, I'll know he made it. So that was pretty neat. Pretty neat for him. I hope he made it. But yeah, in other words, this Philip Corso guy, Jr., he was cracked. He was cracked.
Yeah.
And you could see he'd been through something. In fact, I wouldn't have been surprised if he was exposed to, what's this, satanic ritual abuse.
Yes.
I can't say how it all works because you can read how it all works. You can read Cisco Wheeler's accounts in her book, or I think other people have given accounts of their satanic ritual abuse, and it's kind of very, what is it, specific in the programming that's done.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's much more varied than that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know, because if you could see it all, it wouldn't really be successful programming. So
Right.
you have people like this that are out there, and they're very, I guess what you call marketable, if that's the right word, on the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the circuit of people going around. Now, Al Bielek used to go to all these things, and they changed. There used to be things called preparedness expos. In fact, this goes back to the 1970s or 1980.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a guy in Scientology that I knew,
Mm-hmm.
Jack Durman, and he was, I guess what you call it, he was an executive. And then he kind of like, I remember he used to eat lunch, dinner with me, but not just me, but a group of us. And he'd talk, and he was like, he got himself kind of out of the organization in a way that he was out dealing with a lot of public stuff. And he was going to these expos. This is in the 70s and 80s, where people were getting ready for not the end of the world, but the collapse of civilization.
Right. Right. Survivalists.
Conventions, survival stuff. Yeah. And he was exploring all sorts of avenues and stuff. He's very in touch with what was going on in the outer world at that time. And of course, as things evolved into the 80s, they had the preparedness expos, they had the Global Sciences Congress. This is where the conspiracy theories kind of emerged. Psychotronics associations, and a lot of the same people went to them. Mm-hmm. This is before the super soldier stuff came, and the super soldier sort of stuff kind of took it all over. Mm-hmm. And some of the people that were doing those conferences were getting older, passed away, and it became, and this was before the internet, so a lot of it turned to a lot of crap. Mm-hmm. It turned to a lot of crap with a lot of people that were just programmed people coming out. Mm-hmm. Instead of people that, now you had people that were programmed like Phil Schneider, and I'll probably be talking about him in the near future, Phil Schneider, but he had been involved in supposedly alien wars and stuff. And,
I'm sorry. Yes,
well, he had distinct memories of them and all that. But I will say this about, and I never really, I did listen to some of his stuff because he had a big tie to Al Bielek, and he was the central cornerstone of the book, The Philadelphia Experiment Murder. And I say I'll talk about that in the future because I'm about to re-release it in print on demand and also put it on an ebook in it. But see, Phil Schneider was killed under very suspicious circumstances. And that's how the beginning of the book starts. There's no question his autopsy and was all mishandled and aggressively so. That's the whole thesis of the book. And of course he was very biblical, a biblical thumper. And he was certainly paranoid with justification. And that's the story I'll talk about another time. But he was close friends with Al Bielek, or they met each other on the circuit and whatnot. But Phil had all sorts of stories and even some documents to back it up about his father being involved in the Philadelphia experiment, Oscar Schneider. And that's also a cornerstone of the book as well. So that, it's like, but the one thing I was going to say about, I used to sell a book that Tim Beckley published, and it was called Dulce Wars. And of course, back in the days when I released the original Montauk Project book, I had just the catalog that we had, which was supplementary income. And the reason I did this was because I had once went to a woman to see about getting an 800 number. And, because we do radio shows, and in those days you had to have an 800 number. So to take orders. So what you do is, I went to somebody and she says, okay, I can get you an 800 number. It'll cost you $2,000 a month. And I'm like, thank you very much. And of course, this is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. And she said, but she gave me a good piece of wisdom. She says, if you ever are going to sell a book or send a book out and mail it, have something else in there for them to buy. So I was like, okay, that's a good idea. So because I was dealing with Tim Beckley and David Childress was one of the first people to call me and order a case of books to sell it in his catalog. He welcomed me to the business. And so I started carrying his books on anti-gravity, and Tim Beckley had a book on the Philadelphia experiment. He also had the book on Dulce Wars that had just, I think, been published. But I would say, I don't think any book ever, now I'm selling to a limited audience. I think our mailing list at one time got up to, it got as high as 3,000, but you have to pare it down. You have to pare it down because, people come and go. But that book sold so much, the Dulce Wars. People wanted to read about those alien wars, or so-called alien wars, underground Dulce. So it was very popular, just extremely popular. Dulce Wars. I didn't really read the book because I didn't have time to read it. I mean, I might have looked at it, just that there were stories about underground aliens and stuff.
Right.
And of course, Tim Beckley published books on the Dero. When you talked about underground with him, it was about the Dero, the DERO, that were these, troglodyte, monstrous creatures that were very reminiscent of the Morlocks from the Time Machine.
Right. And originally it was, of course, supposed to be an acronym for deviant robot. That's what Richard Shaver said. But what Richard Shaver was really drawing on was the DUÀNWÈJIÉ, the dark dwarves of Nordic legend that were basically the original inhabitants of the surface world that were similar to the hobbits, Homo florensis down in Indo-Asia, except they were exterminated throughout Europe and literally went underground, kind of like the fairy folk. Therefore, the result of the fairy folk kind of hostility towards all that's human. And so he was basically taking the fairy folk and the DUÀNWÈJIÉ kind of mystique, and he was basically modernizing it or science fictionalizing it.
Was he inventing it? Was he kind of being footloose and fancy free?
Not really. No, he was truly schizophrenic, and he truly believed everything that he said. And of course, you can see the glitches in his thought processes if you read through his materials, where his mania just kind of shows up. He creates a scenario that is completely hopeless for humanity, and that's ultimately the kind of box he felt trapped in. But if you look at him as the alienated artist, then you can perceive him much more positively and just see that he kind of had a resonance with certain old mythos that he was trying to render relevant in the modern context.
Well, yeah, and he did make a contribution in that sense,
Yeah.
that he made people recognize there was something there.
Right. And so people kept...
That was a contribution.
Yeah.
But as I say, there's a coherency problem there.
Yes.
There was never, on my part, a denial. It's just like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah. And I couldn't take it much further. I know Tim Beckley had some sort of connection to that Shaver legacy.
Right.
And, he had his own unique life. Tim Beckley, of course, passed away last year. This is one of the problems, the coherency. And interestingly enough, and part of the legacy, he also had a connection to the legacy of, I guess, in a sense, Morris K. Jessup and Ivan T. Sanderson, with a connection to the Philadelphia experiment. I mean, I don't know if he didn't know Jessup for sure, but he might have had a connection or got in trouble with somebody who knew Anderson. He was blamed for something that he said he didn't do. I didn't remember what it was, but he definitely was aware of the Philadelphia experiment. But the one piece of interesting coherency in the Philadelphia legacy, which is covered in the Philadelphia experiment murder book, is Carlos Allende, right. Or Allende, Carl Allen. This guy said some very coherent things, but he starts saying, look into the truth serum. He said he wanted to be under sodium pentothal. So this guy really had his thumb on mind control, and he had his thumb on certain aspects of hyperdimensional physics as well. But his knowledge was limited. He wasn't a scientist, but he knew enough about it to start. He's the one who stirred up the whole pot, Carlos Allende, with writing to Morris Jessup, who wrote the book, The Case for the UFO. And so this was, very, bits of coherency. Even Preston Nichols, you had bits of, or even more, big pockets, big chapters of coherency amidst other aspects of coherency and what appeared to be disinformation or misinformation. And when you get into the aliens and stuff, you have a lack of discernible information, and it gets confused. It's like the problem is you let somebody talk too long, and they're gonna
hang themselves.
Yeah, and especially when it's a subject like that. Especially when it's a subject like that. So it would be better if they'd digress into being like Daryl Hamamoto and start pointing out obvious facts. And the presidential election is held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and even numbered years. Stuff like that, would improve the credibility. But so anyway, varying degrees of coherency with these people who are out there. And as I was saying, Philip Corso Jr., problems with many of them. Phil Schneider, as I say, he had some, they're hanging there by threads, but there is too high a percentage of disinformation, or which I should say, incoherent information.
Right.
That you can't process it, and it doesn't work. There's some place where the information is there, but it's not altogether solvable. You can't do much with it. You can tell stories, yes, and churn stories, but the stories, as they say, I'm in the storytelling business, and these stories to me weren't even worth reading, let alone telling. They're not to me. Yes. And I have a higher standard because I make a living off of telling stories.
Yes.
And could Preston's story have been better? Yeah, it could have. But it would require him to have made it a better story. He took it as far as he could go. That's all he had in him, at least for the moment. And then when he'd come up sometimes with other stories, there just wasn't. It was amazing how brief he could be. And it was also amazing how long he could be on threads that aren't just going to take you anywhere.
Right.
They're going to take you in circles. And that's not that he was trying to disinform you. It's just the way his mind worked. Mm-hmm. And you could have brilliant things and stuff like that, but it just wasn't integratable. So be that as it may. Now we get into the core of, and this is what I'm going to say. I was made aware just yesterday of this technology that I was told they had one in the Long Island towns of Smithtown, it's where David Anderson used to have his P.O. box, which is a ways out into Suffolk County, not close, and much closer to me in Massapequa. The community is in Long Island. It is known as the, I guess, hometown of Jerry Seinfeld, and but it's actually more known for its Italian community. But they have these places located there, and they are called, I'm going to give you the name of them so I say it correctly. And why can't I find it? Well, they're med beds, holographic medical pods, med beds. It says the end of cancer, illness, disease. Now, I first heard of these med beds being promoted by Randy Kramer. Now, fair enough. He was, doing podcasts on them, making lots of commotion, making lots of, getting rave audiences. And I'm sure they'll be featured at this conference in San Jose. I can't imagine that they won't. But now I was hearing that a friend of mine had another friend coming into town, and he was going to go check them out. He wanted to know if I wanted to come along. I said, I don't know. Possibly. And of course, if he came to Long Island, we'd get together, because he said there were two of them on Long Island. So we were talking about his accommodations and all this stuff. And then I went down and I looked at this and I said, looked up holographic medical pods, Massapequa. So I said, that's the one you want to go to, just by reason of location. And I see, this is the same old stuff that Randy Kramer's doing. And it was like, he said, this is what he told me. It wasn't from the website. He said it was $50 to go in and experience the med bed. But first I should tell people how fantastic these med beds are. It says, med bed technology has been suppressed and hidden from the public for a long, long time. Fortunately, due to the planetary shift from 3D to 5D happening at this time, and the increasing demand for transparency by the human collective consciousness, an increasing number of courageous people are coming forward to disclose what they know has been hidden for decades, even centuries, and most likely for thousands of years. Now, we're not moving from 3D to 5D. The planetary shift. The planet is in 3D. This is a mistake to think that the planet is moving from 3D to 5D. It's already in the fifth dimension.
Thank you.
We see it from 3D. So there's not a planetary shift. The planetary shift, the planet is the planet. And in your lifetime, it's not going to move to 5D. You might be able to perceive 5D, but this is just this sort of, what's the word, meme or
yes,
in injection of cognitive dissonance. What's this mean? 3D to 5D. Oh yeah, the 3D to 5D. Oh yeah, we're all going to 4D. Well, what about 4D? Well, that'll happen fast. I don't know. It's just silly. And people say, oh yeah, we all want to go to 5D. Yeah, the 5D. What's this about 5D? And people suspend their judgment. And then it says, 2 of these courageous souls are Ileana, the star traveler, her internet name, and Jared Rand. Ileana wrote the information on the holographic medical pods from her personal experiences as a secret space program asset on Mars. Her information is posted in the second half of this article. Jared is a highly intelligent and knowledgeable man who has been working with the global transition for decades and has information about many topics the general public is not aware of, including, but not limited to, off-world ET technology gifts to humanity, like the quantum financial computer system, anti-gravity propulsion, replicators, and med beds. Now, there's more on the article, and you can see this on different websites. It's Jared says his family has been in the U.S. since 1624, long before it became the United States in 1776. And if Daryl Hamamoto was here, he'd tell you that that's when the Declaration of Independence was written. And the United States was born. He says, do the math, and that's 394 years, 2018. He even gives us a clue to cross-reference his identity and family if we are so inclined to take the trouble to discover it. He says to look up Charleston, a suburb of Boston. There's a cemetery in the town, and on the main lock of the cemetery gate is the name of John Rand. Ooh. Research reveals there was a John Rand Sr. that lived in Charlton, Massachusetts Bay Colony, British colonial America, from 1664 to 1735. Thomas Rand, whose family was from Essex, England, lived in the colony about 1626 to 1683. Now, what does this prove anything? And so what? Even if it's true. He's got a long family, which would actually make him more suspect than credible.
Yes.
Charleston is a historic waterfront neighborhood originally settled by Puritans. The settlement increased to about 20,000 people during what's known as the Great Migration, 1620, 1640. The oldest neighborhood in Boston. So what? He talks about the high-profile issues impacting humanity's 3D to 5D transition, aka the Great Awakening into unity consciousness, ascension, the Great Shift, the event, considered to be the greatest evolutionary event in human history. He says his mission is benevolent, to help educate the general public about what has been hidden from them, who and what we really are, and where we are going. He hosts a daily global guided meditation. Now, tachyon energy and plasma energy beds. Now, one of the criticisms on these, if you look at the criticisms, is that the pictures of them are taken from other pieces of technology. They're not the actual med beds. You'll take it like a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Like, what? Why don't you show the real thing? Now, apparently there must be some real thing, because my friend said it was like $50 to get the thing, to get a session, but it was like the whole machine cost $28,000. I think I've seen them listed for $13,000. I've also seen them listed with other products that seemed actually like there was something to them, healing devices that might be more holistic in nature. Whether they're any good or not, I can't tell you. Now, and it says here, this This is another website. I guess it's fact checkers are trying to take these people apart. It says fact check. And I'm not a great fan of fact checkers myself, I'll say this. Med beds and Tesla chambers are not rapid healing devices created by ETs that have been hidden from the public. So it goes to deconstruct this, and it has a claim that, well, this is actually a quote. It says that Trump on June 14th said to the nation, this is a quote from Trump, so I assume Trump actually said this. Within a year's time or so, almost all hospital procedures will be obsolete. And then this is not the quote, and then it's a line saying, every city will have medical beds and Tesla chambers capable of healing and repairing DNA along with curing ailments. Now, it says, now, so apparently, if this article is accurate, it's saying that Trump was taken down and shown something. And was shown something that caused him to say something like this. I think that Trump is suggestible enough, and maybe they actually did show him something that was real. Maybe they did. But whatever they're promoting here, I would not trust one iota.
Thank you.
It says, the president, in 2020, June 14th, the president traveled from Bedminster, New Jersey to the White House. According to the official press schedule from that day, President Trump did not make a statement of any sort on June 14th that even begins to resemble the one on the Facebook. So this is saying that the statement they claim Trump made is false. So the fact checkers are saying Trump didn't say that. The technology of the med beds is not from planet Earth. It is not human-created technology. It is a technology that has been given to humanity by off-world ETs. This is a quote from the med beds people. And they basically just discredit, and they don't discredit it without, it says, the beginning, wait, this is interesting because it involves Q. They give a YouTube link. Midway through the post leads to a 2-hour, 8-minute video titled Healing Technology of the Secret Space Program and Science of Manifestation from the channel Neological Tech. This channel seems to be run by a man named James Rink, who is also the director of operations of neologicaltech.com, a website that sells meditation devices. Nowhere in this YouTube video does Rink nor do any of the other participants provide concrete evidence that the med beds exist or that a device has these medical capabilities. The beginning chunk of the Facebook post is signed by Q, as in QAnon. Q is an anonymous user or users who post predictions and conspiracy theories online and are in large part responsible for the advent of QAnon's umbrella of conspiracy theories. The claims in the Facebook post line up with one of QAnon's hallmark conspiracy theories, the idea that there is a group of politicians or a deep state that is keeping important truths from the public.
So just so you know, James Rink is, of course, this very short, eternally childlike individual who has a kind of baby face that makes him instantly recognizable. Once you see him, you'll never forget him. You'll recognize him the next time you see him. But this poor individual is someone I knew from Laurie and Ann Fenton days. And he's just this very insecure individual who claims that he's a super soldier. He of course lives at home with his parents, certainly did the last time I knew him, and was saying they weren't really his parents, that he was the product of a super soldier program, and that he can get bigger, like somebody who's shape changing or morphing into a kind of larger individual when he's in super soldier mode. And so I knew him from the old days, so to speak, when I was introduced to Max Spears, and Haley Mayer and Sarah Rachel Adams and of course James Casbolt / Michael Prince, and he was of them but not of them. Of course, he just was someone who there were other people claiming to be super soldiers in that community were always picking on him. So anyhow, Laurie and Ann Fenton would have to like talk him to sleep for hours at a time at night. And of course, once I severed with her and fired her on air, then she pretty much she pretty much was stuck with James Rink. And James Rink was where Judith Ager found some footage of myself that I didn't even know existed. And this kind of came up, some old photographs of where he was having dinner with Laurie and Ann Fenton and James Casbolt and Max Spears and Sarah Rachel Adams and Haley Mayer and myself. Basically, there was an old photograph of that he put up on one of his videos, brought to my attention by Judith Ager, who brought some remarkable things to my attention. So aside from that, he had what he called nanocubes, which were just these little empty plastic cubes that he claimed would change your life in some way or another. And so I never investigated what his claims were about them, but I know Sarah Rachel Adams said they gave her really bad dreams. And aside from that, he seems to have really branched out into high-level medical fraud, which is like, what we're talking about now. He's going all the way into the big league with these what are essentially, God knows what he's claiming with them. Apparently that, the end of cancer and all that. I mean, once you get to that level, you're skirting federal prison time is where that goes generally. And so it depends on how it's handled. But so he's this involves Laurie and Ann Fenton, whatever it is, because she basically was his handler for a long period of time. She's branched out since then and is kind of, from what I've heard from others, kind of taken over the old school, which is like the contact in the desert shit. Now, I don't know if it's an exaggeration, and I don't care, but from someone who apparently this was their world, was breaking out into the UFO community, this individual told me that they couldn't go anywhere anymore because Laurie and Ann Fenton had it all locked up, all zipped up, and and these are the people like George Norrie. They go out in the desert and they, just a bunch of old farts, Linda Moulton Howe and shit. So if that's what Laurie and Ann Fenton's controlling, or somehow has some kind of chokehold over, that's the end of her road. I mean, it's palliative care after that. They're all on hospice. So, James Rink is her future. That's like what happens after that dies off. So she's got him doing this shit now, apparently. So I think that's hysterical. I mean, he's obviously, of course, it's her and he's the front. So that's...
Well, there's more than Laurie and Ann Fenton to this thing. I mean, this is James Rink, that she could or could not be involved with these med beds. I don't think she is to any significant extent.
Well, she would definitely not be involved in name, because she wouldn't want to go to jail. She's basically got him out in the front. He's the facade.
This is just one website. There are far more people than James Rink involved.
Okay.
I mean, he's not like the main. He's just, they're quoting a website. He's feeding this stuff. That's all. That's all I see here. He's not the main guy. But the fact is,
well, the fact that the Q is involved with that, or that they're able...
Yeah, this ties back to not only James Rink, who I didn't know, but it ties back to the Q thing. Yeah. Now, what's very interesting is the fact checker here, her name is Victoria Evis, is a fact checker at Lead Stories. She recently graduated from Duke University now, Duke University is known for its psychic stuff, by the way.
Back in the old days, at least. I think that's changed now.
I'm sure they've got I'm sure it's all segmented. It's not the Duke General, but I'm sure it's there. They're known for basketball and psychic studies.
Right.
She graduated Duke University with a BA in cultural anthropology. I find that very interesting. So she's looking at this, I would assume, from somebody who's studying this as a cultural phenomena. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you're studying cultural phenomena and you're a university student, you're going to look at facts. I'm not saying she's, prejudiced. against paranormal. I'm not saying that at all. Cultural anthropology. What wall is this stuff coming off of? Now, if you're going to study cultural anthropology, I would like to know what the satanic quotient you study. And I'm just going to mention something. I spent a week in North Carolina. I was looking for possibly relocating there.
Wow.
This was back in 1989, I think, because somebody suggested I go down there, and I, took it up, and I met my dear friend Althea down there. And Althea, she was the one that jumped off the pier when she heard about Montauk. I mean, she's still alive.
Okay. Do you mean
and
metaphorically or physically? Jumped off the pier.
She jumped off the pier physically.
Oh, wow.
No, because she I think she was at my house. She visited me. She stayed at the house, and she read, maybe I sent it to her, but I remember she was at my house, and we're out in the backyard, and she told me that she read the book, and it spooked her so much. She got to meet Duncan. She got to meet Preston. This is before it all kind of uncorked. And I remember she was back at this, highbrow event in North Carolina, has its own elite. And she was in an evening dress, and she just walked off the pier and did a swan dive off the pier. Now, she was an expert diver. She could do a swan dive off a pier, but they treated her as if she was crazy.
Oh. Sad.
I think they gave her some lithium or something, and she was okay. But I remember it was like, she said it was, and then she realized that her father from Connecticut, Greenwich, Connecticut, was the MI6 agent, or the guy in charge of the MI6 liaison for the United States. She figured that out. And she was like old money. Her family was old money.
Right.
So she was still is quite an incredible person. I mean, very athletic, very beautiful, blah, blah, blah. So, I remember when I was down there, she says, okay, I want to take you to this lecture. She took me to a lecture at a junior college. I think the guy's name was Buckman. Lynn Buckman, if I recall. He had a junior college class, I think it was anthropology. And he was a lecture on the occult. And he was showing us, I think what happened is we were at the Cotton Exchange. No, we were at the Cotton Exchange having a late dinner. And there was this quote unquote couple next to us. And somehow we started talking to them. And the couple was one of his students. Wasn't, I guess if they're junior college, I guess you can go out with your students or whatnot.
It's not recommended, but go on.
No, but I mean, I don't know, but they were out there, and we got talking to them, and then he invited us to his class. He was doing a lecture, and we came to his class at night. It was like he gave video presentation on the occult, and he gave a lecture on the occult, and he told me that Wilmington, North Carolina, where we were, and I'm trying to think if he had a police investigator there with him. He might have. He said this was the center of occult crime in North Carolina. It was like big.
Yeah.
This was like huge occult crime down here.
That makes sense.
And they were going into all this stuff, and we're going like, God, what the hell is all this about? And I was just being exposed to this. And of course, I met Althea through the church, through the Episcopal Church, because one of the people I was introduced to, he says, you got to meet Althea. And she wanted me to do work for the church, the Episcopal Church. So I met her at the church, which was really weird. Now, the next thing you know, where we probably went out to dinner that night. She took, right to me. She just recognized me, and then we ended up over at the Cotton Exchange, and we ended up the next night at this occult thing. It was really weird. Go from the church to the occult.
Right.
And then, and just, North Carolina was interesting because I think I was having lunch in a health food store by myself. And I got, talking to, I guess a couple of ladies in there that were, because everybody's talking. If you start talking to people, this in about 10 seconds, the subject's going to turn to God real quick.
Yeah.
That's about what they talk about is God. And somehow, whatever I was talking to them about, she looks at me, she says, are you a follower of Shirley MacLaine? Because Shirley MacLaine was very popular at the time, and whatever I said, must have triggered her.
Yeah, what year was that again?
This was 1989.
Right, Jesus, feels like yesterday. Go on.
Yeah, so the North, so it was very interesting to, just see this whole layout of the occult.
Mm-hmm.
And North Carolina was apparently loaded with it. But to get back to our friends with the medbed, nobody, the one who has been, the first one I heard of talk about this was Randy Kramer. And he was pushing it. Now, I'm very curious. Now, if these things are more than just a hyperbaric chamber with a couple of Tesla coils surrounding them or something.
Well, when you take a look at the salesman from Randy Kramer to James Rink and what I've told you about that and the connection to Q,
these are a couple of them. There's many more people involved in that. But the Randy Kramer thing is very, I mean, the fact that these people are pushing it should be enough to tell people to don't go here.
Thank you.
But they don't. They feed up. They feed off of it.
Yes.
Now, what's interesting here is that it says here, Randy Kramer, this is Randy Kramer and the Fake Invasion. He's also known as Captain K.
Right.
Asserts that he spent 20 years in the secret space program, including 17 years on Mars and 3 as a space pilot. At the end of his duty, he returned to the present time frame just minutes after he left. So no one realized he was gone. I mean, that's a great story. His website
story,
his story has been endorsed by Michael Salla, Andrew Basaggio, and others. He has been featured on the History Channel, Coast to Coast, and been interviewed many times, including once as Carrie Cassidy's guest on Project Camelot. In many ways, he is well insulated. Unlike Captain Mark Richards, whose story could be examined through his personal history, Kramer can simply state that his former history in the space program was erased in this timeline. He claims that he was given permission to go public. Rather than being arrested to keep him quiet, Kramer's command structure asked him to speak out because the weakening of our economy and the divisive political infighting are direct threats to national security. Despite that, they're actually what prop up national security, in my opinion. Despite this, his story stands alone without any corroborating evidence. So, his story is so absurd. And it gets more absurd. And why are people listening to this absurdity? It's so bad that if what Douglas says is true, that he is indeed Richard K. Cole, Richard K. Cole has even denounced him.
Well, that's
To
because he
Alfred
doesn't want to
Lamont
be
Preble.
identified as him. By the way, the first person to identify Richard K. Cole Jr. as Randy Allen Kramer was Brandon Young, who did all the back research on that. But go
Right.
on.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
but I'm saying he's actually, if this is true, he's discrediting himself,
Yes. Yes.
which is ingenious. Which is what these type of people do anyway, whether they do it like that. And
And by the
and
way,
of course,
Daniel Arola has also emphasized that he's compared the voices of the two, and they are identical. He has confirmed that he's worked with some sound equipment, and they're just the same modulation and everything. But go on, yeah.
well, yes, and Andrew Basiago, who first endorsed him, now denounces him, but he denounces him at the behest of Richard K. Cole.
Right.
So, if this is what's going on, it's ingenious to be able to be the disinformation agent and then to report on the disinformation agent. That's why you can play one off the other.
Yes.
In other words, you can handle them from either side. You're controlling both the pro Randy Kramers and the anti Randy Kramers.
Yeah, it's a classic thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's the dialectic of the Hegelian. So there you have it.
Well,
Typical.
yes, and as they say, why can't people spot this as utter madness?
Well, they have no education in critical thinking. That's one factor.
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, that's easy to say that. But I know people with critical thinking skills, evidently not enough, but with critical thinking skills who miss the boat on this. And if I explain it to them, they'll listen and they'll take stock in it, what I say. But in other words, I guess what it is, they're just too open. They're too open for whatever. Keep the door too wide open.
Yes.
Now, I have to keep my door very wide open, or I wouldn't listen to the likes of Preston Nichols or even Douglas Dietrich, because Douglas Dietrich's information is so far out of the normal thinking stream. And if you're in the normal thinking stream, you're screwed. But so you have to go outside the normal thinking stream to be able to evaluate the normal thinking stream. The problem is when people go out of the normal thinking stream, they stop thinking. And they will accept anything. And it's like Douglas's information is important. And unfortunately, because I have an open mind to things that are outside of normal thinking, people think I will accept anything.
And then they send you anything. Yes.
Well, it's like, it's like, wow, just like, James Casebolt thinking I would do his book.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, James Casbolt was so how would I say this? He suffered a Stockholm syndrome in the extreme. And when one of the things that he was saying at the time that he was truly imploding and spiraling, when he was dumping revenge porn onto my Facebook timeline and wherever else he could. At that time, Noreen Helphand was, I had her running my Facebook timeline, and she just accepted one of James Casbolt's avatars and when he came in, he just dumped all of this revenge porn. Of course, this was not supposed to be possible, but he obviously had help, and that's exactly what Andrew Barthes was insistent on. And Andrew Barthes knew of the situation, and apparently may have even been a victim similar to something similar from a James Casbolt attack. But at the time, he definitely brought up that James Casbolt / Michael Prince had help with that. But definitely, there's other things even going on with my Facebook right now that I'll relate to Peter later. But the point is that when it comes to the James Casbolt / Michael Rinks story and why it's relevant, he, like Max Spears, had been victimized by Michael Aquino. Of that, there is no question. But when he was going through this phase where Haley Mayer ultimately divorced him, or they separated and then got the legal divorce ultimately, I'm certain, then she, of course, had to turn to her father, who was a wealthy man, to help her with this incredible problem of the sheer relentlessness of James Casbolt / Michael Prince. But at that time, he was still on the loose before he was institutionalized. And he was, at that time, there was a flame war that had started with Michael Aquino on his side, certainly more than mine, because Michael Aquino was on the attack. And when Michael Aquino was basically showing up on various YouTube videos and leaving his comments in the threads and whatnot, on one of those YouTube videos, James Casbolt / Michael Prince left this comment where he was demanding that Michael Aquino turn himself into his care provision. In other words, saying, Michael Aquino, surrender yourself to my custody so that I can become basically your care provider and in essence protect you from everyone else, because this way you're under the kind of house arrest to deliver some sort of justice to you while protecting you from others who would kill you. So there was this absolutely bizarre what I call nothing else that you could really describe it as, Stockholm Syndrome, where he wanted to essentially act as if Michael Aquino were his father and kind of take care of him in his old age. And when you think about it, of course, what other father figure did James Casbolt / Michael Prince have? So in that sense, Michael Aquino had that kind of impact on many people besides James Casbolt / Michael Prince. Many others probably felt the same way about him. He was this kind of towering father figure, but his mark was so indelible on these people that they would respond with that kind of request, or quote unquote demand, request, really a cry for help. But turning it back to Peter with that for now, just happened to.
Well, yeah. I mean, this was just a person who was positioning himself or thinking of himself or portraying himself as a hero for being a mind control victim.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
As if he had some insight to offer the world.
Yeah.
Outside of the fact that he was badly compromised and was, I guess what you'd say, I don't know if the word loser is the correct word.
I would enjoy that word. I think it's applicable, but there's plenty of others.
But a very sad character.
Thank you. Yeah.
Who had very few, if any, redeeming features.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is very clear. And I mean, I'm not that judgmental of a person, but I'm saying is, if some young person came up to me and, had a story of how they, grew up in the ghetto and, found their way to, make it through college, get kicked out of college, and then became a fantastic healer, or had some incredible story, versus somebody who came up to me and said, I've been collecting a lot of deposit cans and bottles, and I've worked my way collecting cans and bottles. And I know where all the places in town where you can collect the bottles, and I can do a handbook for homeless people. It's like there's no question of which story is better. And unfortunately, it's like what, and then some people think, oh, that's a good story. It should told. People should know about mind control. I don't know. It's like it was utter garbage to me. He said, yeah, there are a certain amount of people that would read that. There's no question.
All too many, actually, but go on.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe all too many. But to me, such a story had a very limited audience. And this has been a problem. Like I talk about the people that like Dulcie. I think people were genuinely interested in the story of it. It's understandable that people can be interested in the subject of aliens. I mean, it goes back into the 30s and 40s, and especially when you're living in a culture that is denying anything to do with anything outside of the box. So it used to whet people's appetites, understandably so. But now, and those stories, were just people writing with their creative juices for the most part. Not all the part. I can't say that totally, because a lot of that was manipulated too back in the 20s. But part of it was just, fun. But whatever fun is now, this stuff is not fun. It's not fun at all. And people are sucking it up and giving it a fair shot. And it's all about discernment.
Yes.
And discernment is it's something you can tell people to have. But
you can admonish them all you want. Yeah, go on.
This is what we're dealing with. Can you think better? Can you guide yourself better? And you learn this with children or with people who are obstinate or stubborn. They have to learn things on their own. You can't, you can tell people to do the right thing, and they will inevitably not listen to you. Some people will listen to you, but they'll keep doing the wrong thing until they decide on their own. Stubbornness is a very negative trait. I'm going to think this because I think it. This is the way we think it because this is the way we always think it. And it's a lack of ability and then you have the opposite of stubbornness, which is accepting anything. Oh, that guy sounds good. He sounds good. And 5 minutes later, somebody will come up with a different angle and say, oh, that sounds good. And they'll keep changing their mind. That's why I said when our friend came back after he recanted for a few minutes, said somebody who can't make up their mind.
Thank you. Yes. That they can't be trusted again. The way you expressed it was that he'll have a giant question mark on him like the Riddler for the rest of his life.
Well, yeah, at best, yeah. It's like, I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, and of course it went into a direction that ultimately, I guess, was more beneficial for everyone involved on our side because we just don't have to deal with that question mark anymore. Now we know for certain what the alignment is. But that being said, I'd like to share with you some amusing things that happened recently that are tangentially connected. Before you came on tonight, I don't know how much of it you heard. Probably, I'm presuming.
I only heard a few minutes, and I think it was Vivian talking about something to do with shooting, I think, but I didn't really hear what it was.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, basically, one of the things we were talking about was Viviana Sanchez was bringing up some experiences with essentially gang stalking, and of course, I was letting her know that I certainly believe what she's saying. There's no reason for me not to accept it. And then I was pointing out what was going on lately in a number of areas. And I had a number of people writing me for a public statement on this, which is a totally situation, rather different situation, and yet at the same time, obviously connected from the recent gang stalking situation that we've been experiencing with all of the people that brought us such high ratings there throughout the period of time that we were expressing our stance on this. And when it comes to tonight, I think that.
Excuse me, are you saying that all of that stuff we were exposing was getting us better ratings because we were talking about the,
Oh, it was a feedback
scandalous
loop.
behavior?
Yeah, it was a feedback loop mechanism. Of that, I have no doubt. The ratings were definitely a lot of people. Now, granted, Salman Sheikh's channel can't be too large, but a lot of people were trying to check cross-reference in between us. Now, I have every confidence, of course, that we've made a good standing of ourselves because.
Aside from that,
Yeah.
This is people feeding on the controversy,
Yeah.
like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard story.
Yes.
See, it's like,
Yes.
okay, and I think I watched some of it the first day it was on, and then a little bit the second day. I couldn't take it anymore because,
Thank you.
first of all, what's this going on? And I mean, you could kind of tell after the first couple of hours that you'll listen to it, just from listening to Johnny Depp, that it was going to come out the way it did. Because this woman, if he was even reasonably accurate, was, utterly and completely despicable. Not to put him in a good light,
Thank you.
but she was just completely despicable from the, if he was even, 25% accurate in his testimony. So, but whatever, it was just like these two despicable people getting all this airtime. What do you want to put your head in that for? It's not good. And here we have, people being dissected and for their misgivings, which were definitely misgivings. And then, why do we need to be? It's better for individuals to go inside of themselves and see what are their own contradictions, or if they don't view themselves as having contradictions, maybe they don't have major contradictions. What about the contradictions around them or whatnot? But whatever, it's or people have to verify that these characters were who we said they were.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's just like controversy, and I know this. Preston used to say this, and he wasn't wrong. And controversy gets ratings.
It does.
By the way,
Yeah.
we're having a thunderstorm here, so if I go dead, it's because of the thunderstorm. I don't think I will, but it sounds like it's been pretty nasty.
We heard the thunder earlier, and but yeah, you sound like you're handling it well, and aside from that, the when it came to what Viviana Sanchez was expressing and what we were going through for what was a month, and that was all anyone needs of that. That was something that, of course, was this collateral domino effect, as Peter Moon said, that rolled the way it did, and it rolled to its own crescendo that is now, this is the calm after the storm. So when it comes to this period of time, it's basically kind of sorting through the rubble of this kind of hurricane of the controversy that roiled with what had to be done. But
and the rubble is what I'm talking about tonight. It's just, see, there's a bigger, whoever is financing these quote unquote med beds, that don't seem to have any real. Maybe I saw. I don't know. They don't seem to have any real pictures. This is supposed to be like super technology. It's like, what? Who's behind all this? This guy's. These characters aren't funding it themselves.
No.
This is like, there's some serious money behind it.
Yeah. Or
it could be Stephen Outram, because it's not that huge. I mean, while it's considerable money, we're not talking about hundreds of millions.
No.
You could what they're doing could probably be done for, a few million, even one.
Oh yeah, at least.
I don't know.
Yeah, probably much less than you might think, I would assume.
And also, if you could manipulate other people into investing in it.
Yeah, definitely. That's the sort of thing that's done with these Ponzi schemes.
Another thing I have to mention is the gullibility of the New Age crowd.
Yes,
is notorious when it comes to stuff like white gold. That was a whole scandal with David Hudson back in the 90s, and people would just believe it because the whole theory behind it is not only enticing, the core theory is accurate.
Yeah.
The product is not. Same problem with Scientology. The core theory was accurate. The result is variable.
Yes.
And if the result was no good, it was crap.
Yes.
And that's the unfortunate thing. So people could be sold on the theory, but it has to be lived up to. So, but this has happened time and again with people being scammed, and it's to say it happens.
Yes, definitely. And so, such being said,
Sean David Morton is another example. People listen to his stuff, and they even defend him after they've been ripped off by him.
Now that's something. Maybe a few defend him after being ripped off by him, but I think there's plenty who probably don't.
And people still give him a platform.
That's puzzling.
And what is that about?
That's about.
That's like.
His notoriety. His notoriety is what brings a kind of, shall we say, a kind of almost, well, it draws people in. I mean,
like Alex Jones acting like, like trying to emulate wrestling.
Yeah.
And it's like, he looks like a jerk, he acts like a jerk, he talks like a jerk. And then he will have enough of, I guess, of a patriotic or even make what appear to be good points, and that seems to excuse everything. Appear to be good points to the people who are listening. Like, might say that the deep state is, Trump is after the deep state. And, Trump was never in any position to do anything about the deep state when you really look at it.
No. Oh my God.
But it's a good line. And Alex Jones, whatever happened to him with the lawsuit that he was, dodging and avoiding?
My understanding is he lost it, and so owes money, but somebody's covering him. There was some multimillionaire who gave him many millions of dollars to help him with that. So again, deep state comes in to play here, and that's essentially this ever-present kind of feature when it comes to these shills. I pointed out to people earlier tonight. Now, it was just very bizarre, some of the synchronicities here that were completely unintended. One of them was with Brandon Young the other night, was on with us for a few minutes the night you were taking care of Paula and the airport responsibilities. By the way, before I approach that, I do want to thank T-Tank Barry in the chat room. I just want to make certain to do that while he's still with us. T-Tank Barry has been active all the while, talking with Viviana Sanchez, Nathan Brooks as well. Bless him for dropping in. And T. Tank Berry, was camped at Mount Shasta just this weekend. And so he's got some hobby property on Trinity Mountain in Shasta County. And in Shasta County, that's where he's got the hobby property so he can have a place to camp and hunt and ride ATVs and dirt bikes. So he's just starting to develop the Artisan Spring, approximately 160 acres. So amazing man there. And best luck to him. And hopefully he can invite Peter Moon up to his property when Peter Moon's over there. Perhaps. We'll see if Peter Moon makes it over there. And I have every...
Where is this?
He's got that in Shasta County. It's at Mount Trinity. Mount Trinity is where it's at. So, and this individual, T. Tank Berry, the way he's describing it, he owns a good deal of property on that mountain, so that he can just camp and dirt bike and stuff, do his hobbies up there, outdoor sports that. As far as I'm concerned, he can have them. I mean, if I had that property, I would trade it with him gladly for anything else, rather than having to maintain it. Such being said, some people are really into that. And oh, there we are. Viviana Sanchez is talking about starting a commune up there. Oh, my crew and my tribe. Yes. Oh, that's cute. At any rate,
Prepare for cold.
yes, yes. Such being said, yes, if you want to live like you're in the ice age, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care about global warming. It's the temperature still drops here at night. If I didn't have these two heating pads from Sammy Romero, I'd wake up dead. But such being said, when I was pointing out deep state or people involved with that, just as a segue to another point that I had brought up when we were talking about Viviana Sanchez's gang stalking, and 2 points, because people were asking me a lot about this other development along the side, collaterally. But one of them was that I pointed out to people who are just, if anyone's unconvinced that Jameson Reese, and this was a shuddery moment the other night when we brought Brandon Young on, and Brandon Young was somewhat into his cups by his own admission. And that's when his betrothed, his fiancée, brought up the fact that he was knocking back Jameson's, which I had never even heard of as a drink. Turns out it's some really upper class Irish whiskey or something that he was knocking back by that name. But that was shuddery. Such being said, they didn't intend that. That wasn't like a joke they were making, other than it was synchronous. But when it came to what we were speaking about tonight, and I was pointing out to people about the deep state, anyone who has any doubt that Jameson Reese was not working for the deep state, do bear in mind that he pointed out on record and stated right here on my program that he was basically gaming on a multi-$1,000 Taiwanese computer, which is called an ASUS. Now that's short for Pegasus. The real name is Pegasus Computers, which the Dietrich Artelect is officially employed by as a citizen of Taiwan. So this is how the Dietrich Artelect is recognized as a legitimate citizen and has gainful employment, and it's with the ASUS Corporation. But like I said, that's short for Pegasus, and the Pegasus Corporation produces some of the best gaming computers in the world. So these are thousands and thousands of dollars, and Jameson Reese had purchased one. And bear in mind, this is a person who's on welfare and lives in his mother's basement and does not work, and is indeed on welfare because he's considered too psychotic to be employable. So yeah, he's gaming on a multi-$1,000 Taiwanese computer that's produced by the company the Dietrich Artelect works for. So that's, if anyone doesn't believe he's working for the deep state, you're out of your mind. So he was obviously assigned, as were so many others, and that would include Salman Sheikh, who was, of course, dispatched, as he said, by his guru in Australia, Stephen Outram. And so it just goes back to the same people over again. So when you hear about Randy Allen Kramer and Q and James Rink and know the history behind them that obviously I personally worked with, Laurie and Ann Fenton being tossed upon me as soon as I became a whistleblower. And then we deal with some of the frustrations like I was talking about. And I do want to present this to Peter Moon, and he can analyze this via his Scientology. And Viviana Sanchez said it best. She said it's very manipulative. But basically, Penny Bradley was getting increasingly standoffish with myself, and that was, fine. But at the same time, she obviously was, whenever our man George Knight was putting up one of his portfolios on the Thousand Year Reich in Exile, she'd jump right on that and talk about what she feels are her experiences and the like. But as I said in the past, I got up one morning, same time she did, which morning for her and I was basically about 5 in the afternoon, and we're on the same time zone. We're in the same state. So she was saying I just got up, drinking my coffee, and I was saying, oh, that's wonderful, because I had just opened up the computer. And then she starts saying how horribly I treated her and that I'd been abusive and that she left my shows crying. Of course, I was aghast. I was flabbergasted. And so she felt that I was making fun of her all these times I brought her on. It was preposterous as far as I was concerned. But when she tried to articulate it, she continually kept saying that I was saying she was delusional, which I've never said. And so when she blocked myself, so everybody knows this again, on the Facebook timeline, and I asked her soulmate, her lifetime partner, basically the man who's functionally her common law husband, Lou Reese, exactly what was going on. Then he says, "Oh, what do you expect? You say she's delusional and you make disparaging comments about her that people have sent her in Messenger," which, of course, I've never made anything disparaging about her in terms of commentary, other than to say the way I handle her information is to interpret it as cascade memories, which many other people have had. Max Spears, James Casbolt. This is a part and parcel of the whole super soldier, read super victim phenomenon. And what I see her as is a victim, a person who's been victimized. And as she said, abducted as a child. And so many people are victimized and pumped full of cascade memories, and they may seem quite real. When I bring this up, it's to add context of victimization to her life, which apparently she doesn't want. So she basically says,
that's the key point.
yeah, yeah,
Doesn't want. And I want to say something about that. Penny's a nice lady, and she really is, and she's trying. But, and I'm not referring to her specifically, but there's a certain, I guess what you call acid test, and I'm not referring to LSD, an acid test where certain things don't pass muster. In other words, especially when you get into the field of the paranormal and ETs and this sort of thing, like how do you reference it to this domain? Now, one of the problems is scientists can take something like Qigong and try and study it, and they'll never figure it out.
yeah,
Because we're not playing anal retentive, physicality. But by the same time, you can't disrespect the physicality. You can't disrespect everybody's viewpoint. And this is the problem that people have who have too much paranormal or excessive paranormal phenomena. They begin to not only not respect the physical references, but the other people who are willing to understand them. And they become non-understandable. So this was L. Ron Hubbard really helped me understand something. And it's not like his personal pointing to me. It was in his bulletins, which he wrote. He wrote about the nature of psychosis. And he said, one of the aspects, he wrote many things about psychosis, but he says psychosis is basically an unwillingness to duplicate or an unwillingness to be duplicated. Now, I don't know if that makes any sense to the average listener, but I will explain it. What is an unwillingness to duplicate? I've caught people in this. Okay, they see reality for what it is, but they deny reality for what it is, and they'll start talking their shit. They'll just start talking, and you'll say, wait, but this is what other people think, and this is the way this is, and they'll just keep talking. And I once caught a woman that I knew who had severe issues, institutionalized and whatnot. And I began to call her on it. I said, you see things the way they are, so to speak, the way people think they are, but you're not admitting it. And she just stopped. She brightened up. She looked at me like, oh boy, I caught her. I caught her with her pants down, metaphorically. She knew exactly what I was talking about. She admitted it in her eyes and in her head, and then she pulled it and denied it. All because this is the game she was playing. Very intelligent person playing the game. Like they'll sometimes show this in a movie, particularly old ones, of somebody who's in an institution, and they're pretending they're Abraham Lincoln. They talk like Lincoln. They have a beard like Lincoln. They wear a hat like Lincoln, and they are emulating Abraham Lincoln. And they're pretending they're not anybody but Lincoln. They know damn well they're not Lincoln, but they're pretending to be Lincoln. And they will do everything they can to be Lincoln. So they're not duplicating the environment around them. They're not playing the game. And the reason they're not playing the game is because playing the game didn't work for them. They failed to play the game. They couldn't play the game. They didn't want to play the game. Whatever their personal issue is, they didn't want to play the game of quote unquote realities. They don't play. That's one example of an unwillingness to duplicate the circumstances. The other one is an unwillingness to be duplicated, to where you figure them out. You figure somebody out. They don't want to be figured out. They try and become elusive. They try and be mysterious and intriguing, and not in the sense of a cavalier hero in a movie or something like that. Not like that. Not like a mystery man, but they try to be, or they can't be understood, and they'll make a spectacle of themselves, generally in a very offensive way. So when you have people, so it's like how can you duplicate some of the things that people say, like the claims people make? This is an unwillingness to be duplicated. Say, okay, you've got this machine, it does this, it does that. Rather, these tachyon beams that do all the healing. And you can't understand it. And they're playing a game of you can't understand them. And the more they can play that, the more they can get away with it. And there comes a certain point where you just see a person is playing a game where they cannot be duplicated, they cannot be communicated to, they cannot be understood. And they're running something on you that is just not understandable. And if you continue to play along with it, eventually somebody will just tune them out. This is what happens. And it's that simple. And in a case like Penny's, her stuff is very personal and very subjective. And some people will be able to identify with it, but they won't necessarily be able to correlate it so that John Q. Normal can understand it. And that can lead to disrespecting John Q. Normal's references. And I'm not just talking about an anal retentive John Q. Normal. It's like I have to write or pander to what John Q. Public is going to be able to understand. And I have to respect John Q. Normal. Unless I'm doing a advanced book or something, which he shouldn't be reading anyway.
Right.
If it's for an initiated audience, then it's different.
Yes. It's very similar to art. Someone just can't say that I'm a great artist, but nobody appreciates me because they're not worthy of appreciating me. At some point, you have to make the, shall we say, the discernment, the judgment call that unless someone is successful by society standards in general as an artist, then we can say, well, this person is appreciated by the general public as producing art that the general public appreciates. We can say that that person is an artist in the sense that they are catering to something the public receives, that the public is open to. If some artist, say Van Gogh, who never sold a painting in his entire life, and then his art is later considered some of the greatest in the world after his death, then yes, you have these cases of just tragic non-recognition while a person is alive. And the great tragedy is that greatness is not guaranteed recognition. There is probably written pieces by Mozart that are rotting in cabinets that were built at the time that he was alive that will never see the light of day. This is these are like part of the risks, some of the horrors of being human. But what it really was everything that Peter says being taken into account. When Penny Bradley, all these people writing me and asking me what's going on between the two of you. I mean, as far as I was concerned, there was nothing. I could not see myself as doing anything wrong. I brought her on, and in a sense, it was exploitive. I mean, we all do things for selfish reasons. It was exploitive because
Somebody might be stirring her up, though.
a lot of people apparently are, and it's probably the gang stalkers are writing her. But what disappoints me is that she would believe that you know, if she believes that I'm saying things about her without checking with myself, then what does that tell us? One time, Laura,
but she's very challenged. You know, she's got a lot of challenges, so she could be susceptible and vulnerable to that, perhaps, but more than most people, and they're playing off of that. I don't really know.
Understood.
But this could be cleaned up if it were important to be cleaned up. I don't know. That's at your discretion.
Oh yeah, it's one of those things that I'm open to it. We'll see what happens. I'm voicing it simply because I want people to know I have a stance on this. I think that's important. These things are best left. You can't just ignore them because it just gets worse. If nothing comes of it, then I'm fine with that too. But I do want my stance to be stated. One of the things that her husband, I call him such, Lou Reist, who surprisingly is still connected on my Facebook, and he has not blocked me, at least not yet. And
Has she blocked you?
Oh, she blocked me, yes. And this was like, and I'll get to the point with what she said on one of the posts that was put up by George Knight, and that you know, just before she blocked me, which I thought was, you know, I think it needs to be said. It's something that needs to be brought up there because I think it was probably the most offensive thing that she said, though I handled it with just, you know, putting a little teary-eyed face as a response. I didn't know how else to respond to it, but basically, so like her husband, shall we say, Lou Reist, her common law husband says, you know, what'd you expect? You tell your audience she's delusional and make other disparaging comments about her that people have sent her in Messenger. Obviously, that's quite suspect. And it hurt and pissed her off. And then she feels that she was being used for her audience numbers. Now that's a little narcissistic there because, you know, I brought her on basically because I didn't want JMO alone screaming his lungs out about he wants everybody dead. So she acted as kind of a balance for that, and he would talk to her about magic all the time. And then when I would come back, you know, sometimes the numbers would be down, sometimes they would be maintained, and maybe towards the end of it, when she was able to develop more of a chemistry with him, then the numbers would be even up a little bit, you know, and I complimented on them on that when that happened. But she never changed the ratings in any strategic sense on my channel because her listeners are listening for something else completely. Her listeners listen to her to hear about the Dracos, to hear about Andromeda. They're not going to come here to hear when I call her at night because I knew she was generally a night person and up, to hear her bouncing off of some crazed individual about the finer points of magic. So it wasn't anything that transfer. Her audience and mine do not transfer. They're totally different creatures. So that's a little narcissistic on her part. And then when she did what she did, when our man George Knight published a portfolio of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, and he does this. He'll publish a bunch of these new photos of footage of various UFOs, and then she'll jump right on that, and then she'll start outlining her personal experiences, like or certainly what she believes to be. I flew one of these, so I was giving her a little thumbs up, and then she writes, but Douglas Dietrich doesn't believe anything I said because Aquino told him I was delusional. And all I could put was a teary-eyed face on that as an emoji, because I don't want to get into some stupid argument. But I mean, really? I mean, I didn't even hear about her until I was introduced to her from Peter Moon. It's not like I was ever told
So she's making stuff up that Aquino said this
Thank
stuff.
you.
Right, well, see, there's another thing here, though, at work. And that's like, why... Like, I'm personally reluctant to share my own experiences. I mean, not obviously, I do share some of my experiences, but they're kind of anecdotal,
right.
And either ostensibly true or certainly ostensibly true to me, and they don't stretch the credibility.
I believe I understand what you're saying. That you've had some fairly deep paranormal experiences that you're not sharing.
Yeah, but I contextualize them in such a way that, wow, they're my experiences. I'm not saying that I'm flying a spacecraft. If I did, I might say I never, if I did, it would have been in some sort of weird regression. But not, and I would contextualize it that. I never say that, I was flying a ship, because if I did, I just never recall having an experience like that. But if I did, I realize I would be offending the reasonable sensibility of a great number of human beings. There are other human beings that could care less about whether they would not be offended by that. They'd be too ready to believe it or accept it.
Right.
So this is another L. Ron Hubbardism, and I've seen it elsewhere, but I saw it from him first. There are three universes. There's your own universe, your own subjective universe. There's the subjective universe of the person or persons you're talking to, addressing, and then there's the collective of everybody's viewpoint. And you have to have all three of those in sync. You have to, okay, so this, if everybody is saying everybody should be getting COVID shots, everybody should be getting COVID shots. And it doesn't mean I should get them because everybody's doing it. I should also believe it from my own subjectivity, or vice versa. Nobody's getting COVID shots, but I need one because I'm the only one smart enough to need one, whatever it is. And then the other person, and then the person you're talking to, these all have to be in line. And now where that would really, a truth like that would bear itself in honest statistics and empirical data that is actually objective and honest, which is challenging in and of itself. I'm not here to make a comment on any of that, but just saying is objectively, like, did people go to the moon? Okay. You can evaluate all that data. It has to be ultimately true in all perspectives. And there's been so much doubt cast upon that. You'd have to actually satisfy everybody's inkling, you'd have to have all it laid out. Yes. Yeah. It's a really tough job when you get down into the science of that too, which is another story we won't go into.
Right.
Yeah. It's reasonable to assume that they went to the moon. But there's a book called Moongate that was written far before any of this stuff came out. It was the first book that was actually picking things apart based upon NASA's own articles. And it had to do with distance, atmosphere. Most of the stuff about where the astronauts on the moon was more about questions. was more questioning. But anyway,
Yeah. So
something has to be true in everybody's worlds for it to be true and discussable. Otherwise, you're going to offend some people or disregard other people. Anyway, what were you going to say?
oh yeah, and there's a flattering element to this because it seems to matter to her so very much that I believe her. But I do want to put this into some context for people, is that people in our position, which is whether it's Viviana Sanchez with the gang stalking she experienced in her own life, that thank the gods of my ancestors came to a stop for her when she seemed to move into an area that seemed to have a better resonance. She perhaps before was in kind of a vortex or almost a maelstrom. There's certain areas that are just negative areas, at least for certain people. Obviously, there was a lot that was going on, the way she described it, that was very measurable, but that's for another time. But when it came to Penny Bradley and what she's expressed to me, then I did my best to, and as some people have said, maybe I can be dismissive at times and not even be cognizant of it. But honestly, that's a lot different from coming out and just saying someone's delusional. Now, she insists I said that, which I've never said at all, ever. And,
well,
yeah.
If she says you said it and you didn't say it, then she would indeed be delusional.
Thank you. That's my
by
yeah.
definition.
Thank you.
If that's the case.
Yeah, and that's a hard thing for me to say. I didn't want to say that.
Well, you can't say that to her, but the thing is that puts you in a funny position because it's almost like if that were true, it would be her own statement. If that were true, it would be her own statement that she's delusional.
Thank you. And she has said that on record here. She'd say that you think I'm delusional. You're saying, and I said, no, I am not saying that. But, that being what it is, because it is what it is, and you've said it just right, in a sense, that in and of itself, even to separate everything else that she says, that at least we can say is a delusion. Her delusion is that I keep saying she's delusional, which I've never said. Now, had a similar thing with Laura Eisenhower, who one time wrote on Facebook publicly, Douglas Dietrich, you say that my grandfather, I believe she thinks Eisenhower was her grandfather, yes? She said that Eisenhower was not my grandfather. You can't prove that he's not. And that's when Daniel Arola wrote her. And by the way, Peggy Wood Amilal says, I remember her saying that. Yes, thank you. And then, at any rate, Daniel Arola responded to Laura Eisenhower saying, Douglas never said that. And after that, Laura Eisenhower, just kind of went away. And she's now my friend on Facebook. Not that this is
in other words, she accepted what he said.
She accepted what he said. And then now she's my friend on Facebook. So I don't even know if she consciously remembers that, which either way is fine by me. I mean, I've always liked her. And I do feel that she may well be a relative who the family is trying to disown. And there was a case that I know that to be the case with the son of that pilot, the man who flew across the Atlantic. Charles Lindbergh. Lindbergh, thank you. And but back to Penny, the other thing that came up was that, when she seems to insist that I take what she says and just say, I believe you, Penny. And what I'm trying to say to everyone is that people who are experiencing what we experience, especially someone like myself, and then people like Penny, and then people like Viviana, for whatever reason, if you're experiencing gang stalking and you have something that you're being gang stalked about, in my case, I know for a fact there's plenty of people who aren't going to believe me. And if they're just doing what they do in my life that I benefit from, then I don't need them to believe me. There's plenty of people that I'm happy to have in my life that don't believe what I say at all, and that's okay. It doesn't bother me. I don't understand why people just can't be comfortable with that not everyone's going to believe what you say. But you see, I'm different. In my case, I'm not out to prove something to others by what I experience. I don't need to because I know it happened. But when it comes to something like, say, for instance, like, here's a great example. Now, I'll bring this up to Peter Moon for his own entertainment and edification. He may even have some insights. I doubt they won't be technical in the but they might be technical in the Scientological sense or the analytical sense in that regard. But so I've got this cell phone, and this cell phone was given to me free by Medicare and Medi-Cal. And it's because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, I get this free cell phone. Now, Peter Moon's got one. And he's got probably the same type of phone that I've got, the cheapest piece of phone they can find. And it's a piece of crap. And this thing, people call me, and I cannot answer people at all. Then I found out I have to be looking at it. In other words, if I have a telephonic appointment at least, and I'm expecting a call, I cannot have the screen off. I have to have the screen on. And then if I'm looking through news stories, then when they call, then it appears in a different format where you either accept or decline the call, and then the button seems to work. So that's a little trick. From now on, when I have a telephonic appointment, I have to do that. But the horror is that when you're calling cold and I'm not expecting it, I can't answer it. That being said, when I took it into the pawn shop the other day, because what happened when I was trying to claw at it to answer it during one of those cold calls the other day, I wound up knocking my text off the screen and it went way into the storage. And there's this gay guy at the pawn shop, and the big Jewish owner who owns the pawn shop, he knows me from the days when my mother was alive. And so I go in there and I ask the gay guy who works for him, who knows all about cell phones. I mean, a lot about cell phones. And has his own cell phone that he purchased as a gift to himself when he thought he was going to die. Turned out it was a misdiagnosis, and he was quite healthy, but the doctors gave him the wrong diagnosis from another patient. But anyhow, when he found out he was going to live, he bought himself this super cell phone, which is like a miniature hardware store or something. But anyhow, so when I showed him my cell phone, and he helped me get the text back where it should be, and then I told him about the problem with receiving calls, he said, let's try and call you here from my cell phone to yours. And so he loads the right number. Now, we know this because this is what we said. We said we don't want to do this twice. Let's make certain we load in the right number. So he loaded in the right number to my cell phone, number for number. We this is it, cross-reference. So we know he entered the right number. And when he called me, some white guy answering service answers. It's not a generic answering service. It's some white guy's private service. It's like, hi, leave a message. And that's what he got when he called my number. And that is one of my stalkers who filters all my phone calls. And
Douglas, you're saying that somebody was able to put a recording, one of your stalkers, and say, hey, leave a message?
Yeah, on my number. They get all my calls first. My calls take days to reach me because they go through this person first, who filters all my calls, which means I probably don't get any number of calls at all. But when this guy, the answering service came on, the gay guy just shut it off, and he just said, that's impossible. And I said, dude, I'm a government whistleblower. I said, this is a phone given to me for free by a social program. And he says, but no one could do that unless they took your SIM card out and rearranged it on your SIM card within the phone for it to do that. And I said, dude, what do you think the government does? And he said, with the evidence in front of his eyes, and this is just like the time a nurse saw my dad sitting in front of her with purple eyes. And we asked her about, my dad's purple eyes. And she said, well, those are contact lenses. And we said, no, those aren't contact lenses. My dad saying these are my eyes. And she says, there's no such thing as purple eyes. It turns out it's called Alexandria's Genesis. But the medical industrial complex denies that it exists. So here's this guy, and I don't hate him for it. But when I said to him, what do you mean it's impossible? Technologically, you've just seen what happened. You called me, and it goes to someone else's answering service. And he says, oh, they'd have to take out your SIM card to do that. And I said, of course, that's what they did. And he said, they can't do that. And I said, why? He said, because it's illegal. And I said, are you fucking kidding me? Do you think they fucking care? I said, he said, if you're a government whistleblower, you're protected by the Government Whistleblowers Act. And I just looked up.
Okay. Well, this is so naive.
Yes, I said, you are naive. I said, they don't care about that. But anyhow, he said, I won't talk about it. Let's try this again. He entered the number again, and this time what happened was it just kept ringing and ringing, but my phone didn't ring. In other words, it rang at his end. He says it's trying to ring. There's like this sound where he knows that it's trying to go through, but it didn't go through to my phone. So with the second call, it didn't even go through to the phone. So he said to me, he said, the only thing you can do is to take out this SIM card, get all the information out of it, put it in storage on a computer hard drive, burn the SIM card clean because somebody's programmed something into it. And I said, well, then you're confirming what I'm saying. He said, no, I'm not. I refuse to believe that. He said, somehow it happened, but I'm not going to acknowledge it's the government because that would it would destroy his faith in society, essentially. And I'm thinking, oh, well, like, I don't care. I said, can you do it? And he said, we'd have to make an appointment for after work because this will take hours. He said, I'd have to take your stuff out, put it in a hard drive, then burn this clean, and then load it back in. And he said, we'd have to make a special appointment for that. So I said, okay. He said, first contact Insurance Wireless. And I told him that nothing will happen with that. They won't even find anything on the records. But then here's the other clincher. Then after that, when I was keeping the phone on, because I always keep it on when I'm outside in case I need to call 911. And I kept the phone on. I was doing a bunch of other crap. I had to buy checks. Oh, yeah, my Veterans Group Life Insurance, $1,000. Had to buy that. And all this other shit. So when I, got all that taken care of, so my veterans insurance is taken care of for the year, made out to Judith Ager, who won't even give me the fucking time of day. And by her demand, no less, that it's made out to her. What a bitch. Anyhow, so for all that being said, when it came to the ringing of the phone, after that, the phone went crazy. It was like ringing nonstop. And it was like different things. Most of it was probably notifications, like a single note tone for like incoming news stories or something. But there was definitely one phone call. And when I got home and I looked at it, it said voicemail. So I had something on the voicemail. And basically when I checked the voicemail, it's the same motherfucker, the stalker who gets my calls. He's calling me. But that doesn't make any sense because the person who was calling him was the gay guy on his phone. So the gay guy's trying to call my phone on his phone. The guy should get that guy's number and be calling him back. But he calls me and he says, hey, I got a call, but I don't know. And then he realized, oh shit, it's Douglas Dietrich. And then he hung up. I mean, this was like, I'm so disgusted with these people. And you can only keep like so many answers on the stupid answering service before they overload. So you've got to delete them in time anyway. I was just thinking how revolted I was. I deleted it, but the permanent record is his number. His number is still on the incoming calls list, which stays there effectively until you get a new phone. So that thing goes back years. And so depending on how long you have the phone, I haven't had that phone that long, but it goes back at least 2 years. So when I looked at it, his number there is a 650 area code, which is the same area code, San Bruno, as my medical cosmetologist, which makes perfect sense. And San Bruno used to be where the government records building was. The big government records facility used to be San Bruno, California. That was a national level government records facility, was at San Bruno, California. So he's got a zip code in San Bruno. And, I can give you the whole number, and people can look it up just to fuck this guy over. Spend all day calling him, fuck his ass up. But, and the funny thing is they'll complain that that's terrorism. They'll call the police and claim Douglas Dietrich is harassing him and shit by getting his audience to do that. But let me look the number up anyway while the phone takes forever to turn on. But anyhow, so there you go. The guy calls me up, says, hey, I got a call from this number I don't know. And there's, oh, shit. And then hangs up. But his number's left there as a hint. So that's like, so obviously someone controls all my incoming calls, which I always knew. I always knew every call I made was always listened to and filtered and all the rest of that. And yet, okay, so the gay guy who's working with my cell phone and sees the evidence in front of his eyes, he believes what he's seeing technically, but he refuses to accept the reason why it's happening, because that would imply his government is corrupt and that at that point would probably scare him to death, because he's a vulnerable gay guy, and if his government is that corrupt, then he's vulnerable to anything.
That tells me that because he's gay,
yeah,
and there are so many rules and regulations and media about treating gay people fairly,
yeah,
that he thinks the government is on his side.
Thank you. Yes.
It's not on his side.
Thank you. Thank
that
you.
that agenda is not there to help gay people. It's there to mess with straight people.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you.
not that gays shouldn't be protected. I'm not saying that, but it's not there to help gay people. It's there to mess with straight people.
Yes.
Mess with people in general.
Yes.
But that could
yeah.
lead one to think that the government's good. The government is going to help us. The government's going to take away our guns. It's going to protect us all.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, the government is exploiting gays as a battering ram to fuck everyone else. Yes.
Yeah. And the funny thing is liberals are always about this projection that the government is good and protective. And conservatives never trust the government.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just goes back. And then you have the Third Reich, who didn't trust the government and created their own government. Created their own government.
There we are. And so this number is 650-417-9099. People can look that up and see what you find out. 1650-417-9099. 650-417-9099. And so that's the source of this guy who's getting my calls. And so obviously this is something that, and the gay guy did bring up the government can track you wherever you go with his phone, meaning whoever handed this to you can do that. And he still said that without a belief that the government was somehow doing that. In other words, he was saying that it's technically possible, but he refused to believe that that's what they were doing, which I said, I know they're doing that, but I don't care. And if they lost track of me is when they'd go apeshit and really start panicking and doing stupid things. But when it comes to this whole situation, this is something where here's an example of someone who doesn't believe me. And so what I can't understand is why people can't just roll with that. There's going to be all kinds of people who just don't believe you, and you just have to keep doing what you're doing, and it doesn't make you any less a person. And so with Penny Bradley, she's got to get over it. I mean, I don't have to believe what she's saying, and just the fact that I may not accept what she's saying doesn't mean that I think she's delusional in the sense that she's expressing it. So, that's my stance on what happened with her. Hopefully things change and she's willing to talk again. At least her common law husband is willing to speak to me once in a while, I guess. Either way, I'm fine with it, however way it works out. But I do find the timing disturbing. I find it disturbing that she would choose the time when everything is roiling with everyone else, that she decides she's going to cut now. So that is kind of suspect. The timing is suspect. Why now? During this time when you've got all the crazies with their Mad Hatter's Tea Party producing videos every day, character assassinating myself and Peter Moon as quote unquote my handler, which Peter Moon can address easily. It's like Peter Moon can tell you I'm far too much to handle, or perhaps that I don't need to be handled because I'm like a cell phone and I'm just in bed all day until I'm needed, or he can say whatever he wishes. But my gang brother Beaver compares me to a cell phone, says I'm just lying on recharge until I'm needed. And as for Peter Moon, he'd probably tell you he has no interest in handling myself because the time and energy invested in that would just be too much with everything else.
When people say handler, what they're kind of alluding to is that one has a hidden hand and influence or control over. And I think, and it's just, it's just the way they perceive something. And I do have an influence on you to the degree that, we're collaborating or we have collaborated. Yeah. That's an influence. It's not a handle. It's like, but people project all sorts of stupid things, which is it's what they do.
Yes.
There's all sorts of stupidity. The other thing I would, not that you're a stranger to this, but from my own experience of notoriety or fame, it's a very double-edged sword, because I've had, I'm kind of in this position right now where I'm kind of, I've been around for so long, and I have X amount of goodwill out there from being around so long, and many people who've enjoyed my books, obviously they have, the ones I've published or written, because they keep buying them. So there's definitely a certain amount of goodwill. And then there's periods where I've gone around, I've heard personal friends of mine, and from many different ones, say, God, people can't stand you. Oh, you should hear the things they say about you. Oh, God, all these things you've done to women, all these things you've done to your collaborators. Oh, all the bad deals. I mean, they're making stuff up. I don't even know what they're talking about. I have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, man, he was involved in all those experiments. It's like they don't know what they're talking about. And then I'd be told that the name could it triggers the Montauk stuff, it triggers their own issues. So, good days or bad days. And I think the one character from who had a considerable, one of the most famous people in the country when I grew up was baseball player that you've probably all heard of, Mickey Mantle.
Right.
And I was a big Mickey Mantle fan, and but he was always booed severely because he was never quite good enough.
Wow.
He was never quite good enough. He was great, but he wasn't good enough. And he was booed because he was supposed to take Joe DiMaggio's place, which he did. And then for about 10 years, he was booed. And then in 1961, first year I followed baseball in the second grade, because I could now read the paper, they had the great home run race with him and Roger Maris. And Roger Maris was hitting, but because he was fairly new to the Yankees, they would, all of a sudden they started rooting for Mickey Mantle because Roger Maris was the outsider. I don't know that they booed Roger Maris, but they cheered Mickey Mantle because he was theirs. They wanted him. So all of a sudden, and he said this, I've heard him say this, I've also read it, all the boos turned to cheers. He became the favorite guy.
Wow.
And is now considered, for the last 8 years of his career, was loved. But the first 10, not so much. So it's like, why? Because he was a known name and he was theirs. They could relate to him. It's just like it switched. Boom. And that can happen with anybody. Richard Nixon, 1960, loses the presidential election. Now, as a 7-year-old, I was a Nixon supporter. Not that I knew anything about it, because he was from California, where I was from.
Right.
And Kennedy put down California.
That's right.
He put down, and he spoke funny. He sounded funny, and I thought he looked funny. Although I didn't think Nixon looked good, but I thought Kennedy looked funny at the time.
Yes.
I would modify my position now.
Understood.
But and he sounded funny, and he sounded like a spoiled little rich kid. And then in 1962, so Nixon lost, and then in 1962 he ran for governor, and I rooted for him to win governor. I was 9 years old. He lost, and then he went and made his famous speech. You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore. And he then reappears in 1968 at the Republican convention, and all of a sudden he's the favorite. And RFK has been shot, Robert Kennedy, and Nixon becomes president. It was like, wow, he was the most unpopular man. But what he actually did, he was very smart. The reason he won is because he went down to the South, and I think he kissed the ass, metaphorically, and glad-handed all the Southern Democrats.
Yes.
So he knew his politics. He knew the South. He knew the politics. He also went back and worked for PepsiCo, and he connected with the people on the East Coast and the Rockefeller people. And he knew his politics. So he made friends with the powerful people, and he wooed the Southern Democrats, pandered to their racism without being openly racist himself. And he won. He beat Humphrey. Yeah. So, it's like popularity is very weird. It can switch. It's fickle. It's fickle. And it has nothing to do necessarily with who you are, Douglas.
Right.
And people are going to be reluctant or unable to understand you because you're very unique culturally, that alone.
Yes.
And it's just the average person is not capable of processing who you are, whether it's not trust the government. People have all of these beliefs. Now we live in a world where people don't trust the government. Yeah. There's never been more distrust of the government. And the government, and then there's all this different media and the alternative media. It's so confusing.
It is.
It's so confusing. And so, what is it? What does it matter anyway? It's weird. So, and all of this stuff could change in a heartbeat. You could see, now I'm not saying this will happen, but let's say we got a spot on cable that everybody was watching. Let's just really stretch it and say, imagine the History Channel.
Right.
And they're actually portraying your work fairly, or something similar to the History Channel. And they're portraying your work fairly, and they're giving it a fair shot, and they're interviewing you. You would be surprised at all of your current naysayers who would point to it and say, I know that guy. Yeah, I remember when he was right about that. And they'd be glad-handing you. Maybe not to your face, but they'd be bragging about the fact that they knew this stuff 10, 20 years ago.
It's amazing how people are, yes.
And they'd actually kind of like you if you had your own show and you were doing it, and they'd have an X amount of respect for you that they didn't have or are not giving you now. Why? Because it's on the TV.
Yes.
Because the TV is their God,
yes.
Is their authority.
It used to be in the old days, it was seeing it in print. In the old days, seeing something in print was what validated something. It made it seem much more real than even appearing on TV. That's the way it used to be. But these days...
Well, it does. And as they say, the printed word does have its own power.
Yeah.
And your book is out there. It is printed. It is out there. And it's like we have to consider what Bruce Lee so famously quoted, be like water.
Yes.
Be like water. Yes. And the book is out there like water, and water moves slowly. I think one of the main problems with your book, our book, is that people can't take it and rip it off.
Right.
It's not a very easy, you can't take the content matter and run with it. Because if they run with it, they have to carry the whole package.
Yeah.
And it's too hard for them to do.
It's true. Yes.
They can't take,
They can't cherry pick it. Yeah.
Yeah. And they can't, I know people, I'd see people take the Montauk stuff when it came out and they'd write about it. They put it on the internet or just pieces of it. They weren't doing any damage. And and brag about it, or talk about it and brag about it. And that's not happening with your book, because it's kind of complex. It's kind of thorough, requires
Yes.
a lot of thoroughness. It's even hard. It would even be hard to somebody relay at a dinner table
Yes.
conversation.
That's right.
And it's unwieldy for me to even talk about it in too much. I can summarize it, but it's not like I'm giving it due justice. It's because you can only say so much. It really requires reading. So, you know, and then when we start discussing the unfortunate discernibility of human beings, the unfortunate circumstances by which people cannot discern,
Yes.
this puts us into the realm of Joseph Goebbels, where you have to, his laws of public relations. You repeat the information, and then it becomes propaganda to circulate information. And it becomes just clear out propaganda is the way you get an idea across. The problem with that is that the idea can be faulty or wrong, but you follow the laws of propaganda. And you get, if you started, if you could just imagine Tucker Carlson and the CNN people and the Fox people and all the other people started giving your stuff a fair shot and discussing it, it would all be believed. But it's not being believed because it's true. It's being believed because it's being given credence and credibility by mentioning it.
Yes.
You see, this is the funny thing. It's like you give an idea life by airing it, and giving it life. So this is the problem. It's like, what are you giving life to? And, when we watch the news, for the last few years, if not even before, it even goes back to the Bush and Cheney stuff. Everything, most of what you're getting is opinion and prejudice in the narrative. There's so much opinion and prejudice in the narrative that the narrative becomes suspect, if not utterly worthless.
Yes.
On either side.
Yeah.
It's not objective news. We're going to tell you this. The war is good. We got it. We're not going to call French fries anymore. They're freedom fries. Because the French are bad, because the French have, allowed terrorists or whatever. And it's all the Republican pro-war prejudice of the 2000s.
Right.
Was horrific.
Yes.
Absolutely horrific. And so, ever since, it's just this prejudicial nonsense of a narrative.
Yeah.
So this is what we get. We don't get
straight news. No, we get
journalism. There's no
Yes.
journalism.
Yes.
It's I think this way, so this is how I'm reporting. Those who don't, and they'll disparage the people who think the other way.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's like I'm on one side or the other. And it just is what it is. So, as they say, this would leave us with the proposition of, indulging in propaganda, not because we're evil, but because this is the mechanism to get the message across.
Right.
Of course.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Of course.
Go on. Finish what you're saying first. Of course.
Well, yeah. It's like, we've spoken about it enough times, and even some of the people who've taken your cause have then turned on you.
Yes.
People who promoted your cause have turned on you.
Yes.
Like, it makes no sense.
It does not. By the way, just as a kind of clarification here, one of the things that Peter Moon did because Peter Moon's basically a nice guy, was that when he was bringing up Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh that one time, he said, we do want to say that there is no evidence because of this obsession on the part of many people doing independent research and the QAnon conspiracists and so many on trying to find pedophilia out there in the world. Peter Moon was saying, yeah, there's no evidence that these two men are engaged in pedophilia. It's always, I think, I thought that was just too nice a thing to say because we really don't know that, especially when it comes to Salman Sheikh, because we are talking about somebody who was continually hanging out inside of a children's playground and was buying buckets of ice cream with taster spoons so he could pass it around. So that's kind of like, and kept calling himself all over Facebook Uncle Sal, like he was everybody's uncle, which, is common. We don't know what that guy's doing. So certainly when somebody is doing what he's doing now, which is basically organizing a nonstop terror campaign against myself, and that's what it is, he's basically terrorizing me. He is someone who bears looking into. So whatever the authorities want to look into concerning him, they should look into it because he bears investigating. It's what it is. That being said, I do want people to know that everything has been very helpful with everyone's contributions. I couldn't have made it through last month without it. Was able to pay the renewal for the life insurance. Now I have to get my Google Plus back on board to retain all the storage space that I use, which is much more than your average person. So I do need people to put at least $250 into the PayPal for this month. So if we could just get $250 into the PayPal, 20 to 25 bucks. That will help immensely. And it was just this, oh, God, what a nightmare. Had to get the money into the bank account so I could buy a money order for rent and for that stupid life insurance which is basically the only paperwork I've got proving I'm a veteran. By the way, our man George Knight did write to one of these record keepers with the Department of Defense who said that they maintained no records for the civilian workers at who worked for the Department of Defense at the Presidio military base. It's effectively how he answered George Knight. So that means that whoever's cooking up so-called records saying I'm this and that, they're forging them. So there you have that. Our man George Knight can refer to that later more directly and in more detail. But essentially, it's what we clarified with Gary States once when he was on our program at Revolution Radio. All of these documents produced by these people are forged. You can't go by the gang stalkers, and look at who they are. One of them is some guy I'd never even recognized. He looked like somebody who'd been sleeping on the park bench that Salman Sheikh does his pull-ups at. He probably just paid him to come home with him and say some shit about me. So you're left with that quality of testimony. It just goes on and on. All such being said, it's not even entertaining. So we're here to provide you some real information, and certainly those people were here claiming they wanted to learn real information. One of the things George Knight can say, and he can bring this up with Peter Moon when they're both on at the same time one of these days, George Knight had actually jumped onto a call one time when he was just jumped back onto a call, Peter Moon style. Neither Jameson Reese nor I knew he was on it. He listened to several minutes while Jameson Reese was trying to get me to tell him how to work spells of mass destruction, which of course I never told him. And George Knight heard me telling him basically to fob off. But understand that there were people who were hanging out with me just for trying to get some hint as to whether or not they'd get a chance to pull the trigger on the Vox Arca. So... see it in that light. Not everybody who was here was hanging out for noble cause. So when Peter Moon, of course, has been he's involved with a lot that's going to take up a lot of his time in the summer, but we're glad to have him for what time he's able to spare with us, and hopefully things calm down as soon as summer is over, and you'll be able to join us more regularly again. Does that look
I
possible?
think I'll be with you for most of the time until I go away,
Good.
and then when then I won't. When I go away, I won't really be available.
Understood.
But with regards to Salman, you make a very convincing case for
Thank you.
looking into these things further. I didn't realize all the stuff about the playground and the ice cream. I mean, because I don't really know that much, but it certainly, makes a, I wasn't being nice. I was just trying to be fair.
Understood.
And because, I don't really know. And when you say this stuff, I'll never forget one time we're playing football and this at the park, and this one guy came. There was somebody coming around with some sort of ice cream thing, but it wasn't a regular ice cream truck. I don't know what it was, and one of the guys I play with says that he just said, "Damn pedophile, damn pedophile."
Wow.
It was like he had some sort of reaction to this guy. And I said I wasn't paying attention to it. I don't like ice cream men.
Right.
Because I don't like ice cream.
Right.
I make my own ice cream. I don't like all the sugar they put in the ice cream. I can make better ice cream. So I don't like the ice cream industry. I don't like Ben and Jerry's. I think they can stick their stuff up their ass.
It's sugarized snot. Yes, go on.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of crap. And the funny thing is, you don't need sugar to make good ice cream. You really don't.
Yeah.
But be that as it may, and they promote themselves as so holistic.
Yes.
But
yes. And they're serving shit. They're serving sugarized shit, and they're telling you they're pro-environment. Go on.
Yeah. So anyway, the whole sugar thing is a whole other problem.
So this guy must have been traumatized by some ice cream man molesting him as a child.
I wonder, or maybe I sniffed it out. I mean, he sniffed it out rather, but whatever. I kind of admired his comment actually, but be that as it may, with what your suspicions are.
Yes, thank you.
And it would seem, when you put all the data together, it all makes sense. Tracing back to Stephen Outram,
yes,
it all makes sense. And what else would one expect?
Thank you.
But this is like lining up the demons from hell to purgatory.
Yes.
They're all like kind of lined up, all the way to heaven. And at some point, the demons start to fade away, and you get to angels or something. And this is and actually, when I put that picture up, this is not Dante's Inferno I'm envisioning here. It might be more like a Hieronymus Bosch painting, but it wouldn't be as negative as those, where you've got the demons of hell moving into purgatory, and then it turns into the angelic realm and the heavenly host eventually kind of going up. And then, but see that picture is kind of the stuff of what magic is. You've got the negative, and then if you had this kind of circle or half circle going up from hell at the bottom, say at the South Pole, and then you got the demons coming up. When you get to the equator, it becomes angelic, and it goes all the way to the North Pole, and you got to go back down again. You make the circle, the Alpha and the Omega, and all of them are sitting there with all of their lightning bolts and harps and prayers and arrows and burning elements and atomic bombs. It's just the cacophony of life in all of this madness. But so this is certainly, this sort of negative pictures or negative characters come to play, because these are the players.
Yes.
Satan, if we talk about all this negative stuff that's going on in the world, all of the stuff that's resisting this truth, this negativity, it needs players. Like if you've got a baseball game, you need players to play the game. You need umpires. You need fans. But you got these players, and they got to play the game. And so you've got all these people in their roles, being their negative roles, executing their negative roles. And I was speaking to Douglas about this the other day privately. What we have on our side are all of those unfortunate souls that were killed by reason of the U.S. Army and the vaccinations done after the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yes.
And all the other souls that died at the behest of what the U.S. government did. And those souls, I likened it to the army in Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
The army of the dead that came to the rescue of Aragorn and helped subdue the Mordor people that in that battle that they had in the third Return of the King.
Yes.
It's like these people that died unjustly, they are still to be spoken for.
Yes.
And they are like, in the Asia, people respect the dead in ways that is not done in the United States. People are, like, we have Memorial Day. We just went through Memorial Day.
That's right.
But it's misguided, because they're not acknowledging all the dead people in the way that they died. They're acknowledging the dead who died in a certain context. It's a contextualized Memorial Day is the way. So people aren't really honoring what really happened. They're honoring Tom Hanks.
Yes.
And Private Ryan. They're honoring Private Ryan and John Wayne and all of that stuff. And in their own way, they're honoring Michael Aquino.
Yes.
It's right. Because they don't understand. They don't recognize what, I see posts on Facebook about how, all those soldiers that died to protect us. This is what people think. And it's very understandable that they think that, because they've been programmed to think that way.
Sad, isn't it?
It's weird. It's very weird. And of course, the more you get into what's truth, the weirder things get, the more alone you seem.
It's true. Yes. It's amazing. Truth really brings one into a lonely place. It's people are united in their love of the lie.
How did you feel when you were reading that stuff in the Presidio, in the reading all this stuff that you knew nobody knew nothing about? How did you you're fairly young, and you're reading this stuff, and you must have felt shocked. You probably, certainly interested and entertained on one level, and shocked on another. And did you talk to your parents about it?
Oh, of course, I spoke to my parents about it to a degree, and of course, they helped to put everything in context for myself. When I would speak about this to people who had relations who had lived through World War II. Most of those people who had relations that lived through World War II, especially those that served in the Pacific, would have they would say, "Oh, my relation, uncle, dad, whoever served through World War II, would have some memory to basically correspond with what you're saying that would put everything into context." Honestly, in one sense, what I saw just simply made me realize how alienated I was from everyone else. But then that was the norm anyway, in so many ways. There was, first off, the fact that because San Francisco was such an astonishingly openly gay city, and this resulted in so many, shall we say, bleedovers into the kind of culture we had in the schools and the yards. Teachers who had their own agenda with trying to redefine what's going on with gender orientation or identity. There was already that, where half the time I was cross dressing just to avoid getting raped going to and from school. Now, there was that time in the busing period when we were being bussed at incredibly early hours in the morning because they tried switching over to a permanent daylight saving time for a few years. And during that time, of course, I was just going there straight. At other times, when I was just going there as a girl, just to avoid the kind of gang rape that often happened, as it would in a prison, towards any effeminate looking boy, then I was just counted as, oh, okay, the girl in the corner, because they were looking at me from my Chinese name, Lin Yiping, and nobody really ever understood that to be a male name. And so they just thought of me as the girl that the kind of cool goth chick that people would sometimes approach in the schoolyard. So I already had that kind of aloof, removed kind
Oh,
of.
so in school, that people thought you were female at certain
In
times.
certain grade levels where we pulled that. It wasn't during the busing years because there really wasn't a point because we were going there to and fro in the bus, so there was no point.
Where were you going? Where were they busing you to?
Oh
It was
God, it was it was still within the city and county of San Francisco, but it was like at the other end of the city. It would be like they take you from one end of the city to the other. The idea was to integrate people into a rainbow kind of experience because they
I
felt.
know, but do you remember where it was? I mean, was it on the?
Oh
Was it?
God, Star King Elementary School was the what we were bused to. So Star King Elementary School was at the back ass end of San Francisco City and County. So I remember that. We called it Starkist. So Star King Elementary School was one. That's probably the only one I consciously remember. The bus. It wasn't that long an experiment. They didn't pull it off for too long because it was just untenable. But that was one. So that was where I was straight at school. By the way, people will probably see me in drag again because the dragon boat races are coming up on day after tomorrow. So I'll go back to black in terms of my hair color, go back to the Asian look. But in terms of, I was already kind of not part of the crowd anyway, and never looked at kids as really as playmates. But in terms of the fact that I was throughout my normal interaction with the public going around in drag, because honestly, whenever I went around as a boy, there were usually attempts at rape. And this is because whether men claim that they're straight or gay, there seems to be a need to dominate. And it was just, there was just so much more danger whenever I was walking around as a boy. It was just safer to have me go around as a girl and present myself as female because most of the time men, whether they claimed they were straight or gay, didn't want anything to do with me. Men are generally interested in dominating other men, which is why you get experiences like that guy who was triggered by the ice cream man. It's just so common that they try to impose themselves on younger men as this dominance trip where that's what they're really getting off on. That it becomes the primary thing to watch out for in a boy's development. If they're not, shall we say, big and hulking jock types. And this was, in a sense, a disappointment to my dad, who had always wanted a jock. But, one time I was bringing up that point to a nurse when we were caring for him and he was in the hospital. And the nurse said, yeah, my parents wanted me to be like a female jock, something like a cheerleader. And, I disappointed them there, but at least I'm able to take care of them now. Whereas all the jocks usually abandon their parents when their parents get old and weak. So I'm sure he understood that. But when it came to that already being the case, absorbing this information was like everything else in my life. It was like I was in a different universe anyway. The when I would speak to it to some people who were had possessed a modicum of sanity, rather than so many of the crazies at the Presidio base, any of the older guys who were just burned out and not too much of a threat of any sort, then I was able to get through to them some of what I was seeing, and they understood what I was talking about. Not that I was leaking any secrets, or but share with them certain elements of the pattern that was forming in my mind. And that's the thing that's really missing from history, is any historical context. So when it comes to what Peter Moon and I have done, what we've done is just so daring, so pioneering. It's very hard for people to accept, but it's definitely going to get its attention. And certainly when we follow up with the second book, then that's what the public will glom onto. And it's really the reason why Aquino may have returned, in terms of recorporealizing in Jameson Reese. Why the Mad Hatter's Tea Party of gang stalkers is trying to topple me now is they don't want that second book written. As bad as the first book was, and everything that went into the way of trying to make certain that never happened, this one is really got them in a panic. This is why you've got all these guys getting together, and I use that term guys pointedly. I mean, and they're all like just basically saying Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich have to be stopped, and these are their words. So that shows us the importance of our work. So the very fact that they validated everything I've ever said by showing up like cockroaches, all showing up at some picnic table, or I won't compare them to ants because ants are hard workers. These guys are like gnawing at the leftovers, and you've turned the light on, but they aren't scuttering. You know, it's like in a ghetto where the roaches are so bold and embrazened. They're just they're emboldened to the point where they don't scatter when the light comes on. This is them, and they're doing what they're doing.
That's a very good analogy.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know, the roach analogy.
Yeah.
And you know what roaches don't like are boric acid.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll eat them and they'll go back and die. By the way, Star King is more or less due south of you. Not that far from. If you go further south a little bit, you'll get to Hunter's Point. It's, you know, due south pretty much.
Holy shit. Well, it's south enough. I mean, and like you said, go a bit further south and you're in Hunter's Point. I mean, we were in, that's ghetto territory. Yeah. Holy shit.
I don't know if Star King is ghetto, because it gets more ghetto when you get up further south of 280. Okay. As I recall, I just don't, I don't know that spot. It might be halfway decent. I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet against it. I mean, was it supposed to be a nicer neighborhood?
I have no idea. When I was young, it was like we were off the bus and we were in the schoolyard and that was it. And we never explored any of the neighborhood surrounding us. It was just something that when we were done with school, which, lunchtime was in the school cafeteria. And then when we were done with school itself, we were bussed home. So there wasn't like I was hanging out anywhere in the neighborhood. So that was just also part of the reason why busing was so bizarre in experience. And ultimately, of course, enough parental protest went out in the world where it effectively stopped. And what a waste of gas and money and everything. And not only that, but it was also a real experience in just there was bullying in its own right on the bus, in the sense that we had a black bus driver, and the black bus driver would buy a huge box of donuts for the kids, and he would have that right by his side, so all the kids would come on the bus and they'd be able to grab the donuts. But it was just the biggest bullies, the gang members of the hardcore gang members that were even beyond Beaver and myself, meaning that they went to school armed. They weren't part of some underworld that was family oriented. These were more like street gangs. They would go to the front of the bus and they'd just take all the donuts. And so this went on every day. And then the bus driver would sometimes insist, no, the little people get some first, not the big ones. and that was interesting. He did his best, but it was just another example of the law of the jungle. So it was another exercise in that kind of enforcement of size and imposition of power just by sheer terrorism that became just indelible throughout my life. It's just what I saw. When I saw that, of course, happened at the Presidio, and the kinds of sheer abuse of other human beings. Those are the bodies that Peter Moon refers to as well, whether it's the haunting of these various souls who were lost in the Battle of Los Angeles, who are not honored on Memorial Day, that nobody's talking about them. These are the people whose voices are crying out for justice from the other side, that our book tries to bring some justice to them, and the triple nickels, all of the blacks who died in the fires on the home front that Americans don't even really appreciate were a major factor in World War II and deciding it. They're told that the balloon bombs of the Japanese did nothing.
You really have to wonder who controls the content of the Black History Month on the History Channel. Like it couldn't be black people who are very well informed.
Thank you. No. I mean, and the sad thing is, most black people are not very well informed. It's how could they be? How could they be? When you talk about black ops, I mean, talk about a black information blackout. No, the Office of War Information is alive and well. Black budget off the books, and yes, what we'll do next, we'll bring out the boric acid, so everyone's acting up until the boric acid is poured on them, and. But definitely, I'm so excited for what's happening with Peter. He'll be with us for a while, like he said, until he goes. But when he does go, this will be very exciting to see JoJo's time there with him, and of course the time he has with others. And of course, if you find any time to Skype back, feel free to do so. I mean, I'm up all hours, so if you're up throughout the night over there.
Let me put it this way: Romania is 10 hours ahead of you.
Yes.
So if you were on, if you go on at say 8 p.m.
Yeah.
It's going to be 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Say when I'm at Atlanticron, 6 a.m. If I'm up in Choclavina, and nobody's going to, it ain't,
nobody's going to be up.
Not at 8 a.m. We get into the morning, about 10 a.m. That'd be about midnight. It's in the realm of possibility, except that the internet is very sketchy.
Yeah.
Particularly in Choclavina. Atlanticron, it's off and on. Certain times might work, and certainly one is waking up in the morning. One's not even, you wake up at Atlanticron and things don't really start early. I'll be out teaching Qigong early in the morning. I'll be up with the people that are up, and, people are waking up, and it's kind of like the most dead part of the time. you don't feel, it's like you talk, but it's less animated.
Yes.
I could see myself out on one of the boats. When I say on the boats, on the top, if there's not anybody around, they're not doing a seminar or a course, I'd be sitting out there looking at the river, and it'd be weird, man. Talking to you, looking over a river with these boats going by, these big, huge industrial mega boats going by with huge things on them, and I'm sitting there going, what the hell? What reality am I in? It's like a different reality. And then up in Choclavina, it's, oh man, the internet, I don't even think I tried to get on it up there. The cell phones were sporadic, and you tune it out. Up there, you want to tune it out.
Yes.
Atlanticron, you stay a little bit connected. But when the time you get up into chocolate bean, like even in Transylvania when I'm at the hotel, I don't remember ever writing to people. Getting on the internet and writing to people. I don't even remember it at all. It's just like you're disconnected. You go into nature. One exception I might try and talk to is Paula.
Of course.
I would definitely try to talk to her, but because there might be real stuff to talk about,
Right.
that's important aside from just saying hi.
Right.
But I'll definitely keep it in mind.
Yes.
But that's part of the beauty of going there is disconnecting.
Well, it may be hard for you to come back. I remember, like you said, when you were trying to recompress, and the first thing you did when you turned on that TV and saw that shit about
Jeff Epstein.
yes.
Well, it wasn't actually TV, it was Facebook. I went on my Facebook feed back in my friend's apartment in Bucharest. When I got back there and I go, what the hell is this? This joke. Jeffrey Epstein dead. That's really funny. No, it was real. And I said, what madness am I going back into? And indeed it was. We were just on the verge we're just getting ready for COVID at that point.
Oh God,
six
yes.
6 months later, we would be embedded in COVID. And I haven't gone back to Romania since.
Yes.
The biggest challenge on this trip will be coming back and getting a COVID test. The type of test I want to get, which would be a saliva test.
Right. Okay.
Which I'm, they might change it by then, but that's the only thing. There's no requirement, and that's only coming back to the U.S.
Right.
Paula had to get tests just now. She went back there for a couple of weeks. She had to get, because she went through Germany, she had to get tested before.
Wow.
She got to get tested going into Germany, not going to Romania, and then going from Romania, she had to get tested for Germany and America. Now, she only did one test, but both countries insisted, the Germans and the Americans. I'll go through the Netherlands and I think France. They don't care.
Okay.
America cares on the way back.
Right. Interesting. But by the way, what Peter Moon brought up earlier when they changed French fries to freedom fries in World War II was because
No, that was the Bush War.
oh, did they really? They did that as well? Didn't they also do that in World War II?
I don't know if they did it in World War II
I'm sure
because
they did. I'm sure they did.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, the French were allies.
Well, don't
Considered
forget.
allies.
Don't forget that the French were
Vichy
considered.
France.
Yeah, because of
But,
Vichy.
but
Oh.
yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they could personally. I always got the impression they thought Vichy France had guns to their heads.
They
That's
may have
always-
propaganda. They may have propagandized that later. Certainly, that was all part of rapprochement. Was they tried to say that? I mean, I understand what you're saying. The
And of
propaganda.
course, Hitler did invade up to Paris. I mean, he entered Paris.
Yes.
So I'm saying it's kind of like it's. Yeah, I don't know how passionate the French were
Yes.
about Adolf Hitler. Even the Vichy France. I don't know how passionate they were.
Oh God, you would be surprised. They were they were responsible for an enormous amount of deportations of Jews into the camps. I'll tell you that. They were really enthusiastic about that. Yeah, they were pathologically Judeophobic, and they certainly fought well. They did fight on the side of the Reich, their navy. And they certainly had their units that were well motivated. So
How big would you say in terms of soldiers? Because the population doesn't matter. They didn't want any fighting for the most part. But in terms of the troops, how many would you say the Vichy had versus the Free French?
It seemed to be an even match from what I could ascertain with all the documents that I dealt with. This was, of course, incredibly, how would we say it? It was incredibly what do you call it, when they hide something, when they like they try to just basically put something under the rug. They were just trying to de-emphasize. They were trying to aggressively de-emphasize that fact after the war. But then later on, they developed this kind of new kind of what did they call it, a category for the many of the French who fought on the side of the Reich. They would finally find a place for them by calling them AOWs. They called them against our wills. They said, well, you see, these people were fighting against our will. And this was because, and by the way, that was relatively recent. That term, like AOWs or against our wills, was something that came out maybe around the 80s or 90s. And that was because they were just trying to classify all of these old people that were left. And suddenly people were coming up with their documents like, hey, this old man was like, he was serving on the side of the Germans. So how are we supposed to bury him? Because the idea is, what kind of military rights does he get? And so what they said was, oh, okay, they called them against our will. So as these people started dying off in the 80s and the 90s, they would give them like a moderate kind of military burial, or a respectful enough burial where they weren't calling them traitors or collaborators. And that way the nation wouldn't be galvanized or polarized by any divisions in that regard. Because France is very sensitive. They're internally sensitive to things like that. Like they have separate bibliographies concerning the French Revolution for people who are more on the monarchist side and people who are like more on the Republican side. These people will have completely different bibliographies that will be in the same like book. In other words, a book that's published on that subject will have two bibliographies, one for monarchists and one for Republicans. So it's that's something that no one would dream of until these days. These days in America, they might start doing something like that, one for Republicans and one for Democrats. So I can see us going in that direction. But the French already had that. So, France's future is kind of uncertain. I mean, they've gone through a lot of republics. I mean, they're on the fifth one. So when their divisions come up solidly enough, they go through a kind of civil war. So they're kind of, maybe that's what we can look to as kind of a parallel for what we'll go through here. I'll certainly try and emphasize that later tonight in my monologue. But
I have one question to ask you, and
sure.
It's a silly question before I go to sleep. It's a humorous question. In the movie Casablanca, one of the last scenes of the movie, he has there's a prop. It's a prop that I think it's Claude Rains. I forget what his name is in the movie, and he dumps the bottle of water in on the label on the water says Vichy water.
Interesting.
Vichy water, and I thought that's the funniest prop, Vichy water. Like, I had to wonder if was that just a prop they made up, or was there something called Vichy water during the World War II?
I don't know, but it would make sense. It would make sense because that it existed. It would make sense that it existed because France and Italy, they're proud of these local water pools and reserves. So it's like the water at Lourdes, or the water at Medjugorje, or just certain sacred sites, or just sites that have pristine water. Then you'll usually have the name of that locale on the water bottle. And Vichy was, of course, the capital of wartime France. It was a city, just so people know. Many people may not know that. So Vichy
I
was.
didn't know that.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
know that.
Oh, okay. So that would be like water from a spring local to that area. So
That's probably what it was, and it probably was. I mean, that movie was made during the war.
Yeah, definitely. It's a propaganda film. Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Well, it was just a curiosity, because I didn't know Vichy was a real location. I thought it was just the name of the government.
Understood.
Was it the capital of Vichy, France?
Yeah, it was the capital. That's why they gave it that name. And it was just like I guess it's not really. I can't think of another historical parallel to that, but in that case, that's definitely what happened. It was like that was the part the French were running for themselves, was out of Vichy, and they were denied access to the Atlantic seaboard. So the Germans basically took all the. And by the way, for those of you who know or want to know, every time you look at a map of Vichy France and you see that the Germans have the north and they have all the Atlantic seaboard, all that remains of France is an outlet to the Mediterranean. That was the Cathar Empire that the Pope declared a crusade against, occupied that same geographic area.
Are you saying the northern part or the southern part?
The southern part,
Of
that
course,
has
yeah.
the Mediterranean outlet, that was capitaled at Vichy during World War II. That was the Cathar nation during.
Oh, God, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's the exact same borders. So what the Germans gave them was the borders the Cathars had, and it was that region that became Vichy France in World War II that the Pope declared a crusade against the Cathar heresy in France. And
That's really super symbolic
yeah,
of
absolutely.
the Germans' affiliation with that
Yes.
to identify with them.
Yeah.
A very significant. It's a very significant piece of history. But it's funny. They're playing both sides though, because they were aligned with the Vatican,
Yes. Yes.
and they were also aligned with the Cathars. They were
Yes.
not aligned with the Vatican, so it was.
But do you know how to understand that? The way you can understand that is that the SS, which modeled much of its organization on the Jesuits, also had the deeper affinity for the Cathars. So you could say that the Reich, under the guidance of Adolf Hitler, who had never disavowed Catholicism and had retained his, he was never excommunicated by the Catholic Church either, it's important to remember, even to this day. So he was considered a Catholic, and you could say he was aligned with the Church, whereas the SS and Heinrich Himmler were aligned with the Cathars. Does that make sense? That's even though
Well,
they're
yeah. I can very much see that with Himmler, but Himmler was the one I think who liked the Jesuits better than anybody.
well, he modeled the organization was definitely modeled on the Jesuits, but that had been since the days of the Bavarian Illuminati. But remember, he liked aspects of the Jesuits in terms of the fact that they were a warrior monastic order, but on the other hand, he was not Catholic at all and was very neo-pagan. So the important thing to remember about the SS was they also imbued the samurai spirit of Bushido and, of course, neo-paganism, and were very much something the world had never seen before. They were essentially ushering in a postmodern age, a postmodern identity that has yet to really remanifest or materialize on Earth, but gave us a kind of a glimpse of what we'll see more of in the future. But
Well, this was what I thought was an innocuous question led to something pretty profound here.
Thank you.
With Vichy and the thermal baths there, the Romans established settlement there,
Yes.
and they loved their bathing, and that must be where that Vichy water comes from. It must have been special water from that area, those springs.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So interesting, very interesting. So.
Well, we
Yeah.
love you dearly and share
Okay.
our love with Paula. And Viviana, if you're with us, do say goodnight to dear Peter. And let's see if she's able to come on. Most of the time, she responds very quickly, and we'll see what happens. If she fell asleep, no worries. Okay.
Let her sleep, and you can go on.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Have a good night.
Bye for now. Thank you. That was Peter Moon. Don't forget to order from skybooksusa.com the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. If Viviana is able to come on, let's see if I can lure her out of the dreamlands. If I can't, then I'll have to go into monologue. There won't be any choice.
Oh, I'm here.
There we are,
Can you-
darling. Oh, you're wonderful.
No, I'm sorry. I was downstairs talking to my nephew.
Oh, that's fine. No, totally understandable, and hope everything is well.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, good, good. Let's see if we can bring somebody on for a few moments. If we can't, that's fine too. Poke around a bit at maybe some people that we've called. Let's see. Peter Moon says Vichy water is a type of spring water. Of that I have no doubt, and that makes sense. In the meantime, our lovely executrix producer, Viviana Sanchez, is going to poke around and see if there's somebody she can drag out of the water. So here we are. Many people drank fishy water historically for stomach complaints, since sparkling water can help to settle restless stomachs. By the way, everyone, I wouldn't recommend sparkling water. Mineral water is great. Still water is what I prefer. That sparkling water can cause all kinds of stomach problems and various unpleasantries because it's, bubbly. And Christ, you get enough sparkling from your soft drinks. When you're drinking too much sparkling water, just not good for you. So, such being said, we will see if our lovely Viviana has any luck. If she doesn't, then I'll just start jamming away.
Did you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling. 7 people are currently.
Okay, take your time, no rush. And if nobody responds, just let me know. Here's what we can do. You can turn on the screen share. Not that that tells us too much, but that way I can see your attempts going on. And so we've got a number of people that she's dialing. And other than that...
Noreen, Brandon are unavailable today.
Okay.
Wait, did I read that right?
I think so. Yeah. Brandon, yeah. Noreen, let me click the screen here. Oh, so it's steadied. And hopefully our man Daniel Orola as well. Yes, now it's coming up. There you are. You did the screen share. So, Selena, by the way.
Is that Noreen? Noreen said, is that Noreen?
Somebody's ringing. That curious girl is Amalia Willard. Amalia Willard. And the others, we'll see what happens with them. By the way, we should...
I think that was Noreen that said she will call back.
Oh, did she? Oh, we'll call in a bit.
I think that was her.
That is her. That is her.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, so she's welcome to do so. And we'll see how long that takes. What I was going to say was, just for future reference, you don't want to call Selena Khan at this hour because she's in New York and she goes to sleep. So what happens with these 9 p.m. calls, 9:30 p.m., it's like 12:30 in the morning where she's at. So
okay.
Yeah. So don't call her in the future. But hopefully she didn't wake up, and that's fine. Now, interestingly, Noreen's little face is up there in the... I don't know. I'll show you this. This is interesting. Let's see if I can do a screen share myself. Go to share screen, and it doesn't seem to be coming up. And for all of you who are listening, what's going on is that dear Viviana and myself were teaching each other how to burn a little bit of bandwidth before I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. So start sharing, and geez, this is slow. This is so fucking slow.
It really is slow tonight.
It's like, oh my God. It's like, what did they do to the internet? It is... I can't believe how fucking retarded the internet is tonight. It is... Oh, it's sad. Okay, this is totally frustrating. We'll see if anything happens. Right now, my concern is we might kind of be stuck here, frozen here, with the... Is that working? Okay. That should start working any second now. Okay, so you should be able to see my screen share. And what I find interesting is that Noreen responded in the text, but her face comes up here right under Sammy Romero. It's like Sammy Romero is the big fat planet, and she's like the little moon hovering around the planet. And it's almost like she's on the call, which is strange. It's like she's on the call with us. Get it? You get what I'm saying, right? Sammy was here before.
I don't see her at all. I don't see her.
Do you see what my cursor is pointing at? You see my cursor?
No, it's all black.
Oh. Okay, it says I'm sharing screen, but that doesn't mean I am. The way things are operating tonight, like maybe you need to poke around a bit, and maybe the screen share will come up or something. It's Oh, forgive
All
me.
right.
Oh, I'm gonna yawn. Oh, yeah, nothing to do with you. And Crystal River, I don't think she's a Wednesday person. Think she's more of a Sunday person. I'll have to ask her. But she should come on with us to talk about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. And I do feel that was really unfair. Oh, shit. Something's happened to the Skype. So Skype screen has disappeared. On my side, I don't know if Viviana can hear me. Oh, shit. So, let me see if I can join the call. We got knocked off call somehow. And I don't know if we can get call back. But we're still streaming. So, what? Fuck, I may have lost the internet. Okay, let me check the stream. I'll need people to not only chat. As far as I can see, stream is on. So Vivian Sanchez said, "Oh no!" Okay, I need people in the. What I'm not seeing is live stream YouTube style. So God knows what's going on with that, and I don't know what she's seeing either. But it's fuck. Definitely internet. Okay, that came back on. All right. So our man Nathan Brooks says that the political retitle occurred in context of France's opposition to the proposal to invade Iraq in 2003. Sorry, 2001. Of course, Freedom Fries was created in 2003. Thank you, sir. I had no idea. About that. And it sounded like a World War II trip to me. So I didn't even know they went that far out in terms of their propaganda during the Gulf War. That's rather astonishing to me. Or that, no, like you said, it's the second Gulf War for the Bushes, the second Bush War. The first Gulf War, of course, was Iran versus Iraq, and that lasted 8 years. Try always to educate people in that regard. Now, I had the studio live stream up for several moments, and then it disappeared. I think Viviana Sanchez is connection. She's saying she's connecting, and then it says your connection is too weak. Please try again later. So this is what I have, and let me see if I can screenshot that, and then see if I can get that into the download it into file where I could show her the image. But all I'm getting is the spinning wheel. So some feedback from the audience will help to let me know if they still hear me. I can't really see you in chat. Let me try this. Maybe I can see you. And I'm getting sex bots. Somebody said, get these off chat. They're just nasty. So hopefully Viviana can handle that. Oh, Bizarre HD says, much love, Douglas. Can still hear you, Douglas. Thank you. Can you come on? Are you able to come on? We might start a call with you if I can get back on the net. I mean, they say my signal is weak or something. So, and the screen has just disappeared. A thumbnail image has just disappeared on the live stream. And we got 34 people watching us, which is a good number for this hour, considering. But probably more than that. Like I said, it's always severely undercounted. That's where Vivian said, oh, no. And let's see if we can try this call again. And see. Now, I'm going to try and go to live stream. And, if all else fails, I'll just say fuck it and go into monologue. Because I'm convinced we're still streaming. Let's see what Mirthling is saying in the messenger box. If I can even get back onto Facebook. And Mirthling says, oh good, George Knight says, would love to come on, Douglas. So let's see if we can call him and instigate a call. Right now I'm just going through, Vivian Sanchez started a call. Good, she might be calling me soon. Then she can call George Knight. And then we can. It says I missed the call. Oh my God! Yeah, that's because my internet or something is weak right now. This is so lame. These calls are great, but in the end, like I said, if it fails, I'll just. Sammy Romero started a call. Vivian Sanchez says, "How do I get back on this call?" Press the join call button, honey. Let me see if I can do a screen share and show you. And Noreen Helpham said, I see. And so theoretically, if you press the join call, this call is still supposed to be ongoing, theoretically. But the join call is not doing anything for me. And, what I can try to do is start a second call. But what I'm afraid of is people will try to jump on the old call. But we can try and preempt that by calling them. So let's see if we can do that. And what I'll do is, I really can't do anything about the call. I can continue streaming. So all I can do is hope the internet kicks back in at greater strength within the near future. Meaning within, hopefully, I don't know, a few minutes to half an hour. In the meantime, thank God it responds to my, all right. And so there we are. As we know, I not text on YouTube chat yet can hear you. Great. So give her a heart there. And then George Knight. Let's see if I can go over to him. Would love to come on to, but it's bank holiday and found out I came on Sunday night and she was fuming last night to me. She went through our private messages together and went crazy. Oh my God. Oh, so what do I give him? Give him kind of like a little sweaty face or something. And then I'll see if I can respond to these calls. Let me go here. And says missed call again. Let's see if I can call back. The problem is I'm not hearing her ring. So I can't answer because it's not giving. There we are. Heard it for just a second. Maybe you all heard it too. Bloop, and there it went off. And so, fuck. Little spinning blue circles. That's what I get. Spinning blue circles. So if she calls again, we'll see if it works. And in the meantime, let me give a big sweating face to our man here. Press an enter. And that takes care of that. And that's probably for the best because of different reasons. Other than that, good God, this is so lame. Okay. See if Skype recovers. If it doesn't, I'll just start monologuing. And all the ladies who are have been with us, none of this would have been possible without you. Let's see if we can make this possible for all of us. Again, later tonight, I'll go on monologuing for a bit. And by that, I mean serious monologuing. I'll start sucking the oxygen out of the room, see if I can bring people. Our lady says, try closing your Facebook, says Peggy Wood Amalal. So Facebook takes up that much energy? Is it the Facebook that's doing this, you think? Okay, so let's see if I close that, what happens? And this is one way that I get messages, though, for people letting me know that they can hear me. So hopefully we can get back onto Facebook after I close the Facebook off. So we're going to find out. All right. Sorry, ayoy. And, okay, so I've shut down the Facebook. Let's see if that helps. And what I'll do is I'll just start up, talking. And then in a few minutes, we'll get back on Skype, or try Skype again and see if that works. But the whole internet is kind of off tonight. I'll tell you something. The internet is really slow. It is like retarded tonight. And so live stream's up there. Can you add me to your current call? And Nathan Brooks says we're still streaming. Peggy Wood says close your Facebook. Thank you, Peggy. Love you. Oh, Vicky. Love you, Vicky. So Vicky's up there, and yeah, she's a wonderful human being. God bless her. Vicky Johnson. And she says 100 DDD. Yes, she's talking about staying away from something. Cello to all. And Peggy was saying hi, y'all. And Vicky Johnson was saying hi, Vivian. Then we got a bunch of the naked HD people, but they got deleted. And then, all right. So I guess I might as well get started. We'll try and add Vivian again one more time. And if we can't, well, we'll just take it away. Now, still got the spinning blue wheel. Heat myself up a little bit here with this heated back pad that was provided to myself by Amanda Ute. God bless her. I hope she's doing all right. And it's you have no idea how frigid it gets here at night. 57 degrees right now, which is like much colder in here, or just as cold in here as it is outside. So that being said, without the heated blankets and the heated pads, I'd be. I don't even want to think about it. So, unfortunately, ladies, I get nothing but a spinning blue wheel for the Skype. Skype is out of the question right now. I'll experiment again soon, but let me see what I can do with Monologue. All right, going straight into Monologue, the first thing that I should do is try and call up solicitation. And then maybe some shout outs if somebody's contributed $25 or $20, but preferably $250 to PayPal. Then that will help immensely with purchasing my Google Plus, which keeps me in a larger storage space so that everything continues functioning and I can continue serving you. Yes, I at least flatter myself that this is a service. And such being said, to keep it going, well, it takes some money. And so, aside from that, some strange things here. All right, what can I find? Solicitation. Let me see if I can look up the great Benestenius solicitation. And if we could get Blind Ron, oh God, I'll have to call him one of these days and ask him for his Skype number. Then Blind Ron would probably go on for a bit. One of these days we'll have to bring him on. We were speaking of him the other day when he was appearing in the chat room a few times, and all credit to him. He was trying to find out what side of the fence we were on. When it came to, he felt that, of course, I can't even remember the guy's name now. John Trump. Donald John Trump. He felt Donald John Trump was not a white supremacist and wanted to know if we thought he was. How do you like my bleaching Trump's name out? I'm getting really good at that these days. Just bleaching out unpleasantries. And believe me, it's for the best. Okay, now, where are we? We are looking for solicitation. So, let me dig that up, read that out, and when I'm done with that, go into total monologue. So, all of you who have suffered through this thus far, it is a complete frustration, a frustrating experience. Whenever this sort of thing happens, and all you can do is roll with it to the best of your ability. Okay. Thank God. Let's see if this comes up. Solicitation. Coming up any minute. The part you've all been waiting for. Every episode. The main attraction. Everyone comes here for this solicitation. No one wants to miss this. It's the highlight of the night. Oh my God. So here we go. Fuck. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Did you hear that dog? Yeah, there's a dog outside barking at me. No, I don't think it's my werewolf neighbor. Lycanthropy really doesn't do that. No. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. Well, there you can there you can retrieve and review excerpts from his work, his yet-to-be-published work, The Unfinished Man, as well as review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. This is the black screen Vivian Sanchez was talking about. She is trying to call back. It's giving me a black screen. Maybe this is on its way to healing and recovery. We can hope. And, okay, did I mention theunfinishedman.com? But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell it as Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. theTucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, I think I did that solicitation satisfactorily under the circumstances. Took me a while to even get the script up, which is, par for the course on a night like this. All right, going to check out a little thing here. Viviana Sanchez is putting up Rose. She says, "You'll be fine, Aunt Douglas. You've got this." She's so cute. And Marky Milk says, "Hello, gorgeous Vivian." And so she's so supportive. She's saying, moving into Monologue, the one-man show, got the fist punch, all that going down. Of course, before I do that, I can't resist trying a little bit of Skype outreach here. And the screen is fucking black. Let's see if I close it and open it again. So I'm going to close the Skype, which doesn't really close it, and then open it again and see if something comes up, which likely it won't. Such being said, okay, it's Monologue time. And let's take a look at live streaming. And it says we've only been on for about close to 5 hours. We've got a good amount of audience considering. And so that means I've got 7 fucking hours to fill. Oh, look, I've got a white little window appearing in the middle of my screen, and this may be Skype recovering. And she says, try blowing on it like an N64 cartridge. And Nathan Brooks says, "You are the man." Very, very good. Thank you, sir. And Marky Milk says, "We can see and hear. That's what's important. Thank God." And with that, nothing seems to be happening with the Skype. She says, "We can party in the chats. Please do so." Yes, by all means. You're welcome to do so. And, I'll do my best. Anyhow, what I could... Oh, this so pisses me off. If you people could see what I'm seeing right now, I've got this stupid little white screen that's appearing. So what I'm going to try and do is get rid of that little white screen, and this will happen by, there we are, shutting down the Skype, because that was appearing in front of, I go around the internet, and it just, when you get the little white Skype window showing up, but it's blank because it's all glitched, that's irritating as hell. But all right, let's start with this. We've had a lot of shootings. In fact, we've had so many fucking shootings. I can't keep up. It's working. It's working. Oh my fucking God. Honey. Oh my God. How did you do it? You just kept trying. Yes. Oh my God.
I just kept trying to call you.
Oh my God.
Yay.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
It
oh
worked.
My God.
Yes, it worked. Okay.
It worked.
So we can't bring George Knight on because his wife spanked him. Oh God, she spanked his ass because he was on with us last time. And so I understand why. She's afraid for her family. But I honestly, they wouldn't try to do anything against him or his family because that would bring attention to them. And it's more that than validating everything he says. But that would be an impact too. So they would be stupid to try anything. But I'm just saying that in case his wife Sarah is listening. But she does spank him, and that's. We love him dearly, and hopefully he'll be able to come on again soon. He'll have to sneak it somehow. But with Noreen Halpan, let's see if we can give her a try. If she can't come on, that's fine. I'll start monologuing soon anyway.
I'll try share screen.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, try some share screen and try Sammy and Noreen. Sammy it's interesting, his hours. He seems to work all fucking day.
I accidentally just called him and he sounded tired.
Oh, did he?
Well, I don't know, but he did answer, so I'll try this.
Okay.
Sammy, Noreen, and that's it.
If you share the screen, let's see if I can see it. Then I could see somebody
I
else to
thought
maybe
I
suggest.
was.
Maybe you are. I'm not seeing it though. That's because, of course, we've got Skype is weak tonight, right? Skype is flaccid.
It says I'm sharing, so okay. I'm just gonna add them.
Okay. Yeah. And
With or without you. Okay. Sammy. And I'm just going to do Sammy and Noreen.
Sure. Yeah. And that sounds great. And we'll see if they're okay and up to it. And in the meantime, I should say something. Obviously, Sammy, are you okay, Sammy? Viviana said you sounded a little tired. I hope we're not waking you up. You're not at home, or are you, or something?
Who's this? Oh, hey, Doug.
I like that. Yes. We were saying, are you okay? Viviana said you sounded a little tired. I hope we're not bothering you at home or something, are we?
Oh, give me a second.
Sure, take your time. And then she says, she's still on the phone. Laugh out loud. Oh, that's Noreen. Okay, yeah, well, you know how ladies are on the phone. Hell, I can stay on the phone for hours at a time myself. And so, Sammy, yes.
Hello.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Viviana said you sounded a little tired. I hope we're not waking you up. Are you okay?
No, I was dealing with the airline, so sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I was
yeah.
I
So
was-
you're still at work,
I was working and talking.
right?
Yeah, I'm still at work.
Okay, good. By the way, your
I can
hours
step
are
out
so
for a minute. So.
yeah. Your hours are so strange. What are your hours? May I ask? Or do you even have
No,
regular?
I work swing.
Okay.
I work swing.
All right.
I work swing shift.
And you prefer that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it's because I'm used to it. I'm so used to having my mornings.
Right.
A lot of people are just like, I like having my mornings to myself and day. So yeah, I actually, for the time being, I like it.
Okay.
For the time being, I like it. It's
Yeah. And just to emphasize, I want people to know Sammy Romero earlier in the opening hour was telling us about his brother Isaac and how his brother Isaac is basically still sworn to secrecy, or basically under some level of where he cannot speak on certain subjects. And this is probably a reason, one of the many reasons he needs to detox. Either that or the company of certain people that he deals with is so toxic he needs to detox, and he does this by fishing essentially these days. Is that become more and more of a hobby, or is that still like he's just
He loves it. He's one of those persons that he research stuff and he has a new rod and pull, and that's just the way he decompresses. He messages you. I'm sure he did.
yeah, yeah.
It's just right now, it's part of the industry that he was in, unfortunately. The thing about LA is, and you could tell this is a city of transplants, really. I
Yes.
mean, you'd be surprised how many Midwest people are here, and even East Coast. So, when you deal with the entertainment industry, especially with the sports side, is really, it's the same thing. It's just athletics mixed with drama. Today's athletics is pretty much what it is. It's just acting. They're athletes, but it's not necessarily pure athletics. There is some drama involved, and it is what it is. It's entertainment, period. I mean,
Yeah.
so being around that, and I mean, he's a town. I mean, he's a wow. I can't believe so many escorts are literally at games. Like there's, it's what the league provides. The league provides these escorts for these, these young millionaires, and it's like, well, what do you expect? I told him, well, what do you expect? That's how they pretty much introduce themselves to women, and and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a good thing. That's who that they're adult, but in a sense too, no one's holding a gun to their head, at least not that I know of. But it's just part of the entertainment industry, and he dealt with it. I mean, he never partaked in it, but it's one of those things where he's really good at what he does, and trying to tell Sean Puffy Combs to, hey, can you move your feet because I need to install this equipment, or telling who did he told? I think he told Kanye West, and and it's one of those things where they're obliged because he's part of what he did, and it's just the industry, period.
I'm
I think
surprised.
even you, Doug.
Yeah, go on.
You
Go
know,
on.
when you're a part of the industry and you see certain stuff didn't phase him. Like he's not gonna go up and hug LeBron James and act like a little fat boy. It's not like that. It's one of those things where I'm getting paid for what I do, and I'm here to collect my check.
Yes. Yes.
And he got paid well. He got paid well, but it's one of those things where those industry, you have, he said it, you have people that are janitors, and they get into these shenanigans where they get seduced by, just because someone's an athlete, a high-paying athlete, and they have escorts available for them, does not mean you can partake in the escorts, because you're a regular civilian, and
Yes.
they're going to charge you regardless. And and I'm not saying people can't do that, but there's a time and place, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
There's a time and place. So it's just, I'm sorry, go ahead, Doug. What were you about to say?
Oh, nothing. I mean, you were saying it all. I was just going to say something to the effect that it's amazing to me that people don't sometimes report him as a potential terrorist, seeing him going around and messing with wires. And, there's this one guy I knew who was like, basically, poor bastard. He made a lot of really bad decisions in life and had nowhere near the skills that Isaac does. So he was basically is part of some organization in Michigan that was doing meter reading, sniffing for gas, basically gas leaks, sniffing for gas leaks.
Right.
And they had instruments that could detect gas. And so that's what this guy was doing. And when people were saying like, oh, he's going to be out of a job with these electronic meter readers. Well, of course, there were all these crazed people who didn't want electronic meter readers, said that this is going to fry us in microwaves, or, just stuff that I find pretty hard to believe, but people are very frightened of. And so he still had this job, and he was like, every once in a while, even though he's wearing this safety vest and has his helmet and he's going around with an instrument, people would basically say, hey, is this up and up? Or, they'd suspect he might be a terrorist or something, planting a bomb or something like that. I'm surprised. Isaac never had that kind of response, or maybe he did. It doesn't talk about it.
Well, it's one of those things where this is what he told me, especially in that type of industry. They know who belongs there, who doesn't, in a sense of your role. You have a lot of people that are very braggadocious. They try to befriend some of these entertainers, and it's almost like these entertainers are put off. You know what I mean?
Oh, of course.
You put them off in the sense that, look, I'm here. Some of these entertainers actually get paid to show up to these, these events. It's almost like off. It's like, me working in a porn set and trying to bug the female talent into, hey, can I try out? And it doesn't work that way. No.
Thank you. Good comparison.
They're gonna be like, one, I'm probably married. She's probably married with, that's what I'm saying. But a true professional is what I'm saying. I can respect a true professional, a woman that's in that type of industry, where she's a true professional and she knows how to separate the lifestyle with her regular job. And it's very hard for people maybe that try to quote unquote attach their morals to things, because if it's not in you, they don't do it. You know what I mean? And anyways, to fast forward to Isaac, one of the reasons why he really flourished in what he did was the fact that he really was a big problem solver for the company he worked with. He was a problem solver. He just did his job and problem solved. And that kind of, people leave you alone when you problem solve. And you go on with your business and you just go home, And you don't, obviously he told me, saw certain entertainers doing coke, but it's like, Sam, that's like, to them, that's like grabbing, Pepsi, it's like, what's the big deal? It's just what it is. It's part of just the industry. It's not, and and knowing our background, it's one of those things where, living a city kind of shows you how sheltered you are, but at the same time too, really how you handle things. And what I mean by that is, you can't go around projecting your views on people because they're gonna punch you in the mouth. And I hate to put it that way, but if you're just somebody that is about their business and is their own person, nothing like that really can rattle you.
Yeah.
It's part of what you deal with. I don't know if I'm coming off as I don't know if you can understand, but it's just being a professional, period. So it's just part of the game. Like right now, what I'm doing with the airline that I'm helping, is they wanted a acid to be screened, and I had to explain to them, we can't screen that acid. That will require us to open that container of acid, and we're not supposed to.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where they're just seeing profit. And I had to tell them, no, I can't do that, because then we're going to have FAA, inspectors here up our ass. And, I don't want that. And, I'm not a company man in the sense that I'm trying to, endanger my life. And, a lot of this stuff is it's common sense, but, like you say, common sense is not really common nowadays. But, I do to the limit of my job, and I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And, you know your limits. I would want to bring up your detractors, but I'm not going to do that. I think you discussed that with Peter.
It's fine if you do organically, but I think we pretty much covered it, unless you have some other insights at the moment. Yeah.
Well, no, nothing really. It's just, I just want to tell you have my support.
Thank you.
The people that are on your team are there because they truly support you. I'll just leave it like that. But it's how was your weekend, by the way? Did you enjoy it?
Yes, thank you very much for asking. Yes, very reluctant to return, but
Great,
fortunately,
great.
leaving again as soon as this is over, very very shortly after.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, within hours because it's Dragon Festival, the Dragon Boat Festival.
Great,
Yeah, so
great.
that'll be on Friday, but of course I'll be preparing throughout Thursday for that. So
Great,
yeah,
great.
so I'll may not be back again until Sunday or a little before the Sunday show. Hopefully, maybe Saturday night at the earliest, but definitely, it's
Great,
just
Doug.
it's a pack week. Thank you. Yeah, and as you
That's
said,
good. I mean,
yeah, Sammy knew I needed to decompress. I really need.
absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
it was
just
just
look,
yeah,
dealing with these queens,
yeah,
with
yeah.
these in closet queens is, I mean, it is what it is. It's just lame, okay?
Yeah,
It's
so
one of those
true.
things where it's not even at this point. It just really to me confirms how much you've grown, Doug, as
Thank
far as
you.
your platform
Thank
and
you.
your voice and your objective.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's really what matters. If you did not have detractors, then you would not be making an impact. And I think you know that. Um,
Thank you.
it is what it is, and it's interesting, and it's not really a surprise that they're different detractors, but they're really all the same.
Yes.
And it's just really the goal is what it is. And they don't really say that your information is a lie. What they try to do is just nitpick at things that really don't matter. They really don't.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, what they attack is my character. What they engage in is character assassination, and that has nothing to do with my message. Uh,
no, absolutely not. And that's the thing about it is that we're all flawed, and that's one of the things that any uh person with a soul, anybody with convictions would tell anybody. We're all self-improving. If you want to self-improve, at least you want to aim towards that. And all you're doing is that. And by the way, your last transmission was excellent. I really
oh,
love
thank you.
you articulating the whole abortion thing again. It was excellent. I love the fact how you made the notion of you know if we're gonna be pro-life, then we have to have a system where you know these women that are braving themselves to take on the responsibility of a parenthood, and they're single mothers. They need all the support they need, and as well as fathers, but really women. Women are really the backbone what we lean on. Men are too, but women are really the stronghold at times because they play so many roles. And reason why, because I have a strong woman in my life, and I love her to death, and I really do appreciate what she does, and you know, I really try to help her, and at times I don't mind taking that back seat and having her teach me, because this is something that it's for my growth as well, and I like to improve in my life, and you know my background. There's just a lot of things even with me that I have to deal with as far as maturing to the man that I want to be,
Mhm.
and understanding myself and discovering yourself who you are. And one of the things that I do appreciate about you is that your monologues really you really are that lock key, that skeleton key that
Thank you.
kind of puts things together in a sense where it's balanced. um that's the best way I can put it, because um we're going to need that balance in this country, because there's a lot of sides to it, and there has to be a middle ground. And it's one of those things that I think if people actually use that narrative that an adult's supposed to, then we would be far ahead. And it makes me think of other civilizations, like the Japanese coming to mind, and the Taiwanese, and even some European countries, Germany, even France.
Thank you.
America is really we're really behind when it
Yeah.
comes to um, actually being civilized
Yeah.
compared to these very historic societies. And we'll see. And I think change is good, but that would also require war. and it's unfortunate, but it's the truth, you know.
Yes, absolutely. And that too is part of the human condition that people keep trying to deny. And I just think that that doesn't serve them well to go on denying the reality of man's need for conflict as part of his evolutionary process. That's something that really needs to be acknowledged. We just need to, of course, progress to the level where we are not we're not stuck in an environment confined to a single planet where that devastation can be all consuming. It really isn't anyway, because the technology that people keep claiming that they have really is not. Much of it is non-functional, as we've seen with the Russian case. So people have been afraid of this threat for so long, and there really isn't that much to it. But I do want people to know I received a letter from our man, Mr. Benestenius, who says that after 10 years of the commercial, he's going to discontinue the commercial. So I'll certainly call him up and hope everything's going well with him. And because I was trying to get him onto the show to talk about his book, which has yet to be published, but he was trying to get his friend Ron, who is blind, to download the Skype so he could appear on the show. But then again, he's been very, very busy with his business that he does. So the reality is, of course, what with COVID, there was maybe a few people who took advantage of his tours, but there could never have been that many. He was being helpful. And certainly when you look back on it, it may have been 10 years. I'd like to think it hasn't been 10 years, but oh my God, if it has been, my God, how time flies by. I've been reading that commercial for 10 years. Oh my God. That is really frightening. I am, that's what it is. I don't have that bookmarker now in the transmission. And that's fine. We move on, but I'll definitely give him a call and ask if he's all right, which I'm sure he is. But I could see why he would stop. It's just that not many people would probably be interested in such a specialized tour. Nevertheless, some people have carried this sort of thing on before, but I guess his city is just not the place for it. That being said, that's a little news for everybody. And I'll certainly see if I can catch up with him. Other than that, the other thing to bring to people's attention would be, I guess that's it for now. What I want to say is, since Sammy is back on with us, I'm going to take advantage of this and ask him, can yourself and Viviana hold the stage for about 10 minutes, and I'll take my break.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come back. Thank you. And both of you do so well. And so Viviana, you're on with us. Good. I'll go mute now, honey, and I'll be back soon enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm cooking a late dinner. It's really late.
Oh, what are you cooking?
I'm making, I just chopped up some chicken breasts and braided them and frying them with mashed potatoes, gravy, and biscuits. Come on,
Well,
Matthew.
Hold up. Since you're, you're Spaniard, right?
Yeah.
Can you cook paella? Have you cooked paella before?
Isn't that cactus?
No, paella.
No, I don't even know what that is.
That rice dish. It's that rice dish you guys cook.
We guys cook. I grew up with the Mexican.
Okay, all right. Never mind. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay. Anyways.
We didn't ever do anything seafood or anything like that.
Okay.
We're just, Arizona is southern, so we're still like that influence.
Okay, do you guys eat nopales?
Those are cactus?
The cactus. You guys eat cactus?
If I buy them,
okay.
Kind of not where I'm at. It's not a delectable treat. You can get it more like in Tucson and Phoenix.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But not here. I'm up north.
Oh, okay. All right.
You go and pull them out of the ground yourself, or sometimes you'll find them at the store.
Right,
it's rare.
Oh, okay.
But I have seen people make it with like a relish or
right
jam.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's great. So, by the way, what is your YouTube channel about? If you mind me asking. Yes.
My YouTube channel is a menagerie.
Okay.
Menagerie. Is that really the right word?
Right.
I don't even know. So currently I'm in drama, but I do, well, it's more called awareness, but we play
Right.
in drama, awareness. I do biblical stuff, and I do uplifting things. Like I'll just create videos that I liked with music. I actually been getting offers to do videos for like Roblox and another platform. Actually, I haven't done them yet, but I might delve into them because they want to. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking about that, but I might start a whole new channel for that where I just do promos and things like that. But I don't know. I also like to showcase other artists. So if you have anything you like to showcase, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's crazy. It's just a mishmash of everything. And we actually have this community, and it's growing.
Right.
And we're like friends, so we get together. We do lives. We drag women or men who are problematic in the community. And it's kind of like tit for tat. We kind of go back and forth, and it's
So you guys roast each other?
Yeah,
you guys roast each other?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's great. That's awesome. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
that's great.
People love drama. It really got them through this COVID time for sure.
Right. No, I mean, hey, it is what it is. I mean, that's all we had, you know. If you would imagine COVID happening in the early 90s and late 80s, it'd be terrible, you know.
Oh yeah.
So, it's just, hey, thank God for the internet, you know.
I know the internet's been fun.
I like an array of YouTube channels. I subscribe to YouTube channels, and I like everything really. But it's one of those things where you get lost sometimes in the YouTube. Like one video can lead you to a whole other section, and it's just one of those things where I try to keep it at a limit.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying out a new platform called Odyssey.
Right.
Once you start there, you're already monetized, and you can also transfer all your YouTube stuff over to your Odyssey and get paid for watching videos. It's kind of like there's something going on. Oh, hold on. What? I can't get that right now. Am I still on with you?
Yes, I was on mute. Sorry.
I'm getting a call at the same time, and I don't know how to do that, so I'm just going to let it go through. Okay. What was I saying? Oh.
So, yes. About Odyssey.
Yeah, it's kind of like the pioneer days of YouTube. Kind of a lot of more freedom.
Okay.
You'll find, it's not as strict as YouTube is right now.
Right.
But, yeah.
So, what is your highest rated YouTube video?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't looked.
Okay.
Let's see. Have you? Oh, I was going to say you should come by and we could do panels and we can hang out and just talk about whatever,
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'll let you know.
We can go off the
I'll let you know about that.
Share screen and research stuff, or just do completely mindless nothing. I mean.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I think my number one. I don't even know. How do I find that out? Should I go to YouTube Studio? I might showcase Douglas on a video and just pick up some of his what do you call his what would be your favorite things I could snip and showcase like your favorite topics that Douglas has done?
Definitely, I love. Hold on. I love the topics when it comes to crypto. The cryptozoology that Doug talks about is great. Also, I like. Oh my God, there's a lot. There's some of the for example, did you ever hear the one about the POW transmission? We talks about prisoners of war.
No.
Oh my God!
Wait, yeah, that was the Japanese ones, right?
That, but he also got into Michael Speaker. Remember Michael Speaker?
No, I don't remember that one.
He's the first casualty of Desert Storm.
Oh, okay.
You remember that pilot that went down in Iraq or Kuwait or Iraq? Yeah. Well, when he got into that, oh man, that was a treat, man. That was, especially because I was a kid when that happened. I was like maybe 2 years old. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But when he kind of articulated that, it's how he does it. But there's just many things. What I want to ask him about is the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Pretty much, how did Mexico give away California? I would love to find out why. And also, were the Mexican citizens, were they actually naturalized into being, American? Were they really, accepted? One of those things, because I was looking that up and,
So the Spanish-American war treaties?
Well, mostly the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which was California, 1848. When Mexico gave away, literally they gave away California, but I want to know, the nuances of that. That's very interesting to me because, California is a nation state and California is, pretty much whatever we do, the rest of the nation pretty much follows. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but as far as policy, and this used to be a big red state. California was Republican for a very long time. So, as far as being blue, this is just in the last 20 years. But prior to that, this was a red staple right here. I mean, Reagan came through here, and so it's one of those things where it's very interesting to me because it does affect my lineage because I'm a Chicano, and a lot of Hispanics, especially of Chicanos, this California is we still sometimes consider it as part of Mexico still, even though it's not. But I mean, if you look at the map of California, every city in here practically it's named after a Spanish name, So there's just a lot of influence. There's a lot of history involved with the of that's just to me. I would like to know a little bit more of the nuances. Maybe he knows something I don't know. He can point me to the right direction. But something to do with my background. That's the stuff that I like. But Doug has I mean, you name any event, he can probably connect it as far as history. He can probably show you a couple of things about history. So
Absolutely.
That would be a great brainstorm. Maybe you can think about because he will deliver. That's one thing he will do is he will deliver. You give him the platform. He will deliver.
Well, what I want to do is take his stuff that he's already done and kind of showcase little parts and, kind of his favorite little parts. I don't know. So I was just wondering if I could find that Bigfoot, that would be great.
Oh, the crypto one? Oh my God. I have it saved on one of my phones. And it's a great transmission. It's for being an hour long, maybe it's one of his older transmissions, but for being an hour long, I mean, he goes into. I mean, he did one not too long ago, But he goes into the history of of hominids and kind of breaks it down almost like he's reading a government file. So it's very
Yeah.
it's very interesting. I love that, and because these life forms are out there, and they need to be recognized. In my opinion, you want to know there's danger out there. I was going to go to Yosemite. I was planning to make a Yosemite trip. Vivian, I didn't realize there's so many missing people that get lost in Yosemite.
I know, just basically in a lot of federal land, and the way that they handle the cases is very weird.
It's shocking. It's like, why are people even going to these parks then? It's shocking. Like, I went to the website when you go, missing people, and I'm like, what the heck? Why are all these people missing? But, it's very kind of scary,
It is, yeah, I agree.
I mean, I wouldn't, pick your poison. I probably maybe want to get lost in Yosemite rather than to be lost at sea. But I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, right? I mean, pick one, right?
Well, the phenomenal part to me is like they don't keep records, and there's no real kind of system in the part, and they're federal government.
Right. I would think they have some sensors, like some cameras and trees. Maybe they have outposts for, I don't know, make it more or less, I hate to say less nature, but let's be honest, Americans, we're not really nature. We're very, we're used to amenities. That's one of the things that makes me kind of very hesitant to go to a park like Yosemite because...
I'm so sorry. I know that background noise sucks. Douglas is probably cringing right now.
Right.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry.
Being from the city, that kind of makes me nervous going to a park like that because, I'm used to amenities and, being lost in a park like that would be, kind of scary, and especially if I run into a Bigfoot,
Yes, always that chance. By the way, I just got back. I want people to know that Viviana Sanchez's icon is still spinning, so it shows that the how do I say this? The Skype is, even though it's working, it just shows that there's still a little bit of a glitch going on. By the way, I think that Sammy Romero's audio was pretty good throughout the night. There are sometimes where it sounds like maybe he's a little too close to the microphone, which is an unusual. Most of the time. Yeah, just be careful with how you. That might be a little too far. The voice sounds a little too distant, tiny and tinny.
Okay. How about now?
What do you think, honey, Viviana?
I don't know. I just burning stuff.
Burning stuff?
Oh, you mean about his audio? You mean about his audio?
Yeah. His technical quality.
I think he was fine.
He was fine? Oh, okay. So long as she thinks. Yeah. Honey?
Because I got good earphones, so I'm not really listening to the YouTube, so I don't know.
Oh!
Okay. How about now?
A little closer to the mic. A little closer. Try again. Oh, that's awful. Oh, God. Don't do that. Whatever you're doing. I shouldn't have brought it up.
How about now?
Oh, God, I shouldn't have brought it up. Whatever you were doing first, go back to that. Go back to whatever you were doing before.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, dinner's done.
Oh, she's cooking.
Right.
Oh, that's what she means. She's cooking things. That's what she means by burning. That's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. And
well, my nephew. Oh, never mind. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm back.
Oh, good. And so you sound a little better. And
okay.
Yeah. And so. What were you both talking about when I was gone? I was going to ask, I know that sometimes you go up into these red areas of California, the politically red areas where people are, it's like a different country. It's not California anymore. It's, once you're up there, you're in like Beverly Hillbillies territory, except it's all the hills have eyes. It's combined with the hills have eyes. And, so I had always meant to ask, but I didn't know if it was my place. And certainly you could just say, I can't talk about that. But what were you doing up in those places? I mean, your job brought you to those places for what reason?
You hearing me, right?
Not really.
Hello?
No, you sound awful. Like you're coming like underwater. You're underwater and you're bubbling.
Oh, okay. I have earphones on, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
Yeah.
okay. Me being in those areas.
Yeah, yeah. And if you could talk a little louder
Oh, okay.
because or closer to the mic or
Okay. Okay. Come on now. Okay. Yeah, I have family in those areas.
okay. All right. Yeah.
I have relations in those areas, and I have to go every now and then. And yes, I do see the inbreeding hicks up there, and it's just part of. I mean, it's part of America that it's like, wow, we're really backwards,
Yeah.
in a sense of, you know, progression, and to think these people have so much impact politically is mind-boggling.
It's horrific. It is horrific. These people are deciding our destiny, and they're taking us into a new
Right.
dark age. So it's offensive. It is offensive. By the way, Nathan Brooks
Well,
says we're sounding good.
yes.
So go on. Yeah.
Okay. So, when I go into these areas, you have to put a part. I don't even tell them where I'm from. In a sense, really, I'm just there because I have family there. And, you play the part, and I'm not there to change their minds. That'd be stupid. That'd be very dumb. Just like if I go to Oakland, I'm not going to, I'm not going to be dumb and be counting money in front of, you know, a, somebody that doesn't look very friendly. That'd be very dumb.
Yes.
You just don't do dumb stuff like that. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those things where I be there, and when I'm there, I enjoy myself, but at the same time, I want to leave.
And
Be-
whatever possessed your relations to move into that kind of area?
Well, to be honest with you, because the agriculture. I have family that worked in agriculture. Let's just keep it real, the agriculture, and people settle in these areas because of the cost of living,
Mhm.
and it's just part of what it is. And it's almost like people know their places in those areas.
Mhm.
It's just what it is. And people, as much as people try to portray, they're conservative, they're Trumpsters, they know illegals. In reality, they know what it is. They know that they don't want to do certain jobs. They like their comfort as well, and these illegals, quote unquote, provide these services that are needed. Even in the city, the city thrives on these type of workforce. These type of workers, these employees, because they're the lifeblood. Let's just be honest with it. I think you can go back to the Chinese with the railroads. It's just these immigrants broke their backs, and I'm sure they encountered wild men like they did in China. It's not. They probably handled it even better. They probably weren't as scared as regular Americans. It's just. I think it's part of the United States where people just don't want to talk about it. But we need these type of workers because things will break down, things will not function. It's almost like you were saying in the military. Most of the contractors really don't do anything. They hire subcontractors to do it. So it's just a revolving circle.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. So thank you for that. I think that's important information. And so Viviana, are you back with us, honey? Are you still cooking? Are you eating? Or do
No,
you?
I'm done.
Oh yeah. Do
No,
you
I'm
eat?
not even eating.
Oh
I'm juice fasting, so I'm not eating. But I still
oh
have to cook.
oh. And just out of
Yeah.
curiosity, do you always do this? Is this regular for you that you juice fast, or is this a special phase or something?
Well, I'm trying just to feel better and get back to healthy, and I want to mountain bike again, and I have a lot of back pain and a lot of pain. I'm just pain the last 2 years. So I'm
Uh-huh.
like, I need to try to do something different.
Okay.
I've done it before, yeah, but I'm just want to see if I can optimize my health so I can, stay, just get healthy because I feel really unhealthy lately.
Okay.
Like, when your hair and your nails start getting brittle, something's wrong.
Yes, yes,
So,
absolutely. No, 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 you're absolutely right. And I've been there, and I've gone into some depth about that with my listeners about why that was happening to me, of course. But when it comes to yourself, I'm glad that you're pursuing something about this, and I hope it does help you feel better. But you do eat
thank
something
you.
to make certain that you have something in you. I don't want you to do something dangerous. You're not starving yourself to death, I hope.
No, I do juice. So I juice and I have juice in the morning and at lunch and at night. And then, so if I do get hungry, I'll eat like something small, but
Okay.
nothing. Because I want to just,
So
for the first few days, and then I'll,
yeah,
it does get easier over a little time.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
make yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just gonna tell Sammy. So
Yeah.
my last video that did really well was my last one.
Hmm.
It was my recent one. And the reason why is because I find I've merged with the community I used to fight with. We were like at war with each other. And so the community in a whole, which is, like true crime drama stuff, was just getting so toxic. And I had one of my good friends had said, this is just like, we really got to like get out of here and support a certain person. So we really truly put our backing behind her and supported her because she was going through something really rough. And just with her support alone, I've gained so many friends. And so she like came to my live stream last night, and because she was there, like literally that's the best live stream I had,
Oh
which
wow.
is probably like almost 3,000 views,
Wow.
which
Well,
yeah, that it's a really great community too. I mean, but we have our issues. So
Hmm.
the drama comes in handy.
Well, I'm so proud of you. I mean, that's incredible. Um, and this community that you were at war with, this is very different than what was happening with your political activities at the time you were being gang stalked. This is a different community that you were at war with than that, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, definitely.
So go on, please.
Oh, it's just, just what we do out here just to buy time and but there's actual people, they're out there and they and we cultivate each other and friendships and it's just wonderful. Like it's just fun. So I'd love to. I can't wait for you to hopefully come and meet them someday.
Oh, I'd love to. Are you talking to Sammy or
Yeah,
both of us?
both of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful. Yes. Yes, we'd love to meet
wait,
them
Yeah,
someday. Now, is this online or just drop
well,
by?
yeah, it's YouTube. Oh no, we can schedule it or you can just drop by and we can throw you on panel. But I mean, the fun thing is that the cool thing I think you could try to do is move around through YouTube and get involved in other communities and you'll get more of a following. It's just a
That's
matter of
excellent.
you know,
Yeah, that's an
yeah.
excellent suggestion. Well, I'll probably start with your adult supervision. You can take me onto some of these little places for a nice little visit, and then I could get back into kind of like putting my toe in the water, so to speak. So when you do these live streams, are you using camera?
Sometimes I use cameras, sometimes I don't.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's just a matter of so we use I use StreamYard. A lot of people like that platform, which is on a website. It's a website and you can stream to YouTube just like you're using Skype.
Okay. Okay.
So I mean, so people come on panel, we have discussions, we have knockdown, drag out argues, people just like throw down fight, or we just be totally stupid and talk about hilarious stuff. It's just like getting together and hanging out, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So
And you'd be surprised how many people are out there that just want a community and just want to hang out and not feel lonely.
right, of course. Of
Yeah.
course. And I was just what is it that comes to my mind about this? When you're oh yes, is that something you said you're using this what did you call it? Zuma or something?
It's called StreamYard.
StreamYard. Yeah, there we are.
Mhm.
And is that something I need to download, like Skype or something first, or?
No, so what I would do is when we stream,
Yeah.
I use the StreamYard portal,
Uh-huh.
and I usually put a link in the chat,
Hmm.
and anyone can click that link and just come on panel.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you would call me essentially, right? Or something?
Well, no, like you could just pop into chat, find the link, and click it, or I could email it to you or something. So
That's
that
what we
it's
would
like
do.
just
You'd email it to me so
yeah.
that I could, feel like, more comfortable that way. So we would arrange for
Mhm.
this sometime soon in the near future. That sounds great. And I
Yeah.
don't know if Sammy would want to participate in this, but how does that sound to you, Sammy? This sort of thing. Is
Well,
he?
currently
Yeah.
the person we support, her name is Natasha Cooper, and she's covering a really important and historical case in
It's
Florida
on.
called the
Oh,
Dozier Boys School.
Oh my God! Oh, you're kidding! So I've spoke of that in the past. Yes, yes,
Have you really? Oh my God!
yes.
See, that would jive with the community, like because they're following her
Mhm.
and they're really invested in that case.
Yeah.
So, like, you know what I mean?
oh my
Yeah.
With
God.
your knowledge, yeah, it would be fun.
Yeah, and that's right. And
Uh,
our man Sammy can attest to my talking about the Dozier dig, where
oh my
all the
God.
bodies.
The Dozier dig.
Yeah,
Yeah, the White House boys.
the White House boys.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah, you're talking about, this is right up Doug's alley, and I hate to say it that way, but when it comes,
It doesn't sound. Does it? It's not the way he makes it sound. Yes, go on.
no, what I mean by that is when it comes to getting in the ass of the government's bullshit,
Yeah.
this is the specialty. This is why he's hated so much.
Yes.
He's hated so much that you know, that's just what it is. They hate him with a passion, but Doug really, like I said last time, he really gets in their ass, and you know. But no, that would be a great opportunity for you, Doug, as far as kind of explaining what you know.
Yes.
I think that's it's going to be very eye-opening, and be a great introduction.
Yes.
But yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
And the StreamYard
Natasha-
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. The StreamYard platform is great. I mean, I've seen it be used, and it's a little different, but it's, from what I've known, it's pretty handy. Go ahead, Leah.
Yeah. So the lady Natasha Cooper that is doing the case, she could probably come on panel too, but she's also in touch with people because she's from Florida. So she's in touch with people that have been subject to that case.
Wow. Okay. Subject to that case,
Yeah.
meaning they're part of the investigations and everything else. Yes. I take it part
Yeah.
of the dig, something like that.
Family members, people in her community that live nearby. I think she's 40 minutes from it.
Oh my God. Oh, that's it
Oh.
is. Yeah. Go on.
Well, one of the cases that I learned about through Doug was the McMartin case.
Right.
This was the biggest publicized case in Southern California. This is prior to the OJ case.
That's
It's very interesting to me that the OJ case went right behind it. I think, in a way, it was maybe planned that way, where they kind of just wanted you to forget about that McMartin case. But this also leads back to the tunnels that are under Los Angeles that pretty much leads to the Presidio. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, right, Doug?
That's right.
And it is what it is. But it's very interesting that the OJ case went right behind it to almost pretty much suppress it. And that's really my opinion. I mean, you guys could disagree, but
That's
it's very
an
interesting that
observation. I never thought of that.
that McMartin case kind of went away after the OJ, after the OJ trial. And, to me, the OJ trial was horrific, but to that publicity, I think it was a little too much.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But
if I
then again,
if I remember correctly, I in my mind, the way I kind of remember it, I thought the McMartin case was kind of like years before OJ. That's how I remember it. I might be misremembering it, but it
No, I
feels to
think
me
you're
like
right.
almost a lifetime
Because
before the OJ case. Like maybe about like maybe I may not be remembering this correctly, but the way it feels to me
Well,
wasn't
emotionally,
you have to keep in
McMartin
mind.
yeah,
wasn't McMartin 80-ish 90s because we were going through the AIDS crisis. So that was probably one of the predominantly parts of the story.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm asking because you were part of that, weren't you?
Yes, yes, in a sense. I mean, I wasn't part of that, but it came up. It was certainly going on while what was going on at the Presidio was going on. The person who was claiming all of the credit for being involved with that was Ted Gunderson. So we're talking about the 1980s, and then OJ was 90s, right? I think
Oh, it was 80,
Yeah,
83 through 90 was
83 through
McMartin.
McMartin. Okay. Yeah,
Hmm.
so then
when
OJ came up,
and
but
then OJ
yeah.
was
92, I
94,
think.
right? 94, 90. Okay. Well,
Mm,
they're pretty close. But what I'm trying to say
yeah.
is, um, it's very interesting that they try to use, certain cases to kind of shun the public from, really wanting answers. What I'm saying. But go ahead.
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
you'll get
And
my drift.
yeah, and
Kind
maybe
of like
that's yeah, I'm
Amber
sorry. Go
Heard.
on, honey. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Amber Heard was also like, such an. I just find this so stupid. Like, why is everyone so invested in this stupid case? But I can tell that we need to be consumed with something. So, but what is the whole point of it being so, um, you know, promoted?
Mhm. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
it's in terms of that case, what do you to think of it? I mean, I think
I have
yeah.
I have no idea. I really don't follow, white drama. I hate to put it that way because it doesn't interest me. These people are millionaires, and I know money doesn't change anything, but give that money to Doug. Doug needs it. You
Thank you.
you know,
Yes.
give some to me too. Like I don't understand. And to me, it's Johnny Depp. To me, it's Johnny Depp's fault. I really don't think one of the reason why because you chose a woman.
Yeah.
No one put
Yes.
a gun to your head. If the woman, was not interested in you really, then that's your fault. You're the trick. It is what it is.
Thank you.
And
But
I just
wait. So I
yes,
mean, you can't blame him because of his choice. I mean, a lot of times we get involved in a relationship and we get married just based off love. We don't know that that person's gonna be a ticking time bomb or
but
crazy.
see that's but see that's
Amber
but that's
Turd or shit in my bed. I mean,
but what I'm trying to say though is, at the end of the day, you got to take the L. Like you're a man. Don't be crying because this woman's crazy. That's
no,
that's the woman you
she
chose.
destroyed his reputation though. That was a total witch move. That's like,
She,
you know what
hey,
I
she
mean?
probably was a demon in the sack. I mean, hey, maybe that's how she got him. It is what it is. Hey, there's some girls are demon in the sack, but you don't want to marry them. It's just what it is. I just think to me he's a good actor. He played into that, and at the end of the day, I mean, it really doesn't matter. I don't feel sorry for him. You're a man up. You're almost 60 years old. Like, why are you crying that this woman's crazy? Move on. Oh, like it's
But
just
why
I
should
don't
we
know.
get
It's
away
just
with such, because we saw that whole Me Too
huh?
movement thing. We saw that whole Me Too movement when, yes, it was a very pivotal part in our history for women and speaking up.
Right.
But in the same respect, you saw a lot of corruption or women who were trying to get vengeance, and it was hard to prove certain cases. But she felt kind of took advantage of that in that moment, and that was very opportunistic for her, in my point. And I think she deserves every bit of what the
Well,
damage.
no, I'm not saying she don't deserve it. What I'm saying is Johnny Depp is ultimately responsible because he chose her. Okay. And
Yeah.
yes, is she crazy? Probably. In my opinion, she probably did not like men. She probably was a good looking woman, but he's probably a dope who never really got to know her. You know, these celebrities are not, they're not regular people. These people, they're just not in a paradigm. So to me, he's a goofy in a sense that, man up, you messed up, and you're a lick.
Yeah.
You're a lick. You're a sucker. And it is what it is. I'm not saying.
How would you like it if?
I'm not saying.
How would you like it if I had a relationship with you, and something went wrong?
Uh-huh.
And I'm next day I'm like writing about you in a publication, or I'm dragging you on YouTube, or I'm destroying everything about you, and it affects your whole life.
Vivian, I wouldn't like it, but guess what? I can find another woman, and I'll be okay.
But what if you get a felony, or I charge you with like false rape accusations?
And I have his resources, and I have his resources, and I have his money. I think I'll be fine.
No, you're just you. Like, you're just you. Wouldn't you want some kind of?
Oh, okay. I'm not Johnny Depp. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of different though, because yeah. Oh.
Well, I'll put it this way. You know, I'm sorry, go on. He's. I'm sorry, Sammy.
Are you? Let's get your viewpoint, Doug.
Yes. Yes. Well, no. What I'm trying to say is, Johnny Depp to me it's just, to me he's, I don't know. I don't feel sorry for him. I don't. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah. I was going to say that I myself do not feel sorry for Johnny Depp at all either. And, Nathan Brooks, of course, is a dad and he's got kids and they still watch things like Pirates of the Caribbean. So Nathan Brooks was saying, we all want to see Johnny Depp in the next Pirates film. And I was like thinking to myself, no, we don't. I mean, I never even saw any of the original ones, but at any rate, Johnny Depp, of course, just so Sammy understands, like a dope, burned all his money. So he was left extremely vulnerable when she did what she did. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, was that he never went to jail. He didn't spend a day in jail. But what he's saying is that his career was ruined by what she said. Now bear in mind, this basically... Yeah. Oh, God, what was that?
Come on. That's
yeah,
that's me. That's me crying for him.
No, I get it. I get it. No, dude, I get it. Yeah. I feel nothing for him.
My thing, though, if I'm a celebrity, I'm not getting married. You don't. You don't get married.
Yeah, or no. Here's what you do these days. Everyone, just the way it is, you sign prenuptial agreements. This is what everyone does before.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, no matter.
Or just hire escorts.
Yes, that's right.
It is what it is.
Gosh,
yeah. Well, no, I mean, in all reality, even I hope for a future in which I settle down with someone. I mean, I can fantasize about using escorts all my life, but obviously most women wouldn't tolerate that. So, it is what it is as well in that regard. But when it comes to Johnny Depp, he burned through millions and millions of dollars like an idiot. And so when this woman did what she did, then he said, oh, now she ruined my career. But the one thing that I found reprehensible was this entire media hate machine was mobilized against Amber Heard. So don't forget that you've got incels, involuntary celibate men, who just hate on women. And this is all they do. And they get online and they do that. And then they mobilize this entire public tsunami to hate on women. And the end result is a nightmare. And so they prejudged the case in the public. The public prejudged the case before it came to its close. And they were all calling Amber Heard guilty. And of course, Crystal River feels that there's something far more sinister here because she knows the background of Johnny Depp and because she knows much more about his connections to crime and Satanism. He was the man who came up and defended the Memphis trio that were, in my mind, and in Crystal Rivers, responsible for killing a young boy in a satanic crime and essentially copying to it, and yet getting off years later because one of the things that happened was Johnny Depp came to their defense and, basically hired a bunch of attorneys to rewrite the story. And, I was talking with Tony Leslie about this, and Tony Leslie was really, she was really emotionally invested in this too. She was buying, or shall I say, she took the side that this young kid had died in some kind of injury. He fell into a marshy area where snapping turtles were biting at his body. So she, has that perspective that was promoted by Johnny Depp's employed attorneys that got these people out of jail. I mean, there was all kinds of actors that got behind these three people that pretty much originally were convicted for a satanic sacrifice of a young boy. So, Johnny Depp is as dirty as they come. I mean, he's quite sinister.
Yeah.
And so
I agree.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
agree.
Yeah.
But I also feel that this dynamic of this feminine and male
Yeah.
is also could be considered a war between the two factions in the spirit. Like,
yes.
that's
Absolutely.
how I view it. So
Yes.
like the surface of it and the, who's right or wrong makes no difference to me. It just shows that the male energy is moving into power.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
one of the things,
Yeah, go on.
one of the things that bothers me about this case was that I understand Johnny Depp's, him being upset about quote unquote ruining his career. But my thing with him is you need to reinvent yourself. That's one of the things I don't think he could ever do is reinvent himself.
He's still stuck. He's stuck in the same character.
He's still stuck in Edward Scissorhands, Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
All these. You need to reinvent yourself as an artist. You need to challenge yourself because to me, what he's crying about is it's really the fact that he can't find work because, no offense to me, like those movies to me are not, they're not moving. They're just the same.
They're not worthy of being considered a part of any cultural enrichment. Yeah.
He's not Marlon Brando. Like, yes, I know Marlon Brando had his sticks, but I mean, The Godfather 2 is one of the best movies of all time because he did a great job, and to me, Johnny Depp, he's very predictable in the sense of his roles. So I just think he can't reinvent himself because he doesn't want to. So he's, in a sense, to me, just wanting the public to side with him. But in my opinion, you chose that woman. And if your team is dumb enough to let you marry that woman, then for all the resources he has, to me, it's just, I don't feel sorry for him. I don't.
Yeah. No, it's true. I agree. I agree. His resources were so vast and he wasted them all. And then when this happened, he comes crying to the public. It's a civil suit and it's yeah. I'm sorry. Go on, Sammy. Yeah. See if he's back with us. Yeah, go on, honey. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that it was right that the media and the presence and the influence was real here, but we can't forget his past and the dark forces that I think they both work with. Because I think just this was a vie for power, and it shows that the woman spirit and that era has had its time, and we're seeing like it's starting to becoming less and less powerful, which I don't like the whole lot of either one because they operate in darkness. So
and by the way, can I ask something, Vivian? If I'm gonna get married, and this is the thing that I do with my significant other, okay, we talk about if we split, we talk about scenarios, and not because I like to do it. As a man, you don't want to communicate, but you're gonna have to. Johnny Depp should have talked to her before they got married to say, let's work something out in case this doesn't work. And the statistics show, hell, screw regular statistics. Statistics in celebrities, like that should already tell you it's not gonna work. So he should have had the sense to say, how much am I gonna owe you when I dump you? Or you're going to find me cheating, or, you find out I'm gay. I don't know. But you know what I mean? It's one of those things where you have to discuss it because it's part of your brand. He hurt his brand by not addressing the contingency plan to put it into Star Wars. I hate to bring that up, but you know, he should have found a backup plan, and that lets you know how much of a goofy he is. He's just a goofy because he let, excuse my language, he let a female run him. He's a lick. He was a walking lick, and yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad it's over. Like, what was this distraction for, and why? You know, it kept everyone so invested in something so dumb.
It's well, like you said, that might have been the idea. And in terms of you know, what did come of it, I was profoundly worried that this would be its outcome, and this outcome has occurred, and I believe it's disempowering for women that this happened, and this is that something needs to be done about these hate machines that get mobilized towards people. In terms of Amber Heard, she might be incredibly difficult, but it's not like you know, Johnny Depp was any prize. The guy was you know, he's not even acting. He just gets on screen and he's not acting at all. He's just a drugged out loser, and everybody thought that was cute. Yeah.
All I'm saying is she must have been a demon in the sack, because for him to do that, she had to. It is what it is. I mean, bless her heart. She had to do what she had to do, but I just don't blame him. I just don't. I just think it's very weak for him to use the media, because, and it just lets you know the judicial system that I've been a part of a jury, you know, and I saw what you talked about, Doug, as far as
thank you.
You know, them throwing out children's testimony. Yes. I witnessed it. They throw out children's testimony. They don't acknowledge it, which is asinine. But no, Johnny Depp's a goof. He's a goofy. He's somebody that you know, if this happens to him again, he deserves an ass whooping. Like, because he deserves an ass whooping now, because look how old he is. And I hate to bring up age, but you know, it's just embarrassing to me. It's kind of embarrassing, but you know, go ahead.
I mean, how old is he, by the way? He's 60 something.
He's almost 60.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Basically, and and he's still acting like a child, because that's what he's basically, a child actor. He's still a child actor, and he's lost. And so these people are like, this was like a child spat. And it was, I guess we did it to death, in terms of, we know there's not much to it, and yet at the same time, we know that the repercussions are rather profound. I think that, but mostly what impresses me in the most negative sense about this case was that mobilized wave of hatred that came from the incels, the involuntary celibates, these men, the keyboard warriors, all the keyboard. What do they call them again? Rubbernecks or something? They have a special
keyboard killers, mousepad monsters.
Yeah, they also have that term for them. They call them goiternecks or something. I forget what they call them, but it's they just you know, all these people are horrible, and they put all of their energy into save that poor man Johnny Depp. And you know, as Viviana said, this is like the male spirit versus the female spirit, and right now the male spirit has come back into kind of like a toxic masculine kind of power play with that regard.
I mean, he wasn't saying that when he was hitting it. Like, why are you complaining now?
Yeah, neckbeards. They call them neckbeards. Anyhow, go on.
I mean, that's just my thing. There's a price to pay. Like, you need to do your diligence. And I know I sound like a broken.
But she needed to put it in her place too, because she's an entitled, spoiled.
But see,
cares nothing about anyone. Did you see how she played the jury and how she tried to play and act? I mean, these are
absolutely
actors. There's nothing about them that's real.
Absolutely, and this is where he needed to negotiate and really, you know, keep it real with her. You know, this ain't Jack Sparrow you're talking to. Yeah. You know, this is my personal life. So, you know, it's really, to me, it's just, as a man, you initiate what you want to order. You bring order. And obviously he didn't do that.
No,
Well,
it
yeah, I
comes down
consider
to
it
the
that.
lack of adult responsibility that, as far as I can see, there was no prenuptial agreement. So we have to be adults, and there has to be a prenuptial agreement when it comes to these things, especially, yeah. So when Sammy says, "You're not talking to Jack Sparrow here," no, Sammy, you're wrong. She was talking to Jack Sparrow. That's all Johnny Depp is he's a cartoon
Then
character.
then he's
Yeah,
well, then he's a goofy because
yeah.
he should never got married. He just,
That's right.
it's
That's
dumb. Like he's not a person. You're right.
I
It's just
yeah.
it's one of those things where
look, you can't take back what you do. Like, we all make mistakes. You marry the wrong person. Okay, so how do you still, does that mean people should get away with destroying each other just because of the male female thing, or what was good for her and was good? I mean, she was horrible to him. She cheated on him. She lied. I mean, where do we draw a line and just say
Uh-huh. I
what's good
understand.
for the goose is good for the gander,
To,
basically?
to a degree, yes, I understand that, honey. Yeah, and yeah, I think it's remarkable the way it's working out. Of course, was Sammy and I are very pro female, and Viviana, she also is. She's kind of, how would I say it? I know Viviana doesn't like a lot of what feminists have done, and but
I
nevertheless,
believe
yeah.
in the order of
Mhm.
the biblical order of things. And I
Okay.
think that's why, because we're
well,
having so much problems in life, is because we have totally denied all of that as a structure. So we're going to get the society that we want, and then
Okay.
we're going to cry about it.
But you've heard me talk about there's elements of the Bible that are also very brutal and savage and very negative and not to be emulated. Certainly examples in the Bible where men have basically let their wives be gang raped by strangers, and these
Mm-hmm.
stories are presented as some kind of object lesson, but we certainly can't take them as exemplary, as something
Oh,
that.
no, I mean, that's why we're supposed to take that and learn from it, because we
Right.
saw the foolishness of the leaders,
Mhm.
you know. But
Okay. Yeah.
we're so far removed from all that. It's not even
but
on our radar.
eh,
So it's not even part of the discussion, basically.
Vivian, but in my, and I'm not a feminist. I'm not, but it's what I'm trying to say about Johnny Depp is he's an entertainer and he's in Hollywood. So cheating is not necessarily a bad thing. They don't live in our paradigm. So I'm sure he cheated on her too. In fact, I probably guarantee he cheated on her. They don't live in our paradigm. So that's not
Yeah,
an
that's true.
excuse.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
I understand that she was a bitch and she did all this, but still comes down to Johnny Depp's decision. He's the man.
Mhm.
He he needs to do his due diligence. If you're, and
No,
that's
I see
kind
what you're
of
saying.
dumb. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying too.
But he could have
Go ahead, bro.
avoided the whole thing if he would have maybe sought wisdom and tried to consider, but he probably just fell in love and she had a spell on him and he was just like, yeah, I'm gonna marry you.
Mhm. Well, I
Who
think that
knows? Who cares? It's
that's
over.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's certainly over
That's
now.
where I
I mean,
stand.
still, it did bear some discussion. It did bear some discussion
Yeah.
because it was so. Yeah, go on.
Nathan thinks it's only just begun. He might
I'm
be right.
I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. I presume he's not talking about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I mean, they're not coming back together again. That's for sure.
Well, no, I think what he means is like you could do something that could be looked at or turn this case over is the fact that was the jury at any time persuaded or
Okay.
influenced, or did the media have something to do with the jury's decision, and how well were they preserved?
Hmm. Yeah.
Just to throw a monkey wrench in the discussion,
Mhm.
that would be interesting. That would be kind of funny if they decided to work it out. I would find it funny.
Yeah, that would be
Just
funny. I mean,
just to laugh with people, just to mess with people, and they probably would get a lot of ratings. I mean, I would, if I were them, I would discuss maybe to recuperate money, maybe, let's keep it real. I mean, right now, to be honest with you, Doug, and this is where I have to say the biggest drug right now is not really money, it's clout, it's
yeah,
attention.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, if Johnny Depp really wanted to capitalize on this, they would do some type of reality show. I mean, they would sell this. The reality show, that train wreck they were describing would sell.
Yes. Yes. It would be like the Tiger King.
That's just
So
me throwing a monkey wrench.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a good idea.
Absolutely.
Somebody should approach them. Yeah.
They can call it rich white trash, but it would work.
Yes.
It would work.
Yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, that would be perfect. And then, of course, everybody would universally grow to hate them both, I would hope. And then they would, oh, God. Well, such is life. Thank you, both of you. I'm going to go on.
You should see what Nathan wrote, because that's interesting.
Okay, let me take a look in the live stream. And Nathan wrote, he said, sadly, I know it. They're just getting warmed up for the Marilyn Manson trial. Depp, Manson, Daniel Eccles, the main killer in WM3. The WM3, what was that?
West Memphis.
No, West Memphis 3. Thank you. All have matching tattoos. Oh God. That may be true. I'll check that with Crystal River. She follows this as well. Nathan Brooks, of course, needs to bring. Yeah, go on, honey.
What's the Marilyn Manson trial about?
Sammy, do you remember? Marilyn Manson was, I think it was raping a bunch of women, right? Basically molesting a bunch of females, I think, underage.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, something to that effect. But to me, Marilyn Manson's another one too. Like, it's very interesting that these trials are going up and they get so much attention. Mm-hmm. I never saw this with any people of color as far as males. Okay. Mm-hmm. When it came to, I don't know, maybe a male in that position, but it's just very interesting the fact that, they want to coddle these actors, these entertainers. And, yes, they're a product of the entertainment industry and it's the world, but it's just annoying at this point. It's just annoying. Like, I don't, and it's just
that's a very interesting concept, because it says here that the Depp verdict may set a new precedent, and Marilyn Manson's up next, and it will be a blueprint for how men can weaponize their accuser statements against them. Well, this should be interesting. I didn't know all that.
Right. Well, Nathan Brooks also says, great point, Sammy. So it's wonderful. We're having this little conversation here. And hopefully Crystal River, who knows much more about this sort of thing, can join us. But go on. Yeah. Someday. Yeah. Go on.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
What music do you listen to? Did you like 80s rock? Like, you never mentioned that. Were you into 80s rock and stuff? Were you into pop, like Lionel Richie and a Wham and stuff? I always wonder that.
Oh God! First off, it was a fairly. I guess I was of some years by the time that I went deaf in my right ear, but I've always been rather atonal, and I would have to say, really, that I just usually went for bubblegum pop. Really, it's just bubblegum pop music. It was usually female pop singers would have a kind of effect on me where I would have a affinity for them. Certainly prefer their music. Every once in a while, it was usually like easy tones that would be like earworms, kind of like almost like. It was never anything particularly serious in terms of music. I'm just not a very musical person. My mother was very much into music and dance. And so I didn't inherit any of that from her, which I believe was very disappointing to her. And I was very sad and sorry about that. I wish that I could have done her more justice in that regard. She was an extraordinarily physical person. When it comes to myself, I was much more subdued in terms of my ability to express myself physically. To a degree, not that I'm shy, but definitely it's one of those things that I wish I could have cultivated that flair more. But yeah, I was without that talent in that regard, singing and dancing, and musical instruments. So I was missing so much of what she had. She also played musical instruments, particularly of all things, the harmonica, with great intensity. But her music was, of
Oh
course,
wow.
in her case, she was more towards the Chinese and Japanese popular cultural music, as well as, of course, classical, which was the foundation she grew up with. So in my case, because my father was so completely non-enculturated, he really wasn't enculturated into any kind of the higher arts or cultures or crafts in that sense. I got no inspiration from him in that regard. So it was more or less, it was just on my own. So it was just mostly what I heard
Mm.
that would strike me as appealing. So it was just stuff that came from my parents' generation that I grew up with as thinking as appealing music. Like, of all things, Noreen Halpan was making jokes about it. I was putting up Petunia Clark, like the kind of music that you like on the Facebook back when I was filling out those little things to give the Facebook some background. I actually went through the trouble when I had my first timeline of filling a lot of that stuff out. So I would put in the different types of musical bands that appealed to me. But yeah, a number of rock bands later that would appeal to me that were producing out more popular, softer rock. I was never into heavy metal. The heavy metal was definitely a different world. And so I guess that's pretty much it. There's not much to me when it comes
Oh,
to
okay.
music. The
Oh, okay. So no rap, no hip hop.
Oh yeah, I almost said God no. I almost said God no. It's not that that's it's just, I guess it's pretty eclectic. I know, but for one thing, Sammy has this impression, for instance, because some of the photographs that I show of my escorts, they tend to be fairly diminutive. There were some
Mm.
pictures that I'd put out earlier, like years ago, that were a bit different. But honestly, my taste in females is pretty eclectic. I'm not really, I don't really have a type per se. So
Doug,
that's, yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
and I hate to roam through your skeletons of women you dated. Did you know Maya Mills?
Maya Mills. Now,
Mariah Mills.
oh, Mariah Mills. Yeah, Mariah Mills. No, the story behind that. The story behind that is that what happened was, when Sora Aoi gifted me the timeline that at that point was just a backup timeline, that later on became a necessity because Lena Shea got me knocked off Facebook. Lena Shea herself was toying with a avatar timeline. So she created the Mariah Mills timeline. And so as Mariah Mills, she had a bunch of my Facebook friends hitting on her and just asking her for advice and whatnot. And that included J-Mo Reese, that included Justin White, that included Pavel Edward, that idiot. And I never let him know this, but when I was like taking the timeline from Sora Aoi, because this was not really even a timeline of hers. She said just a bunch of girls in the Philippines or gay guys in the Philippines were using it. And she would often like claim a copyright title. And then, she had no need for the timeline. So she just gave it to me. And the point was that idiot Pavel Edward thought it was the real Sora Aoi, who's a pornographic actress in Japan. Probably the most famous actress, period, in Japan. Because the porn from Japan stretches out universally and everybody's watching that, especially in China. But, a lot of people don't watch the regular movies. But anyhow, Pavel Edward thought he was talking to her, and there's just a few times I just try to ease him out of it, like, oh, hi, no time to talk, that sort of thing. But he's so stupid. He thought that she was answering him. And then, so with Mariah Mills, these guys were like, Justin White was trying to check back and forth because Mariah Mills has the same birthday as Justin White. And so he was like talking with her, as was Jane Maurice. And so it was Lena Shea that whole time. So,
Okay.
so apparently you saw that Mariah Mills was talking to me through our two timelines. You saw that, right?
Well, I remember that, and I mean, it's not out of the question. Like, I'm like, oh, that's probably one of his contracted. Maybe she did a couple of work. She did work with
Right.
you. In her. I mean, because they do that.
Yeah.
It's pretty common. So
Right.
I would not be surprised if you met her and stuff. But
Well, Mariah Mills would have been younger. See, that's the point. When I was involved with the
yeah,
adult entertainment industry, that was essentially before her time. So it
right,
was,
right.
yeah, she was younger, and what happened was that Lena was just having some fun with that. And
Okay.
to tell you how different some of the mentality can be, I forget who's that black woman who has the talk show. Lena Shea used to watch it. It wasn't Oprah Winfrey. It's the younger black woman had a talk show, and
Banks?
maybe
Is it
yeah,
Tyra Banks?
probably.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Lena Shea was a fan, and then Judith Ager was like reading stuff online, and Judith Ager was convinced by what she read online that Tara Banks was a clone, and that sometimes Tara Banks would glitch, and then she would spasm. And she said she was reading online that's because she's a clone that's malfunctioning, quote unquote. And then it was Lena said, no, she has a neurological issue. I guess she had some neurological issue that led to spasms. I mean, this is what alarmed me about Judith, who I love dearly. But, Judith, it's like she would read things online. She'd be kind of vulnerable. And that's why she started calling me names that she found online, like Avril. She called me Avril, which, is completely inapplicable. It's like a misused term. She was like somebody online was misusing the term, and she picked up the misuse of that term. It's just people are vulnerable.
Yeah.
And with that,
Hello?
there we are. There was a
Yes.
little echo there
Yes.
for a while. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. There was some dork that was asking a question.
I hope he didn't hear you. I hope he didn't hear that. Holy shit.
Don't worry, he won't. He's a dork. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Picture Waldo, but Guatemalan Waldo. Okay,
Oh,
he
that's
really
so
looks like
fucking
Waldo.
funny. That's funny.
Yes.
That's funny. I remember
Yes.
one time when Beaver and I, my gang brother and I, were walking in San Francisco, and there was some Asian tourist. I have no idea, Chinese, Korean, whatever, but it was this Asian tourist, probably Chinese or Singaporean or something. And I swear to God, the fucker was so poorly dressed. He looked like Waldo. And that's when I made the joke, we found Waldo. And it was, he just looked like that character. I mean, that's awful. It was just so pathetic. But yeah, so go on. Yeah.
No. But anyways, no. I mean, it didn't. Like I said, I wasn't surprised if you would known her because she's in the industry. But no, I'm just wondering. That's all. Me just trying to comb through your just the people but
Yes,
at
got
least
it.
people that I found interesting.
Yes. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there was older porno actresses who I had friended on the Facebook timeline, and then that idiot Laura Lee Solomon basically like blocked them and fucked up everything. I mean, she was just, yeah. Oh my God. And like I said, I told this story before, but it's so stupidly funny. I'll relay it again in summary. I mean, one time. I had promised, because I had a long talk or several long talks with Laura Lee Solomon, telling her, okay, stop this. This is not your place to do this. I said, I am open to having escorts as friends on my timeline, but I'll tell you what, I won't let them advertise. And if they advertise, I'll give them a warning. And if they do it again, I'll block them, okay? And so then there was this gorgeous, I still have her photo and I'd have to look up her name, but her name's on the photo, but I've got it filed someplace. I can't remember her name offhand, but there was this gorgeous escort, and she advertised once on my timeline. I gave her a warning. Please don't do that. And then she did it again. And so I contacted Laura Lee Solomon, and I told Laura Lee, see, I'm going to live up to my word. And I told her, look, see, there's this escort, put this ad right up on the timeline, and I'm going to block her right now. And I told her, I'm calling you up so you can see me do this. And so when I called her up and showed her that escort on the timeline and said, I wanted to show you this, and then we had a blackout. Then San Francisco had a blackout. So she, when we had a blackout, I said, well, fuck it. I'm normally asleep in the daylight hours. I'll just go to sleep. When I wake up, And then when I woke up, she had unfriended me. Laura Lee Solomon had unfriended me. She had basically left me some really snarky messages like, "Oh, you fucking, oh, I know you went to see her and suck her snatch," and this literally, she said this. She said literally that the messenger. I
You
know
could have
you.
told her, well, yes, I did. Of course I did. What do you?
I was
This is not news.
I was aghast.
Good.
I was aghast. I said, "Oh, look," I said, "there was a blackout." I said, look it up." And so she looked it up, and there was a blackout in San Francisco. And so she then was like, "Oh, okay." And then I said, you know, that's when I found out she had unfriended me. I went to the time. I said, "Oh my God, you unfriended me on Facebook." I'm like, I mean, what did she think? It's like, there were so many aspects of this that were irrational. I mean, just the fact that did she think I was just calling her up to taunt her, and that, "Oh my God, I just called to let you know that this chick makes me so horny. I just wanted you to know that before I take off to fuck her, because I got that much money on me at any given time that I can just take off and fuck escorts that, make me hard." I mean, because that's like, I mean, just the lack of thought, the sheer reactionary response there was insane. Oh my God. So there you go. I mean, stupid bemusing story, but that's where she was at. I mean, she wasn't thinking. She didn't process right. I mean, but then again, and none of this made sense. How originally Judith Eger and her were friends, and then, then they became enemies. Originally, Elena and Judith Eger were friends, and then they became enemies. I know this makes sound like it must be Judith, but it really wasn't. They were just all like that. They were just, and it's just like, the cattiness of it. It's like I said the one time, that Judith and Laura Lee Solomon were still friends at the time, and I pointed out this one guy called Takedown Man, who was on YouTube, and he'd go into the deep web, and he'd try to explain to people, "I go into the deep web so you don't have to." So he could explain horrible things he found on the deep web. And only when they said, "Oh, we'd like to see some of what he's looking at," and I said, "I don't know. It seems to be affecting him. It seems to be impacting him psychologically. I see him in these videos. He's like, out in the woods at night and kind of shouting at the camera. And he's in his car alone shouting at the camera." And then I found out the guy was a Mormon and that he practiced polygamy. Then I said to the ladies, "Now I know why he's out in the woods shouting at the camera at night. Now I know why he's out in the car, his truck, shouting at the camera alone in the vehicle. This is like his only private space. They're henpecking him to death whenever he's at home with multiple wives." That was yeah, it's there were various times when there were just too many women in my life that were, but then again, they saved me from going to Romania, and God knows what would have happened there, because we know about that. And so anyhow, well, I love you dearly. I should start monologuing, and other than that, anything you want to bring up before you go off into the gentle night? And
no, just pretty much please support Douglas Dietrich, and please help him out. And he needs all your support. Despite all the gang stalkers and all the all the defamatory things they say about you, your work speaks for itself. And that's really all I gotta say. And good night.
By the way,
I'll catch up with her.
Before you go, you might want to mention as well that when it comes to the gang stalkers, their own style of presentation speaks for itself as well.
Right. Well, absolutely. When you the type of people that they are, I don't even need to say anything. It's just one of those things where your work speaks for itself. When people hear your monologues, they're impactful, and that's really what counts. So with that note, I'll sign off, and thank you, Vivian, for interacting with me, and
always a pleasure.
Good night.
Hope you have a good
Likewise.
week
Bye-bye.
ahead of you.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yes.
Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
Hugs. We love you dearly. And thank you so much, Viviana. And so, if you happen to be aware that you might start falling asleep, then go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, if you do fall asleep, no worries. And, otherwise, stay with me while you can. Though I really must express my concern about an all juice diet, and hopefully you're getting enough solid food in you where, you can survive. I mean, how long does this go on? I mean, when you do this kind of detoxing, I mean, that's how I perceive it, is really basically as detoxing. When you do
Mm.
this, how long does it last?
Mm. Well, since I haven't done it in a while,
Hmm.
excuse me, sorry. See, I'm detoxing phlegm.
No worries. No worries. Yeah.
um, so it just depends. Like I'm not really dedicated to it right now, so I'm just sort of pressing through this. Just gonna test it out. See, and I already feel a lot of stuff like coming out of my spine, like inflammation and toxic stuff, and I can already feel the effects. So I just want to stay in this lane as long as I can. Maybe, hopefully, like 3 more days, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
But it's not that I don't eat. It's like I don't restrict myself. For me, I just watch what I eat. Like I don't eat anything really heavy, like fat or you know what I mean, bread, because
Okay.
it defeats the whole purpose of what you're trying to do.
I get it. I mean, I get it. It just makes
It, it's
certain.
ex-
Yeah.
it's
Go on.
extremely nutritious.
Okay.
It's just like a nutrient IV into your blood or into your body. So it's kind of like it's almost like being high,
Wow.
but you're totally high on life. It's like you know. So, but you also are going through emotional stuff, and you'll find yourself crying in the tub like for no reason.
Mhm.
It's just weird. It's like a process, but I've done it before quite a few times. So I just thought I needed to do this to kickstart something different into my um because I'm just like always in pain. I'm so tired of it.
Hmm. And have you
And
now have you experimented with different types of painkillers like Tylenol
mm,
or
no.
ibuprofen, or do you find all
Mm-mm.
of those toxic? Or
Mm. Like I only take aspirin,
uh-huh.
but no, I don't really want to do more than I need to.
Okay. And so essentially you're rejecting pharmaceutical painkillers, and granted they no medicine is innocuous. They can have, effects. So
Hmm.
you're doing what you're doing, and if that's helping, then that's great. Okay, so that's cool. And yeah,
Yeah.
so like I said, by God, be careful. I mean, geez, the last person on earth I want to lose is you right now with everything else that,
Oh,
yeah.
you're so
Oh,
sweet.
oh
No, I'm
God.
good. It's not like I'm starving.
Good, good.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's just kick starting, your body into health because
mm,
I've probably deprived myself of nutrients for so long.
mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I get it. So wonderful. Well, obviously, if I need your help, I'll give you a call, and
Okay.
otherwise, stay in the background.
Oh,
And yeah,
so I was
yeah,
gonna say real quick while
sure.
I'm here
Take
with
your
you.
time. Yeah.
I am gonna drop off for a bit, but I
Uh-huh.
can add back to the call, right?
You should be able to with no problem. Yeah. That's the
Okay.
way it's supposed to work. So the way it's supposed to work is that if you drop off the call, that you should be able to jump on so long
Oh
as the
no,
same call is
what
still on.
happened?
Yeah. Well, I'm here. Can you hear me, honey?
No. Oh,
Oh,
I don't know. You just went silent. What happened?
oh. Let me see now. Can everybody else hear me? So I think what she did
Yeah.
was
Oh wait, hold on.
okay. So I'll need everybody else to report in. Let me know if you can hear me, because our dear lady Viviana cannot hear me. So just need to make sure the rest of you can. Let's have some feedback on that. And with that, I'll check the. Oh gosh, this is why I keep the Facebook pages up, in case somebody tries to contact me through Facebook Messenger. And there's been a lot of profound change going on lately, and really there we are, honey.
So
Can you hear
you
me?
you do look. Wait, hold on. You do. Let me see. Make sure you're live.
Yeah.
You're still live. Okay, you're good.
Thank you.
I can hear
Thank you.
you. All right.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make sure that if I get off, I can rejoin the call. But maybe tonight's not a good night to do that.
You mean tonight's not? Oh, you mean by that? I get what you're saying. Yeah, that you're afraid that if you drop off the way things have been working, that you may not be able to get back on the call because everything is so fucked up the way it's behaving lately. Yeah. So I get what you're
Are
saying.
you
Yeah.
are you able to see your screen now and stuff, or is that still a problem?
Oh, no, no, no. I can see the screen. Thank you very much for asking. I should be
Okay.
able to deal with everything. And
Okay.
let me make certain that just before you go, oh yes, yes. So as I said, I'll talk to V about yourself, and hopefully she'll reach out to you through the email. I presume I have your permission to give her your email, right? And then I'll ask her
Sure.
for her permission so that I can give
Okay.
her email to
Thank you.
you, and then if I can get the two of you to contact. Now, just out of curiosity, now again, you don't need to answer this in any depth, especially before you kind of drop off for a little bit and get a little nap. But what made you decide not to have a phone in life? You don't have a phone for communication, right?
No, I have like a house phone, and then I have like Google Voice. So that's like a throwaway number. It's just like I use Google Voice,
Okay.
and it's just like using the internet for phone. But yeah, I stopped having a cell phone when I was going through that matter, because I figured that's why I was always being tracked.
Got it.
Or
Got it.
you know what I mean?
And that
Like,
very well was probably the case. That very well was probably the
mhm.
case. So you probably did the right thing by basically getting rid of a cell phone. So in your case, that probably was the right thing to do. So so you have a landline. And
Yeah.
now you don't need to give me that number on air, of course.
Well, that's for my mom. That's my mom's. Like basically, that's her.
Okay.
Because she needs that. So,
Okay.
but everything I do is online, so you can always reach me. I guess if you want to give me your number, I can give you my voice, my Google Voice, but it's not like sometimes if I have a problem, I just have to toss the number and get a whole new one. Or, if somebody is stalking you or something, you just want to change your number, you can do that with the Google Voice. It's not like you're not married to it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for explaining that. I mean, you and I can talk about that later privately. No need to go into it now.
Okay.
So I'll explain to her. The point is, I'm presuming at some point the two of you would need to kind of talk, and she's kind of stuck in the telephonic age. So because so she would be kind of like, I don't know if that's possible. If she could call you on your mother's landline, if both of you needed to discuss products or something, that would be.
Well, I mean, I thought you were having a little problem with her, so I was kind of like a little leery of even touching base, because I'm not that, I'm interested in it, but I don't really need to. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get what
Thought
you're
you guys
saying.
were
I mean,
having a
my
falling out.
problems with her is that my problems with her are like my problems. That doesn't mean she would have problems with yourself or anyone else. It's just
So
Go on.
does she ship her product, and could I use it like myself, or do I need to have it done with a professional?
Oh, I think she would give you some instructions, but it would be mostly, I think, pretty self-explanatory. She would ship her products, yeah. And so when I've expressed before my hate for her, I mean, just to kind of educate people in this, it's like this is what makes my gang stalkers so crazy. They truly hate me, but I'm the man they love to hate. This is what they invest all their energy into because they're crazy people. When I say I hate someone like V, it's because she's the woman I hate to love. I don't see any future with her, but at the same time, I've known her forever, and she just had some behavior that became very toxic, and it's toxic to me, not to anybody else. And so she really made me hate her, and that's because I feel she's worthy of emotional investment in that regard. I don't want to come off sounding like O.J. Simpson, who made the classic textbook textbook classic psychopathic comment when he said, "And even if I did kill Nicole, that just shows how much I loved her." And certainly that's not where I'm coming from. No, it's just that, I invested a lot of energy in this person, time, money, and she did a number of things that were just wrong. Not wrong enough where, I severed all contact or anything, but wrong enough. I mean, good God, enough to, make myself hateful. But yeah, that's different from her professionalism to a degree. Now, she's done some really unprofessional things with me, but I can't see her doing that with anybody else. And but in terms of that, it is what it is. And so yeah, I'll tell her about your interest, and that would be interesting to see if she follows up, and then hopefully the two of you can talk. The thing is, my experience with her is that she seems almost unable to work well with the electronic media. It's almost like she's stuck in the 20th century. She's a few years older than myself, like Judith Ager. And so they I can't remember which is a little older. Judith might be a little older than V, but I'm not quite sure. Either way, so there you go with that. I'm glad that we discussed it, and love you dearly. And I'll take a deep breath and go into monologue. All right.
All right. Thank you. Have it and enjoy. And I'm sure you'll do well. Okay. So I'll talk to you later.
Look forward to it, honey.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. So, and in the time we have remaining, going to check the live stream again for exactly what it says here. And I always have a morbid interest in that. I'm a clock watcher, and it's how I kind of time myself, pace myself once I get into all the oxygen sucking, and weird things are already happening with my screen. So what happens was, when she dropped off the call, apparently I'm pretty sure she hung up. And that's okay. We're still streaming. I'm pretty sure we're still streaming. I'm going to check and find out. And it says we're streaming. So that's the online broadcasting software. It says we're streaming. And we're definitely something fucked with Skype. I can tell you that. So because I just heard a little bloop sound, and that does not sound good. So Skype is probably off the offline right now, and that's all right. We're going to keep recording. And if our lovely lady jumps back on call, yeah, she ended the call. That's what happened. She ended the call. So she's got to learn to just leave that on. So, but that would make her batteries. So what she needs to do is put her phone on the charger. That's what she needs to do. So if she puts her phone on the charger, then this has the potential of working in the future. As it is right now, going to ask people to let, oh shit, as soon as she goes, the sex box come in. Stop jerking. Find girl and fuck. Yes, that's there. There we go. Just let me see if I can hide these people, and I'll have to keep checking in on them every once in a while. We probably won't even have enough time tonight to cover all that I really need to cover. But all right, let's see what we can cover. For God's sakes, come on. Trying to press the control button here. We may be stuck with the sex bots. Stop jerking. Yeah. Oh, gee. I hope they didn't catch me. They didn't see me on the camera, did they? All right. Put user in timeout, unhide user on this channel. Hey, dude, how come it doesn't give me, any options other than trying to hide the user on the channel? It gives me the option of unhiding. Don't want that. Come on. And I don't even bother to report them anymore after all the, I'm afraid to click too hard. It'll take me to their link. At any rate, this isn't working. This is so fucking lame. The internet is really lame tonight. Are we streaming? Okay, people, let me know in chat if you could get through the sex bots. I see sex bots, and I click remove, and everything just freezes. So, internet is fucking frozen. Oh, she deleted them. God bless her. She got them. God bless you, honey. Mwah. So there we go. So the way we handle it next time, honey, is keep your cell phone on the charger throughout the night and just leave the call on. That's one way of handling it. That's what Derek Talley used to do, for what that's worth. Maybe you don't want to do that, and that's understandable too. Just in the news, we've got 2 Northern California militia members are in federal custody after being charged with plotting to blow up the state Democratic headquarters in Sacramento, the capital of my Golden State Nation. This month, more information was revealed about that pair, but first, let's review the case. There are, of course, the charges. In a federal indictment, Ian Benjamin Rogers, who's 45 years old, of Napa and Gerard Copeland. If basically what I'm trying to say in the English, and I'm saying it miserably, is that the 45-year-old Ian Benjamin Rogers of Napa, California, which is wine country, can be beautiful. God knows why anyone would want to spend their time building bombs. And Gerard Copeland, who's 37 years old, of Vallejo, California, were plotting an attack in order to start a movement of violence. This is a red Republican insurgency. And federal prosecutors charged that Rogers and Copeland were upset about the outcome of the November 2020 presidential election. Oh, bigger than whale shit. Now, some evidence released by the FBI came in the form of texts. In one message, Rogers stated, "Let's see what happens, then we act." And later acted, "I'm thinking SAC office first target," meaning Sacramento office. Then maybe Bird and Face offices. And the FBI special agent, Stephanie Miner, in an affidavit attached to these charges, said she interpreted SAC as meaning the offices of California Governor Gavin Newsom in Sacramento, and Bird and Face meaning Twitter and Facebook, because both social media platforms had locked Trump's account to prevent him from sending messages to those platforms. Now, on January 11th of 2021, Rogers messaged Copeland, "I want to blow up a Democratic building bad." Rather, he said, "I want to blow up a Democrat building bad." Copeland replied, "I agree," and plan attack. Now, this is all according to the indictment, which is publicly available. Rogers ended the exchange by saying, "Let's see what happens. After the 20th, we go to war." President Biden was inaugurated on January 20th, 2021. Now, federal authorities, working with the Napa County Sheriff's Office, descended on Rogers' home and auto repair business, British Auto Repair of the Napa Valley, on January 15th. In all, authorities seized 49 firearms and 15,000 rounds of ammunition, including a very high-power machine gun. Anyhow, this was all stated to the press. The Los Angeles Times published it at the behest, the official announcement of Henry Wofford, the public information officer for Napa Valley Sheriff's Office. But last Friday, into this last weekend, Rogers pleaded guilty under a plea agreement to conspiring to destroy a building by fire or explosives, possessing an explosive device, and possessing a machine gun. Copeland had previously pleaded guilty to the conspiracy charge and an additional count of destruction of records. But there is a new report on the plot. So to find out more about this pair, the KQED reporters Alexandra Hall and Julie Small reviewed hundreds of documents and conducted interviews with people who knew these two men. And those who knew Rogers said he had expressed hostility toward people of other races. So there was a Napa resident describing one of Rogers' rants who said, "He was just stomping around, these motherfuckers, dropping N-bombs with their stupid," just like that, like flexing is the term he uses, just flipping out. Other times you just hear him screaming about whatever, the Jews or, Nancy Pelosi, people said Rogers talked about naming his German Shepherd Fritz after Hitler's personal dog handler, Fritz Torno. So he wasn't even naming it after the dog, but the dog handler. Of course, Blondie named their band after Hitler's dog, Blondie, spelled Blondi, in case you did not know that. Justin Lackendanum, who worked at a Pep Boys with Copeland, basically said he would frequently bring up politics while the two were working. He would ask me, "Hey, what do you think about this Black Lives Matter shit?" I mean, that's a loaded question, right? When you present it in that tone, you already know the kind of answer the man wants. So, Lackendanum also said Copeland wanted to be a cop and appeared to be upset about being rejected by so many police departments in the state. Well, I guess some credit where credit is due. Now, Novus Dublin said, as far as I can remember, he's never even had a speeding ticket. I don't think Gerard realized the severity behind the conversation. Well, this brings us to a point. We have to stop underwriting oppression and boycott stores supporting racist propaganda. Honestly, my gang brother Beaver, when he's not doing what he does or did as a career, he was oftentimes managing property for his family, which is a propertied dynasty. He used to shop at Home Depot. It was his go-to store for do-it-yourself products. Now, he turned a hollow door and 2 sawhorses into a desk one time. He's put up shelves. He's made birdhouses. His feelings of satisfaction with a job well done enough extended to the hardware store. It was a fun place just to roam the aisles. And then, last Monday, or maybe the Monday before, he learned that Home Depot had donated thousands of dollars to the political campaign of Representativist Elise Stefanik of New York. Now, she's one of those Republicans whose campaign advertisements have echoed the white supremacist Great Replacement conspiracy theory. Stefanik echoed Great Replacement theory, but firms kept donating. The wacky notion that a scheme is afoot in this country to replace white people with people of color allegedly inspired a white supremacist to kill 10 people at a supermarket in a predominantly black neighborhood in Buffalo, and inspired another white supremacist to kill 23 people in a predominantly Hispanic area in El Paso, and another to kill 11 more people at a synagogue in Pittsburgh, and still another to kill 9 more people at a black church in Charleston, South Carolina. So my gang brother Beaver no longer shops at Home Depot, no matter how convenient and well stocked. The store that he frequented in the county that he went to employed a lot of African Americans and had great customer service. But the corporation patronizes a politician that promotes a deadly racist message. By shopping at that store, he was unwittingly helping to underwrite the very kind of propaganda that could have gotten himself killed. Or myself, his blood brother. As in the Tong blood brotherhood. That is not a business model he or I can ever support. Representative Stefanik claims in her ads that Democrats are seeking a permanent election insurrection by providing pathways to citizenship. In the aftermath of the killings in Buffalo, many are asking what can be done besides sending thoughts and prayers, yes? Join protest marches, sure, Attend anti-racist meetings, of course. And by all means, vote. But you can also stop supporting corporations that support politicians who ferment racial hatred. The list of those companies that supported Stefanik is an eye-opener. Many of them also supported racial justice causes. And according to the Washington Post, to quote us these companies, including Anheuser-Busch and Walgreens, made vocal pledges to use their resources to combat racism while at the same time bankrolling a politician with a message universally seen as racist. They cannot have it both ways. Combat, I'm sorry, I said combat, I meant to say Comcast. Comcast NBC Universal's Political Action Committee donated $10,000 to Elise for Congress. Political Action Committee. Elise being Stefanik, of course. And that was in 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, when Chief Executive Brian Roberts said the media giant would spend $100 million over 3 years to help fight racism and injustice. General Motors gave the Elise Stefanik campaign $2,500, $2,500. The spokesman, their spokesman, Pat Morrissey, said the automaker had committed $22 million United States dollars so far to groups that promote inclusion and racial justice, far beyond the $10 million dollars originally promised. But what is the thinking? Spend millions on programs to foster diversity and inclusion, while funding a message that can result in those newly included people being taken out with gunfire? Fortunately, there are other choices worth exploring. Different automobile companies to consider. Different TV service providers to contemplate. Different brands of beers. And different hardware stores. My gang brother Beaver has been pleasantly surprised so far by what he learned about Lowe's. For instance, Home Depot's top competitor. Lowe's has a black chief executive officer, Marvin Ellison. And from what we can tell, he doesn't talk out of both sides of his mouth on race. He's one of only 4 black Fortune 500 CEOs. And he says he's tired of seeing CEOs and other business leaders pledge to fight racism, but do little. Or just make things worse. At a virtual speaker series hosted by the NRF, not the NRA, the National Retail Federation in this case, circa 2020, Ellison said, "Sometimes you have to decide to talk less and do more. I'm very, very appreciative that there's all this dialogue happening out there, but I didn't have to see the horrific murder of George Floyd to understand there was racial injustice in America. I live it every day." Some would argue that Home Depot's bottom line will not be adversely affected by my gang brother's decision. Individual boycotts aren't even noticed, they say. You need strategic, well-organized efforts to make a difference, such as the 1955 Montgomery bus boycott in Alabama, led by the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to protest the mistreatment of Rosa Parks. In a 2020 issue of The Atlantic, Zephyr Teachout, an associate professor at Fordham's Law School, wrote that boycotts can play a crucial role in a political change, but not when they serve only as tests of individual integrity. But what's so bad about a little integrity test? Might be just the thing to spur greater political action. In the comments section of the Washington Post article about Stefanik's corporate support, a reader noted a personal boycott of restaurants owned by religious and anti-democratic extremists, and posed this question. Would you be willing to hand wash your dishes for several weeks if you knew it might save 11 lives in Pittsburgh, 23 lives in El Paso, and 10 lives in Buffalo? Could you pass that test? All that my gang brother and I have to do is just bypass our neighborhood Home Depot and drive a few extra miles. Ellison's stewardship makes it easy to come to this conclusion, and even easier when we contemplate the rationale behind it. When he took over at Lowe's in 2018, that company had only 8 black employees, and the vice president level or higher, only 8 black employees at the vice president level or higher. That was a number he was determined to increase. So in the NRF, National Retail Federation speech, he said, I didn't need social unrest as a CEO for me to understand it was an issue. And 2 years later, Lowe's had 2 black executive vice presidents, 2 black senior vice presidents, and 11 black vice presidents. 2 of the company's top executive roles, Chief Information Officer and Chief Brand and Marketing Officer, were held by women. Another black woman was promoted to Executrix Vice Presidentress of Human Resources. Now, about 55% of its executive leaders and 60% of its board are women or ethnically diverse, a better reflection of the company's customer base. Without fanfare, Ellison also invested 55 million United States dollars in minority-owned businesses, about 25 million US dollars of that in grants to help minority-owned small businesses recover from the pandemic. Coincidentally, Ellison had also worked at Home Depot early in his journey to becoming head of Lowe's. Perhaps if he had stayed with that company, we would have stayed as well. And like the country he leads, Joseph Biden looked and sounded exhausted. I'm going to try and gather my thoughts and breath for this, because it's so much more than just making a small point about a comparatively small decision. Instead, what we're left here is what it's impacting us all. I can't even begin to articulate on the shootouts that have occurred since Uvalde. I just haven't had a chance to review them. I'm not even sure I want to. I may avoid them entirely as we move into Sunday. It'll probably stop with Uvalde for tonight in terms of covering mass shootings. But they're still inescapable, and they must be covered. Joe Biden was addressing them, and he was deathly wary. The United States president was obliged, yet again, to address our nation in the blunt force trauma-like aftermath of the murder of school children in a small Texas town, Uvalde, that few had ever heard of, but that now joins the gruesome roster of other towns that will always be synonymous with foul and sudden death. Newton, Parkland, Aurora, Charleston, Boulder, Roseburg, on and on and on. Biden didn't address America. He mostly whispered to America, punctuated by bursts of familiar exasperation, outrage, and futile calls to do something in response to this latest act of still incomprehensible terror. 19 kids and 2 educators were slaughtered inside what should be a happy place filled with joy and the raw, unspoiled energy of a classroom where boys and girls learn and play. Perhaps it was fatigue. It was, more likely, defeat. Biden's grim tone and forlorn posture conveyed a quiet resignation. Despite his immense power, Biden understands, I think, that there is a sickness in America that is beyond any rational remedy or cure. There is a sickness in America that is unique to America. No other country convulses with such premeditated violence so often against so many innocents at school, at work, at church, and what seems like just a moment ago at a grocery store in Buffalo. More innocents were picked to die in that place at that time by a calculating, hate-filled mass murderer because of the color of their skin. Yes, there is a sickness in America. A country has to be sick if it permits its children to be murdered at school, in playgrounds, at homes, on its streets, and does nothing about it. A country has to be sick if it shrugs and moves on after any such killings. A country has to be sick if it prefers to watch silly games rather than acknowledge that it is sick. And of course, a country has to be sick if it values its guns more than it values its children's lives. Yes, there is a sickness in America. So, in the sad days ahead, America and the rest of us will watch and listen to the same pantomime we have watched and listened to before. The same scenes, the same grief, the same fury, the same vigils, the same funerals, the same questions, the same answers. The same politicians spouting the same mephitic excuses. Guns don't kill children, people do. A bad guy with a gun can only be stopped by a good guy with a gun. A merciful God is preparing once more to welcome his bullet-ridden children to a better, kinder place. Yes, there is a sickness in America. Given that Texas is a red state, as in Edom, which means red, the politicians doing the talking on TV these days are largely white Republican men. They are the same white Republican men, a governor, senators, and representatives, who lecture and scold a rainbow of women about the sanctity of life, of the unborn child. They force women to comply, to submit, to bend to their faith and beliefs at the expense of a woman's right and freedom to choose and exercise agency over not only her own body, but her own future as well. They pass laws and decrees to deny women sovereignty over their wombs to protect, they say, precious life. But once the child is born, their abiding and evangelical fidelity to that precious life evaporates as quickly as the morning mist. They abandon that life. They discard it since it is no longer politically expedient or profitable to pay rhetorical heed to that life. Worse, they sacrifice that life to the dreadful whims of troubled and sinister minds whom they allow to amass weapons of war with the ease of buying candy at a corner store. They are content to see those precious lives annihilated in an instant for position, power, and the bushels of money from other charlatans and zealots that help them keep their positions and their power. They claim to defend the U.S. Constitution. It is a lie. They are the enemies of domestic tranquility and the general welfare. They are, instead, the agents of chaos, anguish, and death. They do not bear allegiance to the United States Constitution. They bear allegiance to the NRA, the National Rifle Association, a death cult, an international terrorist network. They are hypocrites. They are complicit. They are the sickness. The late George Carlin, a famous comedian, knew who and what they are as only a comic could. In 1996, about them, he said, "Pro-life conservatives are obsessed with the fetus from conception to 9 months. After that, they don't want to hear about you. They don't want to hear from you. No nothing. No neonatal care, no daycare, no Head Start, no school lunch, no food stamps, no welfare, no nothing. If you're preborn, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked. You also risk being shot in the face during the first period, or at recess, like the children at Sandy Hook Elementary School and Robb Elementary School. When, inevitably, the caravan of attention leaves and the shock subsides, the mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and the children left behind will... Well, what is it they are supposed to do? I guess do what they're told to do and just have to go on as best they can with what remains of their lives alone. Soon the white Republican men will return to their lecturing and scolding about the sanctity of life. They will bide their time. Because patience, they know, is a virtue and an advantage in politics. The urgency and imperative of the moment quickly fade in a nation with the attention span of a 24-hour news cycle. In the meantime, the white Republican men will say what they always say about hearts, thoughts, and prayers, and they will do what they always do when children are massacred. Deny, deflect, and blame anyone or anything but the goddamn guns and the putrid profiteers who sell them. Yes, there is a sickness in America. And the Uvalde shooting timeline exposes the most ugly truth. The police have no legal duty to protect you. In the aftermath of the murder of 19 kids and 2 educators at the Uvalde, Texas elementary school, the reports about what exactly the cops did that day are still conflicting, to say the least. Initial reports claimed the police engaged in a firefight with the shooter before he entered the school. But now reports are that the gunman actually wandered around outside without challenge for 12 entire minutes. The story may very well change again by the time you're listening to me. Probably already has, but I haven't caught up with it. But one detail does seem to be coming into clear view. The shooter had about an hour inside that school with his victims before police finally shot him. Video and testimony prove that parents were not only begging cops to do something, but that when parents themselves tried to charge in, the cops held them back. At least one parent was handcuffed to keep him from charging into the school. On Friday afternoon, the Texas DPS, the Department of Public Safety, I believe, confirmed that at least 19 law enforcement officers stood in the hallway outside of the classroom at Robb Elementary for over 45 fucking minutes as the gunman slaughtered students inside. Police, by all evidence, were not keen on confronting a teenager armed with an AR-15. Now that's understandable from a human perspective, but in direct conflict with the image that law enforcement likes to portray of themselves as brave public servants who put their life on the line for ordinary citizens, like you and I, or our kids. This image has been bandied about even harder in recent years in response to the ongoing debate over how much public money is spent on policing in lieu of other social services. It's safe to say that the widespread support for robust police funding is entirely due to the assumption that cops have a duty to rush in and protect people, especially children, in such situations. On social media, people were understandably recommending that the parents sue the police for their failure to act swiftly. It seems like common sense. We hire police to protect us, and if they don't, we can sue them, right? Well, one can certainly try to sue, but here's the sad, dark, sick truth. Such a lawsuit is almost certainly doomed from inception. In 2005, the Supreme Court of these United States settled whether or not citizens are entitled to protection from violence from the police with a resounding, "Nope. See you later." This case also involves the murder of 3 small children. So listeners, be forewarned. In 1999, Colorado residential Jessica Lenahan, then Gonzalez, obtained a restraining order against her ex-husband, Simon Gonzalez, who was stalking her and her 4 children. A few days later, he showed up at her house and kidnapped her 3 daughters. She frantically called the police for hours, over and over, and they did nothing. It was only when Simon Gonzalez showed up at the police station, gun in hand, that they reacted by killing him. They found the 3 little girls murdered at their father's hand in the car. Lenahan sued the police, arguing that by ignoring her pleas for help, they had violated her 14th Amendment rights to equal protection. The case went all the way to the Supreme Court, where she lost in a 7-2 decision circa 2005. The opinion's author, Antonin Scalia, who was later found dead with a laptop full of child porn across his chest, argued that the police's right to discretion prevailed, and there is no entitlement to receive protective services. That the cops were bad at their job didn't change the fact that the right to discretion over the right call lay with them, not Lenahan. There is, as Ramin Cyrus wrote for the American Prospect just the month before last, a traditional belief that police are there to proactively prevent and de-escalate dangerous situations. But in reality, the cops do not have a duty to protect you or anyone. Now, since Scalia's 2005 Supreme Court decision, another case that reiterated this legal reality camest to the public's attention, initially because of, believe it or not, the comedy website Cracked.com. In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was murdered. Slain would be the term for vampire. Joseph Lozito was on his way to work in New York City when he got attacked, right in front of two police officers, by a serial killer the cops were already on the lookout for. The killer, Maxime Gelman, had already murdered 4 people when he pulled out a knife on the train and just started stabbing Lozito at random. Lozito fought back, while 2 police watched but refused to intervene. Lozito, even though he had been stabbed in the head multiple times, managed on his own to disarm Gelman. It was only then that the cops swooped in and arrested the killer because now they felt safe since a civilian had taken his primary weapon away. Lozito sued the police and lost because, you guessed it, the cops had no special duty to react. To act or react, they don't have an obligation. Now, to be clear, there are real legal issues with trying to create an affirmative duty to act for the police, starting with the danger of mass arrests for every petty crime. The 2020 episode of Radiolab that covers both of these cases, which I listened to, digs into some of the complications and is well worth listening to on your own. Still, the false assumption that police do have a legal obligation to protect the public is the source of much of the support for not just basic funding, but often sprawling police budgets that detract from a community's ability to pay for other services, such as the kinds of mental health services that might prevent some of these shootings. And that's what brings us to avoiding stigmas. Peter Langman, a psychologist who has studied mass shooters and is the author of a book titled Warning Signs, subtitled Identifying School Shooters Before They Strike, emphasizes that the topic is complicated, yet the public discourse around it, in his words, tends to be very simplified. We have to be careful not to stigmatize mental health issues and associate them with mass violence because that is a mistake. On the other hand, happy, well-adjusted people don't commit mass murder. There have been school shooters who were in mental health treatment who still carried out attacks because they wanted to, and they did not disclose what was going on in their minds to the mental health professionals. But behavioral health treatment has not been a one-size-fits-all solution in preventing massacres. It requires a multi-pronged approach, including putting more threat assessment teams in schools and restricting access to firearms, particularly in homes with minors. Jill Cook, the executrix directress of the American School Counselor Association, has proven that millions of people in these United States have mental health issues, but the percentage of those who carry out mass murders is minuscule. Less than 10% of shootings nationwide involve a suspect who has a mental illness. And that's according to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To quote the executrix directress Jill Cook, to equate this solely to mental health is a misstep and a deflection. We can do all the things we can to help students, but at the end of the day, if a student has the notion to go shoot up a school and has access to the weapons to do that, I'm not sure any measures that may or may not have taken place would necessarily prevent it. If somebody comes to a door with a semi-automatic weapon, that's it then. At the end of the day, if somebody has access to a mechanism that might give them the capacity to do this, I don't know the answer. But experts concur that mental health providers can only do so much, as gun violence and firearm purchases surge nationwide. Dr. Ziv Cohen, a forensic and clinical psychiatrist based in New York City, so concludes, and here I quote his T, "If you're looking at a group of people with those mental health issues, it's almost impossible to pick out the one that's actually going to commit a mass shooting. This is why we haven't really found a solution. Mental health is not going to take us all the way there. The mental health community cannot solve the problem of gun violence in America." And as NBC News reported, the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District had doubled its security budget in recent years, militarizing the safety plan in ways that are all too familiar in our modern era. The money went to its own police force, threat assessment teams at each school, a threat reporting system, social media monitoring software, among other things. Uvalde police are also equipped with expensive firepower, body armor, and other militarized equipment that the public buys cops, under the assumption that they be obliged to use it to protect us. But this reliance on the fancy bells and whistles appears to have contributed to the delay in response. Authorities, Friday into this weekend, said that the commanding officer on the scene decided to wait for his officers to be fully equipped while children were being executed steps away from them. Victor Escalon, the South Texas Regional Director for DPS, Department of Public Safety, so told the press, "They don't make entry initially because of the gunfire they're receiving, but we have officers calling for additional resources. Everybody that's in the area, tactical teams. We need equipment. We need specialty equipment. We need body armor. We need precision riflemen, negotiators." Now, as the political commentator Julian Sanchez noted on Twitter, I suspect this is an underappreciated harm of police militarization. Now cops think it's not their job to protect people if it involves some risk, and they don't have a tank and a SWAT team. So, this debate over police funding is a frustrating one, because it demands nuance, and we do not live in nuanced times. So it gets reduced to this childish pissing match over whether we fund or defund the police, as if the question is whether or not there should be any police force at all. In truth, there will always be some need for law enforcement, since it's childish to believe everyone will just obey the law out of communal duty without it. But it is also, and equally true, that the cops are overfunded and all too often ineffective, often due to being spoiled rotten by both the public and politicians who are caught up in the complete myth, the lie of the hero cop. We need to de-romanticize law enforcement, bring police budgets to heal, and hold cops accountable for doing their jobs like everyone else is expected to do. Now, I myself get so angry, even relating what should be obvious, that I take a break, look into the live stream, see if I can actually read something, but the live stream's not coming through for me. There it is. Troy Bellamy says, Florida just took away free lunch programs from some counties. Why am I not surprised? Nathan A. Brooks says, you're coming through, Doug. Reporting them now. Thank you, Nathan. God bless you. And he's reporting the sex bots. And with that, viewership is good. Thank you for all our concurrent viewers. Get my head together again. Ironically, if we start treating cops like the public servants they actually are, instead of like they're untouchable fucking superheroes, it might incentivize more courage under fire. I mean, I'm thinking on something that makes me so pissed off right now that I don't know if I can handle talking about it. But what I'm thinking about is those two adult victims of the Uvalde shooting. And these were educatrices. Female teachers both, I believe. So, if I remember correctly, and there's so much I've been trying to forget, I'll give it a try. Again, be patient with me. I have my own trauma about this sort of thing. But the two adult victims of the Uvalde shooting were Eva Morales and Irma Garcia. Now, these two fine women were school teachers. One of those underpaid and underappreciated public service jobs that never gets the glory all the cops routinely receive. A child survivor of the shooting reports that they went in front of my classmates to help, to save them. Garcia's nephew told the New York Times the cops found her body there, embracing children in her arms, pretty much until her last breath, shielding them with her own body from all those bullets. If our fucking cops cannot be as brave as our fourth grade teachers, why are we giving the fucking ballless, dickless cops so much more money than we give to these ladies who try to prepare our children to take on the future? And while dying children called 911 for help, 19 Uvalde police waited in the hallway for well over 45 fucking minutes. A police spokesperson confessed that there were 19 officers in there. In fact, there were plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done. It was in a press conference on Friday into this weekend last, Stephen McCraw, director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, said that with the shooter trapped in a classroom, the Uvalde police considered him a barricaded subject and believed there were no more children at risk. When pushed, he admitted that this assessment was wrong. It was catastrophically wrong. In fact, while 19 police officers dawdled in that hallway, the children trapped in the classroom with the shooter frantically called for help. They cried for help, and they called 911, explicitly stating that some were dead but others were still alive. As that was happening, the Uvalde police not only stood back, they actively prevented a Border Patrol tactical unit from trying to enter the classroom. Now, according to the most recent timeline of the shooting, police entered the school around 11:35 a.m., just 2 minutes after the gunman, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. By 12:03 p.m., at least 19 officers had gathered in the hallway near the classroom. The Border Patrol tactical unit arrived at the school between noon and 12:10 p.m., but the Uvalde Police Department prevented these officers from storming the classroom until just before 1 p.m., after lunch was over. I'm not kidding. To quote the aforecited Texas Department of Public Safety Director Steve MEMºRIAL, there were 19 officers in there. In fact, there were plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done, with one exception. The incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That commander's erroneous belief that the active threat to children had passed is not merely wrong, it is obscene. The still living children repeatedly alerted law enforcement to their dramatically unsafe situation. As sickening as it is, this is worth repeating. With the children wounded, bleeding, dying, and frantically, quietly calling for help, the police stood by, waiting for even more assistance. They told the Border Patrol to hold off, and they actively restrained parents outside the school who begged them to help and even volunteered to do so themselves. The public is still learning the truth of what actually happened on Tuesday, of Yester Septimania, last week. But based on what is currently known, it is hard to imagine a more appalling response from law enforcement. In fact, the word appalling doesn't even do this calamity justice. The police failed so completely, so utterly, so pathologically during those key 45 plus minutes, undoubtedly the longest 45 minutes into an hour of the fourth graders' lives, that one wonders how such failure is even possible. And that's how Chris Hayes has shredded the NRA's good guy with a gun theory. It's all bullshit! On Friday, into this weekend last, MSNBC host Chris Hayes excoriated the National Rifle Association and its cultists for stubbornly continuing to insist, despite the heartbreaking details of law enforcement's bungled response to the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas this week, that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Within the passing of a single day after massacre, a much more accurate account of the mass shooting emerged than what law enforcement officials had initially peddled to the public, all of which was false. Reporting by the Wall Street Journal on Thursday and the Washington Post on Friday has helped illustrate a catastrophic failure of judgment, as 19 officers inside the school delayed confronting the gunman by over 45 minutes, while children trapped inside the classroom with him made repeated, desperate calls to 911. NBC News also reported Friday that when Border Patrol officers ultimately did move toward the gunman, they were ignoring local police who told them not to even enter the school. Now, the director of the Texas Department of Safety, Stephen MEMºRIAL, admitted at a news conference Friday into this weekend that it was the wrong decision. Given the changing stories coming from authorities, Hayes told his viewers he was left speechless by this acknowledgement, himself thereafter adding that there is no reason to take anything that anyone from law enforcement in this situation says at face value. Hayes then turned his attention to the typical right-wing talking points that have sprung up since the massacre, charging that, and here I quote his T, the worst possible set of facts appears to be the true one, that the police utterly failed with their guns. The good guys with guns in the school utterly failed to protect those kids. They set up a cordon outside the school and yelled at, threatened, and prevented parents from rushing in, even as it seems as the gunman was still inside. And in addition to the police response being an unfathomable failure, it is also just a profoundly upsetting demonstration of the bankruptcy of the arms race theory of violence prevention. Now, at the NRA conference in Houston on Friday, into this Memorial Day weekend, the usual suspects, like ex-President Donald John Trump and Senator Ted Cruz, Republican of Texas, uttered some version of the argument that the way to prevent mass shootings is more fucking guns. Now, before showing clips from that pair's speeches, a frustrated Hayes exclaimed, and here I quote his T again, "It's all BS! They built up to this moment, and here it was. Here's the proving ground, and we just saw it fail in real time. If a good guy with a gun and a bad guy with a gun are the sole categories, I'm curious for Donald Trump and Ted Cruz, which category were the police in this estimation? Of course, it's not two categories of people. That's the whole point. Whatever Donald Trump or Ted Cruz say, the entire NRA worldview collapsed in on itself in a pool of blood in that elementary school in Uvalde, Texas on Tuesday. And in the end, the sheer brutal bankruptcy of what these cretins have been proposing has been laid bare. If anything, my words now, the police preventing the parents from storming the school shows they were protecting the gunman. They did exclaim, "The parents will kill him!" That's the idea. They weren't going to let that happen. And, as I brought up before, Crystal Rivers brought this to my attention, and I did not believe her. Texas police officers have admitted to saving their own children from Robb Elementary before stopping the mass shooter at the Uvalde massacre. In fact, at this point, I truly wonder if any of them did stop him, or whether or not he simply killed himself. Probably got bored. And just decided he was going to do himself in because he wasn't going to hang out and wait around any longer. Now, as details emerge about the tragic shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, police officers are facing backlash for their malefactorily slow response to reports of an active shooter on campus. Reports document that police took at least an hour to stop the alleged shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, by which time 19 children and 2 educatoresses were already killed. This was after a 911 call had been made by Ramos's grandmother after she was casually shot by Ramos at home before he left for the school. Shortly after that, another call was later made by someone who saw a crashed vehicle near the school and a person with a rifle going into the school. While the police went to the scene soon after, they took all the time in the world to go into the school. A Uvalde police officer admitted that some cops saved their own children from Robb Elementary School before the shooter was stopped. That officer said there were some police officers, families trying to get their kids out of school because it was an active shooter situation. It's a terrible situation right now, and just as we mentioned the loss of life, it's a terrible, terrible tragedy that took place. It is unclear of the exact timeline, but the reports state that police officers rescued their own children before stopping the shooter. I'm choking on this. I can't even get past this travesty. Parents begged police officers to enter Robb Elementary School to stop that shooter. As the news of the shooting reached the parents, many rushed to the school and reportedly found police gathered outside waiting to organize a tactical team. Witnesses testify that officers gave conflicting explanations about needing help unlocking a door even though the shooter had already entered. Now, video shows devastated parents pleading with officers to enter the school as the cries and screams of the children could be heard inside. In an attempt to calm all the parents, one of the police officers claimed that they were trying to do something and that some of the men were going inside. One of the officers on the scene so saying, "We got guys going in to get kids. They're working. Oh yeah, they went in to get their own. Oh, they're working it all right." To think that their salaries are double, triple those of school teachers makes me sick. Police officers were outside that school for up to an hour before storming inside and killing the shooter. Lieutenant Chris Olivares also talked about police officers trying to get into the school. When the police officers reached the school, the shooter had barricaded himself in the school while opening fire on the teachers and students. To quote his Lieutenant Chris Olivares, "There was not sufficient manpower at the time, and their primary focus was to preserve any further loss of life." By that he means, police life. "They started breaking windows around the school and trying to evacuate children and teachers while that was going on." Oh yeah, looking for their own. It was over an hour before the police forced themselves inside the classroom and killed the shooter. So, we know police aren't worth a shit. Do armed civilians stop mass shooters? Factually, no. Cases commonly cited as a rationale for arming Americans don't stand up to any scrutiny. In the wake of the unthinkable massacre in Newtown, Connecticut, gun cult ideologues were once again calling for ordinary citizens to arm themselves as a solution to mass shootings. If only the principal at Sandy Hook Elementary School had possessed an M4 assault rifle, she could have stopped the killer, they say. This earlier twist on a long-running argument isn't just absurd on its face, there being no evidence whatsoever to support it. As I have reported in the past, based on in-depth investigations, not one of 62 mass shootings in these United States over the last 30 years has ever been stopped this way. More broadly, attempts by armed civilians to intervene in shooting rampages are rare and are successful even more rarely. 2 people who tried it in recent years were gravely injured or outright killed. And law enforcement overwhelmingly hates the idea of armed civilians getting involved. Now, those pesky facts haven't stopped the Arm America More crowd from pressing the argument with alleged examples of successful armed interventions. The problem is, the few examples they keep using, in which they depict plain old folk acting heroically and with definitive results, fall apart under scrutiny. There be nigh half a dozen cases commonly cited, and they don't work. Think of the Appalachian School of Law shooting in Grundy, Virginia. Gun rights diehards frequently credit the end of a rampage at the law school in 2002 to armed students who intervened. They conveniently ignore that those students also happen to be current and former law enforcement officers, and that the killer, according to police investigators, was out of ammunition by the time they got to him. Or very likely, they both would be on the dead list. There was the middle school dance shooting in Edenboro, Pennsylvania, an ambiguous case from 1998, in which the shooter may well have already been done shooting. After killing a teacher and injuring 3 others, the 14-year-old perpetrator left the dance venue. The owner of the venue followed him outside with a shotgun, confronting and subduing him in a nearby field until police arrived. The Atlantic Magazine's Jeffrey Goldberg, who himself fairly recently argued for more guns as an answer to gun violence, finally admitted in, well, was it last year or the year before, that one police source he talked to about that case confirmed that it was not clear at all whether the kid had intended to do any further shooting after he'd left the building. There was that high school shooting in Pearl, Mississippi, another case from 1997, in which the shooting was evidently already over. After killing 2 and injuring 7 inside Pearl High School, the 16-year-old perpetrator left the building and went outside near the parking lot. The assistant principal, who was also a member of the U.S. Army Reserve, ran out to his own vehicle, grabbed a handgun he kept there, and then approached the shooter, subduing him at gunpoint until authorities arrived. You know, in both cases, these kids were spent and their ammunition already expended. They had blown their wads, literally and figuratively. Then some idiot comes along and plays hero. There was the New Life Church shooting in Colorado Springs, Colorado. In 2007, a gunman killed 2 people and injured 3 others before being shot himself. This was the year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy and veteran of 3 wars, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, was murdered. Thanatized, as they say in the medical industry. Now, when this gunman killed a couple, injured 3, then got shot himself, that same year my father died, the pro-gun crowd likes to refer to the woman who took him out in the parking lot as a church member. Never mind that she was a security officier for the church and a former cop, and that the church had put its security team on high alert earlier that day due to another church shooting nearby. The real story is what a fuck-up she was. A real sucking cunt. Because on high alert, this guy still managed to kill 2 people and injure 3 others. So she wasn't worth a shit. There was that bar shooting in Winnemucca, Nevada. In 2008, a gunman who killed 2 and injured 2 others was taken out by another patron in the bar, who was carrying with a valid permit. But this was no regular Joe with a concealed handgun either. The man who intervened, who was not charged after authorities determined he'd committed a justifiable homicide, was a U.S. Marine. And what about cases in which citizens try to use their guns and things go horribly wrong? There are at least 2 examples of ill-fated attempts that you won't see mentioned by those arguing for your kid's teacher to start stashing a loaded Glock in her classroom, like the shopping mall shooting in Tacoma, Washington. As a rampage unfolded in 2005, a civilian with a concealed carry permit named Brendan McCown attempted to confront the assailant with his handgun. The assailant gravely injured McCown and shot 5 other people before eventually surrendering to police after a hostage standoff. A comatose McCown recovered after weeks in the hospital. And there was that courthouse shooting in Tyler, Texas, when in 2005, a civilian named Mark Wilson, who was a firearms instructor, fired his licensed handgun at a man on a rampage at the county courthouse. Wilson himself was shot dead by the body-armored assailant, who wielded an AK-47. Such actions in chaotic situations don't just put the well-intentioned citizen at risk. Of course, according to Robert McMenemy, an assistant special agent in charge in the San Francisco division of the FBI, they increase the danger for all innocent bystanders. Exhibit A, the gun-wielding civilian who came really close to shooting an innocent person at the Tucson massacre when it unfolded. They also make it more difficult for law enforcement officers to do their jobs. Fairly recently, McMenemy said, in a scenario like that, they wouldn't know who was good or who was bad, and it would divert them from the real threat. So all you goddamn citizens out there, keep your guns in your pants. Keep them to yourselves, and don't fuck up the rest of our lives. Now again, I could go into a litany of shootings, where the guns came from. Maybe I'll do that, but probably not tonight. There's already, I think, a message that you've absorbed. And it brings us in transition to the topic I was covering with my last transmission before tonight's. But there's still more to be covered. Basically, we've got a Supreme Court out of control, and the Roe versus Wade leak may impact how that Supreme Court decides gun rights, climate, and immigration cases this spring. Because it's going to be the same people making decisions that impact your life based on their philosophy as opposed to yours. Because your philosophy is almost certainly not theirs. Or you wouldn't be listening to me. Now, checking again into live stream, seeing if that comes up. The internet's really acting up tonight. Troy Bellamy says, ironic how certain 5 shooters get arrested with not a scratch, Buffalo and South Carolina, and even treat it to lunch like Dylan Roof, but others die in a hail of bullets, he means. Why is Rittenhouse not a mass shooter? Same gun, 2 dead. Believe me. You know where I'm at on that. I killed the Rittenhouse case in grim detail. Troy Bellamy knows that. And so does Stephen Myers, I mean to say, our brother from another mother in the heart of New York City. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We actually have a lot of time left tonight. So I may even get into international affairs. And so let's work towards it. In the interim here, when the Supreme Court justices gathered on May 12th for their latest closed-door conference that I remember to discuss pending petitions and outstanding opinions, everything had already changed. At their conference, secrecy was so guarded that no one else was allowed inside the room. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, as the junior-most justice, was charged with opening the door if someone knocked. But such precautions seem almost quaint now. The court that prides itself on collegiality, independence, a devotion to protocol and process, was still reeling from what Chief Justice John Roberts called a betrayal of confidence intended to undermine the integrity of our operations. Now, while leaks are common in the other branches of government, a leak of a draft Supreme Court opinion published by Politico in the most important abortion case in decades, that's still seismic, people. And in the days thereafter, and days still yet to come, amidst an investigation launched by Roberts that commenced and presumably has a long-term impact that will trigger changes in protocol and add new levels of secrecy to an already grimly secret court, well nigh unto a star chamber. You can look that term up yourself. In the short term, however, the implications of the leak were even more serious. Still are. That's because in the weeks thereafter, and those to come, the justices are having to resolve the abortion dispute as well as a major Second Amendment case, and others dealing with immigration, religious liberty, and the environment. Now, Mike Davis, a former clerk to Justice Neil Gorsuch, said the 9 justices, there are more than 36 law clerks, and the administrative aides must constantly and collegially collaborate to draft opinions in order for the Supreme Court to function. This requires strict confidence and utmost trust, both of which this unprecedented leak has shattered. So those deliberations that involve a careful choreography between chambers could be damaged going forward. Such work requires frank conversations and a shared trust, and that might be difficult to muster, knowing that what happens behind closed doors could be broadcast to the world. So, I may as well outline in brief the major cases the court is considering that could have a major impact on American life. It goes sans saying, above and beyond all else, is Roe versus Wade and abortion. Because, while much has been said about Alito's draft opinion, a court spokesman made clear that it was not the final, it was not final, and did not reflect the final vote of any member of the court, though we know it is foredrawn because of the nature of that court, because it is packed with reactionaries. They are trying to suggest that there is still a possibility that 1 or 2 judges that presumably cast an initial vote to overturn Roe may be in play. One option that Roberts has backed would be to uphold the Mississippi 15-week abortion ban, but not explicitly overturn Roe's guarantee of a right to abortion. It is, of course, not unheard of for votes to change, or for a dissenter to write so eloquently that he or she might draw the unexpected support of a colleague initially in the majority. But I think we've been fed the future as it stands. And our world will change accordingly towards civil war, as seems predestined by this point. There are, of course, the Second Amendment rights. The court has not, as far as I understand it, issued an opinion in a major Second Amendment case in more than a decade, but it has an opportunity before it now. Justices are considering whether to strike down a New York gun law enacted more than 100 years ago, a century agone, that places restrictions on carrying a concealed gun outside the home. As the justices debate the issue in secret, they will decide whether to issue a broad decision holding that the right to keep and bear arms extends to the right to carry a handgun outside the home, or whether to focus more narrowly on a handful of laws that give licensing officials a large degree of discretion in deciding who gets a permit. There will be as well, and this is important considering the religious nature of much of the reactionary judgment of the justices involved, the decision pending per school vouchers and prayer. Behind the scenes, the justices are likely divided in a case concerning the exclusion of religious schools from a main tuition assistance program that allows parents to use vouchers to send their children to public or private schools. The conservatives on the court have, in recent terms, expanded religious liberty rights, while the liberals have moved at times to bolster the separation between church and state. Another pending case concerns a former high school football coach who wants to pray at the 50-yard line after games. At oral arguments, the conservatives seemed sympathetic to the religious rights of the coach, whereas the liberals expressed concerns about students feeling coerced to participate in prayer led by their coach. And then there is, of course, something that will ultimately consume us all: the climate crisis. More appropriately, climate catastrophe. The justices are also considering a case brought by Republican attorneys general who argue that the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, has no authority to regulate planet-warming emissions from the power sector. They argue, instead, that the authority should come through Congress. The result will have enormous implications for Biden's climate agenda and the future of environmental regulations overall. And finally, if my memory serves me correctly, in terms of the big decisions to be made, there's the Remain in Mexico and immigration. There are several disputes concerning immigration before the court. In one, the Biden administration seeks to end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, which requires non-Mexican migrants to stay in Mexico until their U.S. immigration court dates. Lower courts have blocked Biden from ending that policy. The justices will be reviewing a sweeping lower court decision that could significantly alter immigration programs going forward. By the end of the term, Roberts will have navigated the court through one of the most divisive dockets in recent history at a time when the court's popularity is at an all-time low. And that was before the leak of the abortion draft opinion. In his own statement announcing the investigation, Roberts called the leak a singular and egregious breach, as well as an affront. Although he claimed the work of the court will not be affected in any way, it already has been. But then, the Alito 5 is signaling that anything goes. The Supreme Court is overturning Roe v. Wade just because it can. Of the 5 Supreme Court justices about to set women's rights back 100 fucking years, 4 were nominated by presidents who lost the popular vote, and 3 of them were confirmed by senators who represented less than half the goddamn population. 3 lied to the Senate about Roe v. Wade being settled law. 2 were credibly accused of sexual assault. 1 is sitting in a seat stolen under made-up Senate rules. Another was rushed through just before a president lost re-election and his party lost control of the Senate. Another is married to a conspiracy theorist who actively participated in plotting a coup d'etat to overthrow our duly elected government. So let's not pretend the forthcoming reversal of Roe v. Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood has an ounce of legitimacy, or that a future court should consider it stare decisis and not overturn it at the first opportunity. Let's not pretend that Justice Alito's screed is rooted in the law, history, science, or anything except sneering contempt for woman's autonomy. Let's not pretend that anyone actually gives a shit about who leaked it. And let's not pretend they're going to stop here. Alito, of course, went out of his way to say they would stop here, to assure us that abortion exists on its own moral plane. To quote his T, none of the other decisions cited by Roe and Casey involved the critical moral questions posed by abortion. That's absurd. And the implication that this decision is a one-off is an obvious lie in 2 ways. The first is direct. The foundation on which the constitutional right to abortion has existed for the last 50 years protects other civil rights that are now in a very perilous place. The second is unimaginably broad. By overturning Roe, one of the most litigated cases of the last century, for no other reason than they really wanted to, the Alito 5 is signaling that anything goes. Precedent is irrelevant. The old rules no longer apply. This is the court of LOL, laugh out loud. Nothing matters. Don't believe me? In Texas, Wednesday, midweek last, or was it the week before? Governor Greg Abbott said he wanted to revisit Plyler versus Doe, a 1981 case in which the court ruled that states must provide a public education to undocumented immigrants. What's changed? The times are different. North Carolina Republicans have a pending appeal asking the court to embrace a right-wing fever dream called independent state legislature theory, which courts have rejected for decades. If this one bites, at least 4 justices are interested. Neither state courts nor state constitutional amendments could block legislatures from setting draconian voting rules, gerrymandering till their heart's content, and appointing their own presidential electors. That might prove a bridge too far even for this crew. Or not. Who knows? But for now, let's return to the direct threat. Roe determined that the constitutional right to abortion lay in the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, which saith that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Beginning in a 1965 decision, striking down a Connecticut law that banned married couples from using contraception, followed by decades, well, certainly decisions, that legalized interracial marriage the year after I was born. I was born when interracial marriage was illegal in the United States. That's why my parents agreed to have me delivered in Taiwan. Because if I had been delivered here, they would have been breaking the law. So, that strikedown of that Connecticut law that banned married couples from using contraception circa 1965 was followed by the decision that legalized interracial marriage the year after I was born, circa 1967, and contraception for unmarried couples, circa 1972. The court interpreted deprivations of liberty to include intrusions on privacy. Roe v. Wade was the fruit of that tree. So too were decisions that legalized same-sex intimacy in 2003 and same-sex marriage circa 2015. Alito, however, sayest, there be no right to privacy, and, thusly, no right to abortion, because it is not deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition, and essential to our nation's scheme of ordered liberty. An unbroken tradition of prohibiting abortion on pain of criminal punishment persisted from the earliest days of common law until 1973. Alito wrote those words, mangling history and relying on a 17th century rape apologist who hanged witches. This is what I meant when I said we're going back to burning witches, when I brought that up in our latest episode. That men have the right to rape their wives, whether their wives are willing or not, that men have the right to rape women in general, because women are but property. This is what we're returning to. That's why, in his logic, a woman has no control over her own body. It's not her body. It belongs to her father until she is married off to her husband. Or it belongs to whoever rapes her. Whatever the case may be, she must deliver their child. The only rights deeply rooted in history are those the straight white men who presided over that history recognized for themselves. Consequently, the right to open carry your AR-15, essential and deeply rooted. The right to a basic medical procedure, take them shoes off and get back to the kitchen, cunt. Coincidentally, there were no women among the 55 framers of the Constitution, but there were many men who enslaved other humans, and one guy who died after sticking a whalebone up his penis. True story. He wanted to keep it erect forever. This was one of your founding fucking fathers, people. I can have a permanent hard-on. stuck that whalebone up his dick, and then, bigger than whale shit, oh, that hurts! Cut my dick off! And then he died. These are the men, your founding fathers, you consider superheroes. The rights to same-sex marriage, same-sex intercourse, birth control, and even interracial marriage only emerged in the last 60 years. They're not, by definition, deeply rooted. They also sprang from the notion that privacy is inseparable from liberty. Alito separates them. Since privacy is not a right, the government, the always informed and rational members of state legislatures, should make all the healthcare decisions for you. If you'd like to see where this is headed, look to Louisiana. I mean, that's where the legislature is considering a bill that will declare a fetus a person from the moment of fertilization. Not implantation, just fertilization. And charge women and abortion providers with homicide. No exceptions for rape or incest or to save the mother's life. The law directs law enforcement to ignore any state or federal court that gets in the way. That's not just an abortion ban. That's also a ban on Plan B and in vitro fertilization, which causes thousands and thousands of fertilized embryos to be discarded each and every year. Or look to Missouri, where Republicans are trying to figure out how they can not only ban abortion in their state, but make it illegal to provide abortion services to Missouri residents in other states too. If you're wondering how they'll track down women who cross state lines, New York Magazine's Intelligencer has the spine-chilling answer. Missouri provided a hint when its state health director testified in the fall of 2019 that he'd compiled a spreadsheet of Planned Parenthood patients' last menstrual periods. This is post-Roe America. Republican legislatures are going to see how far they can push the envelope, and until its composition changes, the Supreme Court is going to tell them to keep pushing further. So, if you don't grasp it by now, understand this much. The Supreme Court is on the brink of disaster. The most intense political fight in Washington today is at the Supreme Court, in advance of the imminent ruling on abortion rights. Now, inside players at the court are leaking to Politico magazine. They are talking to the Wall Street Journal's editorial page. They are telling the Washington Post that a draft opinion still has the votes. All the leaks point to one of two outcomes. It is nearly certain the conservative majority on the court will uphold the state law central to the case, Mississippi's proposed 15-week limit on abortion. But there is a second possible outcome. The court may completely end constitutional protection for all abortion rights. Take your pick. Whatever the court decides, this is now a purely political fight. The law books have gone out the goddamn window. The power play underway is damaging to public confidence that America is a nation of laws, not the whims of whatever group currently holds power. Did Congress force the court to consider the issue by passing a law banning abortion? No. The votes are not there. Instead, the court made a political decision to take up cases designed by anti-abortion groups and their political allies in state government to intentionally undermine Roe v. Wade. Oklahoma lawmakers are also pushing to totally end abortion rights. Last week, they passed a state law to ban abortion at fertilization. Abortion foes have been at it since Roe was decided circa 1973. But for the last 49 years, going on half 100, the principle of a person's right to make a private decision about abortion, the heart of the Roe ruling, has been affirmed by a variety of justices sitting on the Supreme Court. Every one of those decisions, even those allowing states to set some conditions on abortion, left in place the established legal right of all American women to decide if they want an abortion. Supreme Court politics, legitimacy in turmoil after Politico reports draft opinion leak, the current leaks revealing the extent of the political infighting now underway. All of my analyses over the past several episodes through till tonight tells myself that the leaks might be intended to stir a public backlash to keep Roe in effect. They might be intended to pressure individual justices to retain a majority vote to end Roe. Either way, it reveals that politics are overwhelming legal reasoning and the independence of the court. Chief Justice John Roberts once complained about former President Trump calling out an Obama judge for a ruling Trump did not like. Roberts said the nation does not have Obama judges or Trump judges, but an independent judiciary we should all be thankful for. But Trump's view of the court as a political institution is now a sad reality. Ending abortion rights is only possible because of the High Court is ideologically unbalanced as the result of Senate Republicans maneuvering to deny a vote on President Obama's final nominee, current Attorney General Merrick Garland. Then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's, the Republican from Kentucky's, success in thwarting Garland resulted in 3 Trump nominees rising to the court. Overall, 6 of the 9 current justices are Republican nominees. This is a remarkable abuse of political power over a supposedly independent branch of our government. This power play is working against the powerful fact that most Americans want no change in the current abortion law. A recent Fox News poll found that 63% of Americans, including 51% of Republicans, want Roe to stay in place. Democrats who favor keeping abortion legal have won the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. But Republicans won the presidency in 3 of those 8 elections thanks to the vagaries of the Electoral College. And the Republican presidents elected by the minority, that white minority, still got the right to nominate Supreme Court justices. Similarly, Republicans in the Senate represent far less than half our nation's population. The Republican indifference to majority rule in undoing Roe threatens to tear this already fractured country apart. The only comparable ruling would be the pro-slavery Dred Scott decision, which precipitated the first American Civil War. The most recent Gallup poll on approval of the Supreme Court, taken in September of 2021, found that 53% of Americans disapprove of the way the court is handling its job. A Monmouth University poll, taken earlier last month, asked the same question and found essentially the same result, with 52% disapproving. Roberts has said, that restoring the public's faith in the Supreme Court as a fair and impartial institution is a top priority for himself. However, if his court issues a ruling overturning Roe v. Wade that resembles the one that was leaked, it will make his time as Chief Justice a failure. He will not have protected the court's legitimacy as a foundation of American democracy. Now, when I was a Department of Defense research librarian, I was the one who did the research for the experts. They would task me with finding what they needed to know to make their cases. This included judges, advocates general, military attorneys. I looked up the facts, the history, the cases for them. I'm more than passingly familiar with legal theory. So I would have to issue a personal appeal to Roberts tonight. Mr. Chief Justice, please save this country from the consequences of the Supreme Court becoming just another extremist political player. I mean, which fundamental constitutional right did the Supreme Court gut today? When was it? Monday of the week before last, perhaps? The Supreme Court released an opinion that will cause profound suffering and perhaps even death as people are denied their constitutional rights. No, the court did not release the final version of the opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the case in which that leaked draft revealed that the court is poised to overrule Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, which recognize the right to end a pregnancy through an abortion. Instead, the decision that I'm referencing is a little-known habeas decision, Shin versus Martinez Ramirez, involving two men in Arizona who have been condemned to death row. The consequences of Martinez Ramirez will also be disastrous for anyone relying on their constitutional right to effective counsel. And, like the Dobbs leak, that decision, but weeks ago, also make it clear that the court's conservative supermajority is hell-bent on smashing and grabbing precedent and constitutional rights, no matter the consequences. Shin versus Martinez Ramirez. And yeah, Shin is like Shin Gojira, the Shin Godzilla, but two N's instead. Involves a pair of consolidated cases in which two people who were convicted in Arizona state's courts argued that they had received ineffective assistance at their trials. The two defendants in Martinez Ramirez argued that the process of obtaining their convictions or sentences violated the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, which guarantees the effective assistance of counsel. One of the defendants, Barry Jones, maintained his attorneys were so ineffective they failed to uncover evidence that he was innocent of the crimes. Jones was convicted at trial and sentenced to death. The other defendant argued that his attorneys failed to uncover mitigating evidence that would have persuaded the jury to sentence him to a term of years in prison rather than the death penalty. That two Arizona defendants would have received constitutionally ineffective assistance at the trials is no accident. Indigent defense, defense for people who lack the resources to hire their own attorney, is in crisis in this country. Indigent defense is woefully underfunded, and public defenders handle hundreds of cases per year, many more than they have the time or resources to manage effectively. States also heavily restrict the procedures and resources that would allow public defenders to develop the cases in greater depth. Unfortunately, the problem does not end there. Instead, it continues throughout state criminal proceedings into post-conviction proceedings, where defendants are supposed to be able to enforce their Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance for counsel, or effective assistance of counsel, as it's properly addressed. That is because when a defendant receives ineffective assistance of counsel at trial, the trial lawyer cannot simultaneously argue that they are providing ineffective assistance. Neither can the defendant's attorney on appeal when the case is restricted to the record at trial. Ineffective assistance claims often depend on evidence outside the record, like what an attorney failed to uncover. And so, ineffective assistance of trial counsel claims are raised during post-conviction proceedings that happen after an appeal. During post-conviction proceedings, a defendant is supposed to be able to expand the initial trial record and point to all of the things that his trial lawyer failed to uncover. That's how it's supposed to work. But just as there is an indigent defense crisis in this country, there is also a post-conviction crisis. Post-conviction proceedings are woefully underfunded, and attorneys are limited in the time and resources they have to pursue post-conviction relief. So defendants who are represented by ineffective lawyers at trial may then be represented by an ineffective attorney during their post-conviction proceedings, when they are supposed to be arguing that their trial lawyer was ineffective. And, surprise! The ineffective post-conviction attorney may fail to argue that the trial lawyer was ineffective, or may fail to develop any evidence in support of that claim against a fellow barrister. A decade ago, the Supreme Court responded to this problem with a simple and elegant solution. In a pair of decisions, the court said that if a defendant is represented by an ineffective lawyer during their post-conviction proceedings, and that lawyer fails to argue that the defendant was represented by an ineffective lawyer during the defendant's trial, a federal court can still hear the defendant's claim that they received ineffective assistance at trial in violation of the Sixth Amendment. That's because the defendant isn't at fault for failing to present their ineffective assistance of trial counsel claim when, through no wrongdoing on their part, the state appoints an ineffective attorney to represent them during post-conviction proceedings, and that ineffective lawyer fails to argue the defendant received shoddy legal help during trial. That's where the law stood before but a few weeks agone, when the Supreme Court of these United States took a wrecking ball to those decisions. Martinez-Ramirez held that there is nothing a federal court can do when a defendant received ineffective assistance at their trial in violation of the Sixth Amendment, and was then appointed an ineffective attorney during post-conviction proceedings who did not present evidence to support the claim that the defendant received ineffective assistance at trial. Specifically, the court held that the federal statute governing post-conviction review, the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, prohibits the federal court from considering evidence that the ineffective post-conviction attorney failed to uncover. As it did in the case of Jones, this evidence may indicate that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he was sentenced to death. The court recognized that Martinez-Ramirez nullified the prior decisions that offered defendants a shot at relief, writing that any such hearing permitted under those decisions, would serve no purpose. since a federal court could not consider the evidence in deciding whether the defendant's rights under the Sixth Amendment were violated. As Justice Sotomayor wrote in a dissent for the 3 Democratic appointees, the court's decision maketh illusory the protections of the Sixth Amendment. Now, Justice Sotomayor's dissent accurately described the court's decision as perverse and illogical, arguing that, in her words, it maketh no sense to excuse a habeas petitioner's counsel's failure to raise a claim altogether because of ineffective assistance in post-conviction proceedings, but to fault the same petitioner for that post-conviction counsel's failure to develop evidence in support of the trial ineffectiveness claim. Rather, Sotomayor continues, by definition, the defendants are not at fault for their state post-conviction counsel's failure to develop evidence. They acted diligently, but their attorney's errors, paired with the state's choice of how to structure their review proceedings, constituted external impediments. Simply put, the defendants haven't failed to develop the factual basis of their claims. And AEDPA, the AIDPA, as she continues, accordingly doesn't prevent them from introducing new evidence in federal court when properly interpreted. Now, oh my God. I think that was probably a lot for a lot of you to handle. But, you know, roll with it. I am trying to see where I can segue this, but probably I think the most immediate question from most of you would be the acronym that I used, which most of you would be unfamiliar with, of course, the AEDPA. And, you know, I'm trying to remember exactly what that acronym stood for myself, but it was definitely one of these bureaucratic terms that, though I understand the purpose of it, the exact words which it comprises escape my mind. And I'm really, how would I say it? I really don't care to even follow up on it, to tell you the truth. With the computer being in the shape that it's in, I don't even know if it'll respond to my entry. Matter of fact, one of the problems I've been working with tonight is that the computer seems to have crashed, and or is crashing consistently. This is it's a nightmare, and I wonder if it's I don't think it's a virus, of course, because then the whole thing would really be fucked. But as it is, it's acting like it is. So let's give myself a break here while I rehydrate, gather my wits as to either close out of the legal section of tonight's lecture and kind of maneuver back into maybe geopolitical affairs, or eventually in that direction. Right now I'm trying to look up AEDPA so I can see if my memory serves me right. I think I've crashed the computer, which means that I won't be able to check into streaming how much time we have left or when it ends. So I don't know what to do. Let me see if I can... Okay. Everything on the screen is gone. I'm like looking at pure white. I have no idea what to do at this point. One of the things that if I check out, that'll stop the streaming. That's the problem. So I can't really break out of here. And we're just going to have to wait and see if it recovers. Seems to be barely recovering. This will still probably take a while. In the interim, Wonder if Viviana's still asleep. If not, she could come on and shoot the shit with myself for a few minutes, maybe. But, oh yes, that's right. She can't jump back on the call because she cut the call off. She'd have to call me and I'd have to respond, meaning the Skype screen would have to come up. So this might go on for quite a bit. I am appalled at just how fucked up this computer is. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's dead. Okay, that takes care of that. Going into live stream, seeing if that shows me anything, see if everybody's still with us. And Vivian Sanchez was saying, hi, Troy Bellamy. That's so cute. Did she, do that recently? Okay, what time have we got remaining? 9 to 10, 10 to 11. I can't believe how much fucking time we got left. Holy shit. Alright, here I was worried there for a minute. Oh my god. Alright. So, fuck the stupid acronym. And, let's see if I can get back to my train of thought here. Got one notification coming in from Facebook. Can check that maybe. And, oh, that's interesting. Okay. Shout out to Anika Laureen Beck Nielsen. Hubba, hubba, hubba. Okay. She put a vote on my promotional banner there. Check into her later. Otherwise, okay, what have we got going here? Let me see if there's any new incoming news before I start launching back into the same topic again, just to close it off. Or I could check here. Oh, that's not worth a shit. Okay, see what we got going here. Okay, with all of you out there, I know I got people writing me saying that I go too deeply into these topics sometimes, but hey, I gotta show off that I did what I did, right? What was the point of making claim to being a research librarian if I can't give people a hint of the kind of experience that I gained and how it enables me to perform the analyses that I do twice a week? And like I said, with all the time we've got to burn, fuck, I might as well get into some detail. You know, the funny thing is, I'm able to get into the studio setting pretty good. And I'm glad the sex bots haven't come back. I shouldn't even bring that up. I'm sure I'm jinxing myself so that more of them jump up. But such being said, hey, it is what it is, right? Okay. All right, let me see if I can get something working here. Cool. All right, see if this works. Now, I'm amazed my throat even lasted tonight, as long as it did. And of course, I popped open a new bottle of still mineral water. You don't want all that bubbly. The poor Amanda Ute, she had what I have, a condition where you drink that sparkly water and oftentimes it can make you quite uncomfortable. Just like goes into our muscles and gives us this horrible aching feeling. There's no describing it. It's ghastly. And God, if I can ever get her on again, I'll talk to her about that and any other number of topics, of course. And, I really wonder if Blind Ron, who had joined us the other night, may have complained to Ben Estenius that we were picking on him. And maybe Ben said, "I'll stop funding him." You know, that sort of thing might happen. Maybe that's what caused the stopping of sponsorship. What are you going to do? Yeah, I was inviting Blind Ron back on to talk about his perspectives. He may have feel he was like maybe kind of dismissed in the chat room. God knows. I'll give Ben a call and see what's up with him. But honestly, it was a long time. It was a long run. He was always helpful in that regard. Of course, that was a hell of a thing that happened when we were trying to make that presentation happen. And, oh God, he had talked about having another one. I should ask him, of course, whether he still thinks like that or whether that's out the window with him. But, well, we'll find out, yes? Okay, now, all such being said, oh, I know what to do, maybe. Right now I'm trying to attempt to rehydrate myself, get myself ready to cover up the next several hours, and goodness knows if there's anyone who wants to join me for a few minutes for a short conversation before I dive back into a monologue. You're welcome to let me know, and we'll see if we can make it happen at all. Of course, the way the computer is working tonight, I'm not even sure that's an option. So such being said, we've got any number of new incidents to report on. And, of course, not so much a reporter as I consider myself an analyst. Okay. And I'll see if I can get back into the mental thread of analyzing now. Now, I can't remember what that acronym was for precisely, and I'm not going to bother looking it up because the computer's just not cooperating. When I tried looking it up, it completely crashed on me. So there's no point in taking us down any of these little tangents or side threads. It's not going to help us any tonight. Not with the way the computer's operating. I'm wondering if this is like the way it works from this point forward, or whether or not. You know, it never works like this when I'm working privately. Say, for instance, cruising for porn or something. But it works like this when I'm transmitting, and I think that a lot of it has to do with so many windows that I have up because I try to look at what's happening concurrently around the world, and the computer just can't hack it. But that's not the way it's supposed to work. Computers are supposed to be able to handle almost anything. I mean, this level of what we're dealing with should be okay for a computer of this capacity. But instead, it's all fucked up, and so it leaves me just struggling to try and get back onto some frame of thought. Looking instead at a bunch of glitching on the screen. You know, I don't need to look at it while I'm talking into the microphone, but at the same time, it's my job to look at it because I have to make certain that we're still streaming, etc. Oh well. You know how it goes. Or maybe you don't. And such being what it is. Alright, taking a look at Messenger. Taking a look at Facebook coming in. And one thing that I would like to emphasize is that when I'm speaking about this next upcoming civil war, just how close we are to it, how we need to prepare ourselves for it, how everyone talks about it on these raggedy-ass, reactionary little YouTube channels, whatever you find out there on the internet. But nobody's really speaking about it the way I do in terms of just how we're getting there. They turn it into something completely stupid like culture wars. And culture wars have brought us to this point. We are now at the point where, again, like I said, everybody talks about they're taking your rights away. And they'll talk about stupid things like guns. They're really saying guns are your rights. And what I bring up is something more like what I'm covering now. Like the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. And that's the ATEDPA. So when it comes to the Sotomayor and what she said, remember that she's an Asian Pacific Islander American. I believe she's Japanese American, as a matter of fact. And she's the only voice of sanity that's left in the court. When she talked about what I've been trying to educate yourselves about, understand that it's true, of course, that a rational governor or parole or commutations board might pardon or commute the sentences of persons who were convicted of crimes they did not commit, or persons who received sentences they should not have. But that doesn't excuse the court's decision that gives them the choice not to do so, which is what the Supreme Court has now made the law of our land. So this is the case that, for many people, ends all their cases, and therefore ends the concept of justice itself. This is something they will never talk about on conventional news or your alternative right channels that so many of you listen to. So, with that in mind, oh God, let me get my thoughts together again. Now I've got new screens actually cropping up that I didn't ask for. So there may be a virus I'm dealing with. That being said, I'll ignore it, go on with tonight. People might accuse me of, well, it's all the porn you cruise for, but it's not, really. I know that much. I've been doing that for years, and that stuff doesn't crop up. Definitely something's going on tonight that's different, but fuck it. Okay. Now, when the court gave these various powers the right to deny justice, the Supreme Court, to potentially go ahead and execute innocent people whose constitutional rights were violated. I mean, it's no secret that there are innocent people in prison for crimes they did not commit. Nor is it a secret that some of those innocent people were sentenced to death. Some of them are probably still on death row today. In this case, for example, 4 federal judges on 2 different courts concluded there was a reasonable probability that Barry Jones did not commit the crime for which he was sentenced to death after a trial where the state denied him his Sixth Amendment right to the effective assistance of counsel. Just a few weeks ago, when the Supreme Court made the decision I've been on and about for the past several minutes, the Supreme Court essentially told the state that it can go ahead and execute him anyway. So, don't believe those who say ending Roe v. Wade will leave society largely intact. Now that the dust has begun to settle after the initial explosive news that the U.S. Supreme Court is poised to overrule the right to abortion and that Justice Samuel Alito's draft opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization represents what a majority of the court initially voted to do, among the most revealing ways to understand the devastation the court appears ready to wreak on America's long march toward liberty and justice for all is to examine the kinds of arguments being made in the opinion's defense. Now, the argument that such a ruling would simply return a divisive issue to the people had long since been widely dismantled. It certainly wouldn't be returned to the people most profoundly affected once women were told they may have to remain pregnant despite whatever urgent reasons they might have for seeking a safe and legal abortion. It could not be described as returning the abortion issue to the states, now that the possibility of a nationwide ban that the Supreme Court might uphold is on the horizon. And to the extent that the issue is returned to the states, it would be returned to state legislatures so gerrymandered that they often represent the views of a distinct minority of the people anyway. The argument that only abortion is involved, because Alito's draft assures its readers that the Supreme Court's opinion won't be treated as precedent for anything that doesn't involve killing an unborn human, is both profoundly insulting and manifestly misleading. It insults every sentient person by minimizing the significance of commandeering the bodies and lives of half the population and reinserting government power into every family. And it misleads every reader of Alito's words by suggesting that a court has the power to shape how future lawmakers and judges will build on its decisions. Aftermath. Oh, how do I describe this? And what cases does it bring to mind? Basically, not only that the court has the power to shape how future lawmakers and judges will build on its decisions and the reasoning underlying them, Alito's hollow promise brings to mind similar assurances in notorious cases like Bush versus Gore, is inconsistent with how the judicial process works, and would not offer any solace to anyone who might become pregnant or whose miscarriage might be treated as a crime scene for police to investigate. The foolishness of the argument that there's nothing to see here other than the future of abortion law is underscored by some of what is said in its support. We're told not to worry about the future of decisions like Loving versus Virginia, ensuring the right to marry someone of a different race than your own, because, after all, Justice Clarence Thomas is in an interracial marriage. We're told not to worry about the right to same-sex marriage because, after all, Justice Brett Kavanaugh would never vote to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges, the most iconic opinion written by his proud mentor, Anthony Kennedy, the man who left the court only after he had handpicked Kavanaugh as his successor. We're told not to worry about contraception, despite the way quite a few people view Plan B or IUDs as forms of abortion, because even Supreme Court nominees like Amy Coney Barrett, who were cagey about just how settled a precedent they deemed Roe v. Wade, said they couldn't imagine anybody today challenging Griswold versus Connecticut. All that prognostication is cold comfort to the millions of people whose lives are profoundly affected by these shaky predictions. The most substantial argument is one that is equally fallacious, but more sophisticated, and in some ways more devious and dangerous. It is the argument that Supreme Court reversals of precedent, like the reversal of Plessy versus Ferguson by Brown versus Board of Education, are often to be welcomed as needed course corrections, and that this course correction would not be the first time the Supreme Court has rolled back decades-old constitutional rights. The many commentators who persisted in describing Alito's draft in those terms as an unprecedented retreat in the arc of ever-expanding rights have recently been denounced as either inexcusably ignorant or deliberately duplicitous by distinguished scholars like Yale's Akhil Amar, who says that every first-year law student learns that the very same thing that happened during FDR's second term as president, when the Supreme Court in 1937 in West Coast Hotel versus Parrish overturned a long line of decisions that had blocked minimum wage and maximum hours and other worker protection laws in the name of employers' rights of private property and the liberty of contract. To be sure, Amar's argument echoes that of the Alito draft, which cites Parrish and says, in effect, nothing to see here. We did the same thing before when we rolled back the liberty of contract line of decisions circa 1937. That so-called, and quite misleadingly labeled, switch in time that saved the nine was nothing like the switch that Dobbs would represent. The 1937 switch was no sudden politically driven turnabout, but was in fact the culmination of long simmering movements in legal and economic thought. Movements that were reflected both in scholarship and in judicial opinions from the earliest days of the 20th century in places like Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes's dissent in Lochner versus New York, insisting that the 14th Amendment does not enact Mr. Herbert Spencer's social statics movements that represented the growing conviction that the freedom to work at low wages and in miserable conditions was an illusion lacking both moral and legal foundations, and one that simply helped perpetuate economic inequality and the exploitation of relatively powerless, not yet unionized workers by wealthy and powerful corporations. Indeed, it is noteworthy that West Coast Hotel versus Parrish, the March 29th, 1937 decision that is usually marked as the pivot point in the great constitutional upheaval, was handed down by precisely the same set of 9 judges as the 9 who had rendered a decision pointing in the opposite direction less than a year earlier, on the 1st of June, circa 1936, in Moorhead versus New York ex rel. Tipaldo. One justice of the 9, a moderate Republican named Owen J. Roberts, who had been rethinking his position on the underlying legal theories, had foreshadowed his shifting views by writing a landmark opinion upholding milk price regulation, Nebbia versus New York, by a 5-4 vote in 1934, less than 2 months after the court had upheld a stage mortgage moratorium law by a 5-4 vote in Home Building versus Loan Association versus Blaisdell, or rather Home Building and Loan Association versus Blaisdell. That was a decision clearly foreshadowing the 1937 repudiation of Lochner's legacy by reconceiving the meaning of the Constitution's clause forbidding all state impairments of the obligation of contracts. Now, Dobbs would represent the crude payoff to a partisan political program to take over the federal judiciary. That history is important to keep in mind if one is to understand the depth of the error made by those who seek to compare the 2022 tsunami that Dobbs will represent with the gradual shift in current represented by the 1937 movement away from liberty of contract to protection of workers and consumers. The head-spinning and altogether untimely switch in the Supreme Court's abortion jurisprudence that Dobbs would represent, if the decision the court announces late this June or early July is in substance what the leaked Alito draft indicated it will be, will reflect not the steady maturation of a long-developing jurisprudential movement, but the crude payoff to a partisan political program to take us over the federal judiciary. One beginning with Ronald Reagan's presidency and the rise of the Federalist Society, and advancing with Supreme Court appointments made by Republican presidents, all of whom lost the popular vote. George W. Bush appointing Justice Alito and Chief Justice John Roberts, Donald J. Trump appointing Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, and made in circumstances of dubious legitimacy. Now, Professor Amar treats as laughably naive the observation by the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, National Legal Director and Georgetown law professor David Cole, that although Parrish took away some rights of business owners, its real effect was to expand rights protections for millions of Americans subject to exploitation by powerful corporations. You know what Amar's rebuttal was? No, of course you don't. You're not a Department of Defense research librarian. He says, and I'm serious here, that it'd be equally legitimate to say that Dobbs's real effect would be to expand rights protection for millions of innocent unborn Americans, unborn humans subject to extermination by society. It's hard to know where to begin in unraveling that alleged parallel. Suffice it to note that the status as rights-bearing persons of embryos and fetuses remains a matter of profound sectarian controversy in America and throughout the world, while no such controversy attends the status as rights-bearing persons of the array of workers whose rights, at least under laws designed to limit economic exploitation, if not directly under the Constitution itself, were indisputably expanded by virtue of the Parrish decision and the overturning of the Lochner line of cases. The radical change in law and society that Dobbs will represent has no parallel in the history of the Supreme Court. Perhaps no less important is the indisputable fact that, although there remain a few commentators who continue to think that Lochner was rightly decided and Parrish was wrong, there is a nearly universal consensus, certainly covering the ideological spectrum on the current Supreme Court, that the rights protected by Lochner and the other decisions that Parrish tossed into the dustbin of history were not constitutionally sacrosanct, and that inequalities of bargaining power prevented the common law baseline that Lochner treated as immune to legislative modification from having any special constitutional status. At the same time, the notions of personal autonomy and bodily integrity that provide the constitutional foundation for the substantive liberty at stake in cases like Roe and Casey are almost universally accepted as real, although deep disagreements remain about whether, to what degree, and from what point in fetal development the protection of the unborn fetus can properly trump that liberty. The upshot is that the radical change in law and society that Dobbs will represent truly has no parallel in the history of the Supreme Court or in the history of these United States. As David Cole has writ, the proper analogy is not Brown overruling Plessy, but a decision reviving Plessy, reversing Brown, and relegating black people to enforced segregation after nearly 70 years of equal protection. For, as Jamel Bouie rightly observed, equal standing is undermined and eroded when the state can effectively seize your person for its own ends. That is, when it can force you to give birth. Whether or not one compares that compulsion and forced labor to literal enslavement, as I've done in past transmissions, attempts to minimize the huge retrogression this overturning of Roe v. Wade would represent must be dismissed as little more than shameful efforts to camouflage the carnage the Supreme Court of these United States is about to unleash, both on its own legitimacy and, even more important, on the people in whose name it wields the power of judicial review. Now, all of that transitions to some hint of the geopolitical, because all of this is due to the Russo collaborationist, red as an Edomite, Republican Party. Because CPAC, Hungary, was the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency's ultimate racist mask-off moment. In the time we have remaining, with all our audience still intact, remarkably enough, after my divergence into deep law, understand, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, fuck, might as well go there. When I say this was the mask-off moment in Hungary, where the Republicans took it off. You know, there was a time when I could speak about the various shocking aspects of the most recent CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference, event, and it would shock and horrify. It would lead to massive protests and calls for change. Not because I spoke of it, mind you, but because the travesty was so obvious. But we aren't that country anymore. Exempli gratiae. There's the fact that little more than a week after a young man motivated by the Great Replacement conspiracy theory murdered 10 mostly black people in cold blood, the Republican leaders and pundits at CPAC recently cemented their alliance with the leaders of a Soviet satellite state, Magyarország, it est Hungary, which has made responding to the Great Replacement part of its guiding governmental principles. You know, once upon a time, any Jewish person would have felt deep dread in their bones over such a story, especially after learning that one of the speakers who shared the stage with the likes of Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson was a notorious Judeophobe and racist who calls Jews excrement, called Roma people. The people disparaged by the name of gypsy, don't ever use that. That's the same as calling a black person nigger. Call them Roma, the so-called gypsies. He called them animals. And he used the N-word itself, nigger, to describe black people. Now, I could tell you that in order to deny the charges of Judeophobia, the chair of CPAC, Conservative Political Action Committee, Matt Schlapp, claimed that both the person calling out the Judeophobia and Pope Francis were in the pocket of Jewish financier George Soros. Of course. But of course. Whom else could it be? The great boogeyman of the radicalized Russophile right, George Soros, the big Hungarian Jew. I could remind you that Hungary is now an increasingly authoritarian and anti-democratic state, and that every major Republican at the event supported its vision of government. Or we could talk about the fact that practically every recent Republican policy initiative, from targeting queer people to striking down the legality of abortion, has already been on the agenda of Hungary's ruling party forever. I could do all that, and yet it wouldn't matter, would it? We've become inured to it. Argue with me all you want, but there was a time when this kind of hate would have thousands or even millions in the streets. There was a time when Judeophobic Soros conspiracies led to calls for a Fox News host to get fired. Now, the most popular Fox News host created a feature-length documentary called Hungary vs. Soros, subtitled The Fight for Civilization. These things all once mattered. Now they don't. In places like the New York Times, stories about CPAC are almost completely relegated to the opinion pages. And Great Replacement? That's now believed by all Republican voters. Emily Tampkin, the authoress of a book entitled The Influence of Soros, tweeted that the bigotry, authoritarianism, and open Rushism of the Republican Party is now merely part of the wallpaper. This could just be seen as a normal development in the process of a political movement in these United States becoming mainstream. Do we really need to report and turn something which is now normal into a scandal? Most of us who are paying attention are well aware that the Republican Party is now the party of bigotry and Rushism. I hear this argument often when I call on liberal Jews to stop both citing Judeophobia. The argument being that they know Judeophobia is part of the right, but that, we all need to be more vigilant on the left, since it has historically been, our, as in, a Judeo-centric political home. The problem with simply accepting that Rushism or Russophile racism is one of the only two viable political parties that Jews have become as contributors to its normalization, no matter how much they object. How do you win in a world like that? I've explained, defined the term Rushism many times already. We don't need to recover that. You can look the term Rushism up yourself. A combination of Russophilia, the love of Russia, and racism. Less than 10 years ago, the United Arab Emirates' foreign minister, Abdullah bin Zayed, spraketh up against the regime of President Bashar al-Assad of Syria for massacring civilians. In November of yesteryear, he hugged him That embrace, on the first visit of an Emirati official to Damascus, Damascus, the capital of Syria, since the outbreak of the Syrian Revolution, felt like a blessing of the al-Assad regime's atrocities and a stab in the back for those Syrians who suffered war and displacement. Though many Syrians watched that hug with a sense of betrayal, they were not surprised. It's just the latest in a wave of international moves to rehabilitate relations with the al-Assad regime, which is, of course, a Putinist satellite state of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. In June of 2021, the World Health Organization appointed Syria to its executive board. Interpol, the international police, readmitted Syria to its network in October of yesteryear. Algeria and Egypt have pushed to re-invite Syria to Arab League membership, and other Arab nations have gestured toward a rapprochement with Mr. al-Assad. And throughout, Mr. al-Assad's relationships with Iran and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire appear to have deepened. These international bodies and nations appear to have either forgiven, forgotten, or chosen to ignore the reasons Syria was cast out from their community in the first. But in doing so, they normalize all the atrocities committed by or on behalf of Mr. al-Assad's regime and risk emboldening other leaders to act without fear of major censure or retribution, as we are seeing with the case of the Rohingya in Myanmar or the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, both Muslim minorities being exterminated by non-Muslim majorities. What else? By dangerously conferring legitimacy back to a regime that the United Nations in 2013 linked to war crimes and crimes against humanity, against its own people, the international community is shattering the norms and customs that hold our world together. Western and Arab powers must keep the al-Assad regime in isolation and pressure any nations and organizations wavering on that commitment to do the same. We are a long way from where this started. For at least a short period, the world seemed to be on the Syrian people's side. It was my late and sainted Cyruses, my womb matron, my mother Diana Dietrich's last year on Earth, when protests erupted in eastern Damascus, the eastern Damascus neighborhood of Al-Kaboun, back in 2011. I myself remember feeling hopeful watching Syrians call for a country free of the al-Assad family, which had ruled them for 40 years. When the regime violently cracked down on protesters, countries severed ties with Mr. al-Assad and froze his regime's assets abroad. The Arab League suspended Syria from its membership. Al-Kaboun experienced heavy fighting between rebel forces and government troops in mid-2012. Government helicopters dropped bombs nearby, reducing buildings and the reality of their residents to rubble. A year on, later on our chronological experience, the government reportedly was dropping rockets containing chemical warheads on suburbs of Damascus. And it soon became as clear that Mr. al-Assad was willing to do anything to stay in power. Little was done to stop him beyond imposing sanctions and selectively arming rebels. Back then, Syrian refugees felt betrayed by the al-Assad family, who they'd long been told was Syria's protector. Now, 10 years after fleeing their home, they feel betrayed by an international community that is inviting Mr. al-Assad back into its fold. Normalization, however, has implications far beyond the borders of Syria. It reshapes and rewrites international standards of how state actors may treat their citizens. Accountability mechanisms, like special courts and norms around punishing crimes against humanity, were propagandized as having been ushered in after World War II through the 1945 signing of the London Charter, the Nuremberg trials, and the special tribunals of Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia. They were put in place to prevent another mass murder of civilians, to show dictators and war criminals that they cannot get away with atrocities or use state armies to lethally and systematically suppress dissent. Yet what has happened in Syria exposes the deep contradictions and flaws within the international human rights system. There be ample evidence that the al-Assad regime committed egregious crimes, most notably the deployment of chemical weapons. That act alone requires the international community to intervene, following the United Nations' principle of the responsibility to protect. But revanchist revisionist Russia's and Red China's veto powers on the United Nations Security Council have prevented the United Nations from intervening to save Syrians under bombardment or end the bloodshed in Syria. The recent moves by the United Arab Emirates and others to normalize relations with Syria goest even further. They prove that with the passage of time, dictators will be embraced again if it suits countries' national interests. Arab nations might be embracing Mr. al-Assad for a number of reasons. It could be an attempt to counter Iran's economic and political influence in region, or they see him as a lesser evil when faced with Islamist militant groups like ISIS. Or even American insistence, or rather at least United States hesitance, to unequivocally support its authoritarian allies is pushing Gulf countries to seek common ground with other powers like pro-Assad Russia. In other words, because the United States cannot simply tolerate absolute monarchies that butcher their citizens abroad, those absolute monarchies, in disambiguation from constitutional monarchies that I've always supported and advised the reinstitution of, these absolute monarchies of the Arabs instead have sided with the enemy, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis and the BRICS of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Or they've decided the potential economic opportunities, like investing in Syria's reconstruction projects, are too great to forego. But the costs of legitimizing an accused war criminal are much higher than any far-fetched economic or political benefits. A regime that has been known to bomb hospitals cannot be a member of the executive board of the World Health Organization. A regime that tortures and tracks its dissidents at home and abroad through intelligence services must not regain access to Interpol's databases. Mr. al-Assad's regime has not shown any willingness to change. Last month, in the world's first trial prosecuting state-sponsored torture in Syria, a German court, convicted a former Syrian intelligence officer of crimes against humanity. The regime continues to be accused of human rights violations, including against Syrians returning to the country. International bodies must not give Mr. al-Assad something for nothing. They must pressure him to stop human rights abuses. They must develop and apply mechanisms like the principle of universal jurisdiction, as Dy-Cum-端午Deutschland, the new United Germany, recently did in that landmark case I'm citing, to seek some measure of justice. The United States, France, and Great Britain stress that they are against normalizing Mr. al-Assad, but shy away from urging allies and international organizations not to do so. This issue should be high on, if not at the top of, their foreign policy agenda, because the rehabilitation of Mr. al-Assad poses a direct threat to the post-Cold War world order, which already faces challenges on other fronts, such as the current Russo-Ukrainian conflict. This issue is an easy one to take a stand on. Syria is not a nuclear power or the regional power it once was, nor is it a major energy supplier. Standing firm against al-Assad's rehabilitation does not cost much. If governments and international organizations normalize relations with the al-Assad regime, Syria's story risks replicating elsewhere, and the ruins of Al-Kaboin risk becoming our new norm. This is what the Republican Party has done. It has not only transformed its own base into full-on extremists, it has conditioned us all into seeing what is plainly evil as just part of the normal political discourse. This is the big news of the scandal I'm articulating now, that it isn't a scandal anymore. That we, all of us who care about maintaining our democracy and multicultural vision of America, are now surrendering to the reality of what the Red Republicans have become. If our actions were in direct proportion to the increasing extremism of the right and of Republicans, our marches would be 10 times the size of the 2017 Women's March. You know, the one in which the radicalized Russell collaborationist right claimed George Soros supplied all the pussy costumes to for the women who were marching. Shout out to Louise Coombs, who retracted her message in the chat. Now, oh my God, let me try and regather my thoughts. Always difficult after see something like that. You do wonder what the young lady was saying, that she felt the need to retract. Hopefully it wasn't something negative. At any rate, let's put it this way. Oh my God. You know, if our actions were in direct proportion to the increasing extremism of the right and of Republicans, we wouldn't just have a million men and women in cunt suits out there. They'd lead to general strikes, massive organizing, and a press that was on constant high alert about a country on the verge of losing everything that once made it free. But evil has becomest banal, and we are sitting numbly as it overtakes us. That the American right hopes to emulate Hungary at all is most telling. It has long been a fixture of the American political right that Americans should embrace our nation's exceptionalism. Love it or leave it, as the saying so goest. In 2019, Gallup polling found that nearly all Republicans were very or extremely proud to be American. Republican political rallies are star-spangled and red and white striped. In recent years, however, the furthest reaches of the right have moved away from using the American flag as a marker of their ideology in favor of desaturated flags honoring the police, or of blue and block letter Donald Trump banners. And just as American jingoism has proven insufficient to capture what the right stands for, so has the American system itself. The week before last, the ACU, the American Conservative Union, held an iteration of its Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, in acronym, a gathering usually set somewhere within ranting distance of Washington. This particular gathering, however, was across the Atlantic in Hungary, the latest in a series of occasional international meetings. Unlike past overseas CPACs, the event should be read not only as an effort to expand the group's borders, so to speak, but also as a function of the emergent appreciation the radicalized Russophiliac right has for Soviet satellite state Hungary and its autocratic prime minister, the party apparatchik Viktor Orban. Hungary has been an object of fascination for the radicalized Russophiliac right for some time. The Washington Post's Ishan Tharoor has a multi-part series exploring the ways in which that has manifested, but we can summarize it with a few high-profile examples. Last August, Fox News host Tucker Carlson hosted his show from Hungary for a week, praising Orban for fearlessly raising an alarm about the kind of society European elites want to create. This was particularly manifested in Orban's hardline position on immigration. Before Orban sought re-election in this year's parliamentary elections, rigged for his Fidesz party, he received an endorsement from Donald Trump himself. After Orban's party predictably retained its dictatorship, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from Georgia, hailed his win. At CPAC Hungary, the love flowed both ways. In a recorded segment, Trump praised Orban as a great leader, a great gentleman. In a speech of his own, the Hungarian leader celebrated Tuck Carlson, suggesting that the Fox host, should be on television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He told attendees that we need to take back the institutions in Washington and Brussels, which is the erstwhile capital of European Union for those who do not know. The Soviet satellite state of Magyarország, Hungary, was chosen, CPAC's website reads, because it is one of the bastions of the conservative resistance to the ultra-progressive woke revolution. The guiding thread of the conference, it continues, is the Trinity of God, home, family, as we are convinced that this will connect real conservatives to live anywhere in the world. That's an unexpected framing for the movement of America First. What's important to recognize is that the fealty to Orban is a symptom, not the disease. The shift of Orban and his party to authoritarianism has a variety of causes, but it also reflects an international movement away from liberal democracy and toward populist rhetoric. It's a pattern we see both with Fidesz and with the Red Republican Party. The VDEM Institute, VDEM being an acronym for Varieties of Democracy, at the University of Gothenburg, tracks both of those shifts by party over time. Over the past 20 years, both parties, Fidesz and Republican, have become measurably more illiberal, anti-pluralistic, and more populist, further to the right. Fidesz's shift has been larger, but this is the point. Orbán's party has moved away from democratic ideals more quickly than the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. And elements of the right see that as worthy of emulation. It's easy to gloss over both shifts. Democrats hold majorities in both chambers of Congress and the White House. Hungary still holds elections. The Hungarian opposition can still object to Orbán's dictatorship, but there is a substantial portion of the American right that would be happy to move closer to Hungary's Potemkin democracy, as in facile, a false front, a maskarada, as the Russians would say. In 2017, the World Values Survey asked Americans how they felt about the prospect of having a strong leader who didn't have to bother with elections or legislative bodies at all. Most Americans rejected that as a bad idea. But 44% of Republicans said it would be a fairly good or very good idea. That includes a majority of Republicans under the age of 50. This is a step further than Orbánism, though not a big step further. Many on the American right are saying, very loudly, that they view movement away from liberal democracy as acceptable, if not welcome. The Republican Party has shifted in that direction, and its members often leaned into the idea that a minority holding majority political power is an unavoidable part of the American system. At times, even the idea of democracy itself has come under fire. Now, CPAC held a conference overseas last year as well. It was held in Bolsonaro's Brazil, under the tutelage of the Trump of the Tropics, where the crowd heard from President Jair Bolsonaro, himself a budding autocrat. His son, Eduardo, also attended that conference, and spracketh at CPAC Hungary. This is a globalist rejection of America's uniqueness. And Trump has since reshared his post, saying these United States are heading for a civil war. Now, check back into the chat. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Now, you're likely aware by now that the former President Trump reshared a post on Truth Social on Sunday of Yester Septimania last week that claimed the United States is heading toward civil war because of an enemy from within. A Truth Social user who goeth by MAGA King Thanos, meaning death, wrote civil war and quoted a Truth post from Fox Nation host Lara Logan that was a screen grab of a tweet from El Salvadorian dictator Nayib Bukele. Trump retruthed the post. Bukele had written on Twitter, basically tweeted, that the most powerful country in the world is falling so fast that it makes you rethink what are the real reasons. Something so big and powerful can't be destroyed so quickly unless the enemy comes from within. Now, Bukele was quoting a Bloomberg op-ed headlined, "Inflation stings most if you earn less than $300,000. Here's how to deal." You see, prices are now running 8.3% higher from 1 year ago as of April, and gas prices have been rising for 2 weeks straight, maybe 3 weeks by now. And last Monday, or Monday before last, they reached a record high of $4.60 a gallon. Well, I mean, here in our own golden state nation of California, they're up to $6. Bukele's hardline immigration stance has aligned him with Donald Trump and led to tensions within the Biden administration. In April, the State Department put out a statement expressing concerns about threats to press freedom, and spokesman Ned Price added on Twitter that the U.S. government continues to support El Salvador in its efforts to reduce the proliferation of gangs. We urge El Salvador to protect its citizens while also upholding civil liberties, including freedom of the press. But Bukele fired back, "The U.S. government continues to support El Salvador to reduce the proliferation of gangs? Really? Yes, we got support from the U.S. government to fight crime, but that was under the Trump administration! You are only supporting the gangs and their civil liberties now." Now on Sunday, former President Trump reshared a post on Truth Social that claimed the U.S. is heading towards civil war because of an enemy from within. So Friday into last weekend, Trump took to the social media company he founded, Truth Social, to claim Elon Musk had told a lie and that his bid to buy Twitter was probably illegal. And as a matter of fact, let me read Trump's tweet. "Gee, Elon Musk never told me that until now he voted for Democrats. Actually, it was quite the contrary, but now it seems, with all of his problems with a probably illegal purchase of Twitter, he wants to be a Republican because the Dems are a party of hate. I could have told him that a long time ago, but actually, they are a party of sickness, greed, corruption, and absolutely horrible policy. Good luck, Elon. Have fun!" 3 exclamation marks there. Trump never did explain what element of Musk's Twitter bid, which was accepted by the company's board in a legally binding contract until everything went to shit, might be illegal. Maybe there's something we never knew about that led to it all going to shit that was illegal, but I'm pretty sure Trump never knew what it was. Although Musk has vowed to allow Trump to return to Twitter when his buyout was supposed to have closed successfully, which it never, thank the gods of my ancestors, ever did, Trump had repeatedly said that he wouldn't go back, and his post on the Friday before last was but the latest sign that he holds no enthusiasm for Twitter. Trump was banned from Twitter following his loyalists' attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th of yesteryear, after the company said he violated their ban on glorification of violence. He lashed out at Musk as his own social media venture faces the prospect of increased competition if Musk acquires Twitter and allows conservatives that had been banned a freer reign on that site. So, what does that bring us to now? It brings us to the fact that it's time to stop giving Christianity a pass on white supremacy and violence. In the wake of the massacre in Buffalo, we have all, naturally, tried to understand what could have caused someone to commit such a horrific act of violence. This young white man linked his motivations to fears about demographic and cultural changes in these United States, dynamics that he believes are resultant in the replacement of the white race. The shooting has spurred a national discussion about the mainstreaming of these concerns, often summarized under the term replacement theory. Most of the attention has been given to the demographic component of this theory, while the cultural aspects have been overlooked. But the fear of cultural replacement has an unambiguous lineage that gives it specific content. At the center of the great replacement logic, there is, and has always been, a desperate desire to preserve some version of Western European Christendom. Far too many contemporary analysts, and even the United States Department of Justice, have not seen clearly that the prize being protected is not just the racial composition of the country, but the dominance of a racial and religious identity. If we fail to grasp the power of this ethno-religious appeal, we will misconstrue the nature of and underestimate the power of the threat before us. In a 180-page racist screed, the Buffalo shooter wrote that he was particularly inspired by the man behind the 2019 massacre at 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, which claimed 101 lives. The Christchurch shooter also left a manifesto entitled The Great Replacement, which talked at length about the Muslim invasion of Europe. So the incident that most inspired the Buffalo shooter was a man of European descent murdering Muslims praying in mosques located in a city pointedly named Christchurch. The Christchurch shooter, in turn, took particular inspiration from the ideology of a terrorist who killed nearly 100 children at a youth camp on Utøya Island in Norway the year my mother was slain, if we use the terms they apply for my mother's subspecies, which of course I myself am a part of. The Utøya shooter also published a manifesto, which contains clear white Christian nationalist appeals throughout. He asked God to help him succeed in his mission to expel all Muslims from Europe, and he decried the way multiculturalism was deconstructing European culture and European Christendom. Toward the end of the document, he proclaimed, "Onward, Christian soldiers! Celebrate us, the martyrs of the conservative revolution, for we will soon dine in the kingdom of heaven." In the United States, this drive to preserve white Christian dominance undergirded the worldview of the Ku Klux Klan when it reemerged in the early part of the 20th century. We rightly remember the terrorism aimed at black Americans, but the KKK was also explicitly Judeophobic, anti-Jewish, and papophobic, it is, anti-Catholic. It existed to protect the dominance of WASP, or White Anglo-Saxon Protestant America. In 1960, in his home state of Mississippi, Governor Ross Barnett regularly blended his Christian identity with talk about the threat of white genocide. Off the campaign trail, Barnett also served as head of the large men's Sunday school program at the most influential church in the state, First Baptist Church. After his successful segregationist campaign, FBC blessed him with a consecration service and a gift of a pulpit Bible in recognition of his protection of their white and Christian supremacist worldview. Why are we seeing the rise in white supremacist violence over the last decade? In short, in the American context, the election and re-election of our first black president coincided with the sea change of no longer being a majority white Christian nation. As was noted in the book entitled The End of White Christian America, white Christians went from 54% to 47% in that period, down to 44% today. These twin shocks to centuries of white Christian dominance set the stage for Donald Trump. Trump's Make America Great Again formula, the stoking of anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, and anti-black sentiment, while making nativist appeals to the Christian right, contains all the tropes of the old replacement theory. The nostalgic appeal of again harkens back to a 1950s America when white Christian churches were full and white Christians comprised a supermajority of the U.S. population. A period when we added under God to the Pledge of Allegiance and in God we trust to our currency. These fears about the Great Replacement are not fringe among conservative subgroups today, as is proven by recent data that I'm sourcing from the PRRI, one of my favorite source points. While only 29% of Americans agree, for example, that immigrants are invading our country and replacing our cultural and ethnic background, that number rises to dangerous levels among a range of groups comprising the conservative base in American politics. 67% among those who say they most trust Fox News. 65% among QAnon believers. 60% among Republicans. 50% among white evangelical Protestants. And 43% among white Americans without a college degree. Moreover, among white Americans, there is high, 2/3 overlap between beliefs in Christian nationalism and replacement theory, and both views are associated with higher support for political violence among whites. Note, white Americans who agree that God intended America to be a promised land for European Christians are 4 times as likely as those who disagree with that statement to believe that true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. That's 43% versus 10%. Note that white Americans who believe that immigrants are invading our country and replacing our cultural and ethnic background are nearly 6 times as likely as those who disagree with that statement to believe that true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country, is 45% versus 8%. The Department of Homeland Security has declared that white supremacists remain the most persistent and lethal threat in the homeland. President Joseph Biden, importantly, became the first U.S. president to use the words white supremacy in his inaugural address. And in the wake of the massacre in Buffalo weekend before last, he called white supremacy a poison running through our body politic. But while each identified white supremacy and dangerous ideologies, there be no acknowledgement of the documented ways right-wing Christianity has nourished these views. There be a troubling religious double standard in these United States, one which threatens our safety and our democracy. If these same kinds of appeals and violent actions were being made and committed by Muslims, for example, most white Americans would be demanding actions to eradicate a domestic threat from radical Islamic terrorism, a term we heard relentlessly during the Trump era. But because Christianity is the dominant religion in this country, its role in supporting domestic terrorism has been literally unspeakable. The clear historical record and contemporary attitudinal data merit an urgent discussion of white Christian nationalism as a serious and growing threat to our democracy. If we are to understand the danger in which we find ourselves today, we will have to be able to use the words white Christian nationalism and domestic terrorism in the same sentence. Now, this brings us back to what can be done. There was it Pelosi? I'm trying to remember now. But checking in, still 2 hours left to go. Louise Combs hasn't added anything else to her retracted statement, hasn't replaced it with a new one. Who was that California Democrat who said her party in Congress is, of course, trying to do something about gun violence, but noted that efforts to address mass shootings on Capitol Hill have fallen short in the Senate, where Republicans have opposed gun control measures, making it impossible for Democrats to advance legislation over the 60-vote threshold in the chamber? Well, that brings us back to Electoral College, doesn't it? You know, all votes should count the same. The Electoral College system must go. The National Popular Vote Bill would improve the voting system for president. It would ensure a fair election, making it so that every vote in every state counts equally. This bill has already passed in many states, including New York, California, and Illinois. And these states agree to award our electoral votes to the candidate who wins the national popular vote, not the statewide popular vote. This way we avoid the dreaded discrepancy between the people's vote and the Electoral College vote. All votes should count the same, regardless of what state you vote in. We as a country talk about free and fair elections around the globe, but should we not look in the mirror and ask ourselves, does America have a fair election system for president? The answer is no. The current system is defective and can sometimes lead to a president without the vote of the people. Twice in the past 6 elections did this happen. 2000, George W. Bush, and 2016, Donald Trump. 2004 and 2020 were near misses, according to all the experts. Though the national popular vote bill is opposed by most Republicans, all Americans should support this bill. We need to put nation above party. In 2017, the National Popular Vote Bill was first sponsored in the Ohio House of Representatives by Daniel Ramos, no relation to the shooter, and David Leland. However, it stalled after one hearing. However, even stalled bills are a little victorious in paving the way should that bill be taken up again in the future. Moreover, the legislative process is slow on purpose so that people can have enough time to think big things through. Fair. However, this is, in my own humble opinion, a very good bill. It fits in with the spirit of our times. We live in a highly democratic time. Much more democratic than the late 1700s, when the Electoral College originated. In the General Assembly of 2019, the National Popular Vote Bill was introduced again by Leland and co-sponsored by 7 other representatives. This session, the National Popular Vote Bill had a hearing with the Federalism Committee and did better by virtue of familiarity. However, it still did not have Republican support and did not pass. Right now, voters in large states have far more power than voters in small states. Although Ohio, a large politically powerful state for the U.S. presidency, the electoral system needs to stop disproportionately weighing votes by state. All votes should count equally regardless of the state they are from. The National Popular Vote Bill does not weigh votes by state and thus ensures equality. Ergo, Ohio must pass the National Popular Vote Bill. The National Popular Vote Bill needs to be introduced again. This is why, as I've brought up before, my Golden State nation, which, if it were a nation unto itself, seceded from Union, would be the 6th greatest economy on earth, following only the Communist Chinese Empire, the Empire of Japan, Die-Neues Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the United States. We would be, after them, all the remaining states in Union, minus ourselves, would still be ahead of us in economy, but after us would follow the Greater British Empire, which now has a smaller economy than California alone. So California is a modern democracy with a powerful initiative process that allows our highly diverse population to amend our Constitution directly. The United States, in contrast, is a majority white country that clings to a 1789 Constitution that permitted slavery, is nearly impossible to amend, and prohibits election of the president by popular vote. The question now, at this critical juncture in time, is, can my Golden State nation of California save America from itself? You know, as I've brought up before, I didn't pursue it because we didn't have the time. God knows, we've got over an hour remaining. Holy shit. An hour and 45 minutes, no less. I guess I can go in this direction. My own Golden State Nation of California was portrayed in the Netflix series. The Netflix series, which had an incredibly banal name, making it almost impossible to find when you're referencing it. The Politician. Now, that was streamed maybe 12 years ago by now. And in it, Gwyneth Paltrow shouts, "Go to my website or use the hashtag Let's get the Cal out of here." She's running for governores on a platform of leading California's secession from the United States. And Paltrow's character wins 98% of the vote. Now, that was obviously fiction. But California independence is gaining cultural currency, even real-world urgency. Our own real governor, Gavin Newsom, frequently describes California as a nation-state, in disambiguation from the term I use, state-nation, to make the point that the Golden State must act like an independent country to protect ourselves during the biggest pandemic in a century. While conventional wisdom remains that California would never leave the Union, who can put faith in conventional wisdom anymore? Polling suggests 1/3 of Californians support our state's peaceful withdrawal from the nation. And there are relentless fights between our state and the White House over California's attempts to protect our immigrants, our women, our health care, our water, our housing, our environment, and our elections. This is the big rift between nation and state. All the battles that I've articulated are partisan, but electing a Democratic president was always unlikely to bring state and nation together. The cause of the rift between Californians and Americans goes well beyond the political to the structural, the cultural, and the constitutional. Now, as my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, 3-war veteran of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the U.S. Navy, taught me while I was young. He said, "People come here to California, son, to escape Europe. All of America is trapped in Europe, but California." And in this non-European cultural matrix, the power of the U.S. presidency in the rest of the states in Union is largely unaccountable. One person in the Oval Office can start nuclear war without anyone else's permission. Other branches are also sheltered from democratic interventions. Too much power lies with the U.S. Senate that gives California's 40 million people the same 2 senators as Vermont's 625,000. Difficult controversies are decided by a Supreme Court of highly politicized, life-tenured judges. Obviously, it's time for the United States to write a modern constitution. None of this makes California's departure from the Union likely, but it guarantees state-federal conflict and more frequent California attempts to escape the Union. So how best to manage California's independence bids in the years ahead? The essential answer is peacefully. To ensure peace, Cal-exit must be something that majorities in California and the United States both want. To reach such a double consensus, California must create a process that reconsiders the future of the entire United States. If my golden state nation of California ever decides to leave these United States and form a new country, it must try to transform the United States into a new country first. Right now is an auspicious time for reconsideration. With protesters toppling statues of the founders and institutions pledging to end systemic racism, the place to start is by replacing America's original system, the Constitution. Now, my suggestion, indeed my advisement, will enrage Americans who deify their Constitution. Americans assume, wrongly, that the end of our current Constitution would mean the end of freedom and democracy. But it's not true. Ending one republic does not mean the end of a nation. It means starting a new republic. The French are on their fifth republic. A new constitution could provide for truly national elections, national referenda for major decisions, like going to war, and proportional representation to end our polarizing winner-take-all political culture. And my golden state nation of California is the perfect place to start. California, the nation's most creative and populous state, is the perfect place to start rewriting the United States Constitution. California should convene scholars and representatives from as many states as possible to draft a new American Constitution. Such a body would examine constitutions all over the world and create the most advanced 21st century governing system possible. A new constitution offers the opportunity to refound these United States under present-day ideals of human rights and justice. Instead of a constitution that started in slavery, we could have a constitution that barred discrimination of any kind. Women would be officially equal. The new Constitution would commit America to environmental protection of the planet. Once that document is drafted, California voters would decide whether to approve it. Once approved, the proposed Constitution would be sent to the other 49 states, asking them to adopt it. The other states could accept our constitutional proposal, or amend it, or call a constitutional convention. Under Article 4 of the current Constitution. Or is it Article 5 or 6? My God, I do forget. Now, if a new Constitution, California would have given its country a new lease on life. The United States could stop measuring policies against centuries-old precedents and start planning for the future. If other states rejected our document, California could choose: stay within these United States or attempt to negotiate a peaceful exit. The good news: if our state sought independence, we wouldn't have to draft a new constitution. We can simply use the constitution we drafted for the United States as our own governing document. And in that scenario, my golden California could walk away in good conscience, having done everything we could to save America from itself. Now I've articulated in the past what this Constitution must look like. I outlined all the amendments back when I worked with Revolution Radio. And if that's what you want to hear about when we return on Sunday, you just let me know. I'll be happy to articulate the Draconic Constitution. Yes, I have that level of self-confidence that I can better what your white slave-owning founding fathers laid out on the table long ago. I can't believe we have an hour and a half left. No, I'm not going to go into the Constitution in that hour. If I start articulating amendment by amendment, it'll just take too long. So, what I'll do is go into geopolitics. We have, of course, a situation of war between Russia and the Ukraine that has led to severe sanctioning of the Russian Empire, albeit not nearly enough to bring it down. There's not enough in terms of what the Europeans are doing to shut down oil and gas, but God knows they're doing a lot more than they've ever done before, so credit where credit is due. Albeit Angela Merkel of United Germany must never be forgiven for doing what she did to render Germany as dependent on the Russian Empire as it's become. This will be a hard struggle for all in Europe, and for Germany in particular. But Russia's future has been amputated. Russia's unlucky past has a stranglehold on its future. Russia's rulers build the future using blueprints from the past. And right now, Vladimir Putin's Russia seems to have gone back in time to antiquity. This is what the white Americans want for our America. An Amero-Russia, or, more specifically, or pointedly, a Russiest America. I mean, right now, several different groups of experts and activists, some still in Russia, and some already abroad, are hard at work writing conceptual papers on the Russia of the future. That's perfectly logical. The desire to understand exactly what Russia should be moving toward and what scenarios it will have to pass through to get there is always strongest during periods of crises, or, like now, the complete collapse of everything. Brainstorming visions of the future is a form of psychotherapy, and an attempt to pragmatize a state of total disaster, since people are keen to emerge from that state and to draw up scenarios that will make sure they never end up trapped in that same nightmare again. It's also an attempt to understand why any experiments involving modernization and visions of the future always end badly. Back in his 1994 book titled State and Evolution, the reformer Yegor Gaidar described this trait of Russian history as follows. Movement from any given point, after any pirouettes, always ends the same way, at the foot of the throne of the same old political and economic dictatorship of an Eastern state. Now, the last time the Russian authorities took a modernization plan seriously, and not even an overly authoritarian one at that, was under then President Dmitry Medvedev. The documents prepared by the INSOR, that's the Russian language acronym for the Institute of Contemporary Development, at the request of President Medvedev, or should I say then President Medvedev, or even then puppet President Medvedev, included an image of a desirable tomorrow, as well as concrete plans and attractive brochures based on brainstorming sessions. Yet, officially, not one of those plans was accepted by the authorities, even back in those relatively toothless times. Looking back, several things are clear. Russia was and remains a country of constant crises and constant wars. First, there were the Chechen Wars. And then, under Medvedev himself, the war with Georgia. While the primary motivation to think about the future stemmed from the economic crises of 1998 and 2008 through 2009. It seemed that these factors were being taken into account, and there was a strong impulse to build a future for Russia free of both war and crises. Towards the end of Medvedev's puppet presidency, at the start of 2011, yes, that year of Fukushima Daiichi, the year my mother died, but the very week thereof, the week of 3/11, Japan's version of 9/11, the attack on Fukushima Daiichi itself, the INSOR compiled, this time at its own initiative, without any impetus from the Kremlin, one more document that was intuitively seen as a bequest, a last-ditch attempt to provide Medvedev with a program for a second presidential term. Now, being able to translate the Russian on the document myself, being able to actually read it, I can say that it appears that even as the program was being written, there was a feeling that no second term, alas, would be forthcoming. In any case, judging by what the former president has been writing and saying lately, he didn't read the INSOR materials very carefully at all anyway. The philosopher Alexander Rubtsov, he put his heart and soul into compiling those materials. He argued that there were only two options: modernization or the end of everything. And he was right. Chapters included modernization as national salvation, and the humanitarian aspect of modernization as a reassessment of values, in which he tried to protect Russia from the same ideology that led to the special military operation in Ukraine. Others were titled Defense and Security, subtitled Getting the Army, Police, and Special Services on the Side of the People, and Foreign Policy, subtitled Russia in a Circle of Friends. That may all sound utopian now, but it was the rejection of implementing that utopia that led to the current catastrophe. Russia is unlucky with its future because it is unlucky with its past. Its rulers formulate whatever public image of Russia's past happens to suit them. That means they are building the future using blueprints from the past. Right now, Vladimir Putin's Russia has gone back in time to antiquity. The image of the future begins with the image of the past. If the country's heroes are military commanders and state figures like the dictator Joseph Stalin and his secret police chief Lavrenti Beria, informants and loyalists, then such a past will result in a future Russia very close to today's Putinism. If the country's heroes are those who took to Moscow's Pushkin Square circa 1965 to protest against the arrests of the dissident writers Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuli Daniel, and to Red Square circa 1968 to protest the invasion of Czechoslovakia, then the country has a different future altogether. Only one thing be certain. Any model of the future must be post-Putin. Under Putin, Russia's future has been amputated. It's now crystal clear that change and modernization can only begin after Putin. Russia's history is heavily personified. That's why we speak of the eras of Stalin, Nikita Khrushchev, Mikhail Gorbachev, Boris Yeltsin, and now Putin, who has lasted longer than any of the others, except Stalin. Some might argue that the leader who cometh after Putin could be even worse, but the Russian Empire's history shows that, as a rule, following the departure of a harsh autocrat, their successors, from their own entourage, immediately start to compete among themselves to liberalize the regime, just as Georgy Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev did following the death of Stalin. There was an idea in certain circles that anyone who wanted to see Russia modernize should actually back Putin, because truly free elections would bring to power unfettered ultranationalists. Needless to say, quite the opposite has happened. Democracy, the rotation of power, and accountability are the best defenses against this kind of scenario that has overwhelmed the Russian Empire today. Sometimes, during the course of history, it's helpful to let things develop naturally and not dabble in social engineering. Perhaps then the nation will not slide headfirst into disaster. Right now, with the benefit of hindsight, it looks like it would have been a far better outcome for Russia if former Prime Minister Yevgeny Primakov, for example, had become president instead of Putin. Not because he was particularly good as a manager or thinker, far from it. In fact, his qualities are greatly over-exaggerated. But under Primakov, and after him, Russia would not have been tipped into the national catastrophe referred to as the special military operation. Authoritarian modernization of Russia in Russia is impossible. But in the post-Putin future, normal modernization will be possible based on democratic development and the rotation of power. For now, the impact on food and energy supplies amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine will be long-lasting. The war in the Ukraine has had a wide-ranging impact on food and energy supplies. Western countries are being forced to reckon with their reliance on Russian imports. Experts concur that the disruption won't end soon, and the West will need to seek long-term alternatives. In the past few months, Russia has made Europe a much more dangerous place. No wonder Sweden and Finland both seek strong partners. Soon the shared border between Russia and NATO members will double in length by 1,300 kilometers. That's 810 miles more NATO bordering the Russian Empire. This is not the outcome Mr. Putin can have sought. And so Russian allies got their tongue lashing at Putin's ultimate pity party. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin hosted a meeting of the Russian-led military alliance, the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, their answer to NATO, in lieu of the old Warsaw Pact. Monday before last, on the 30th anniversary of its founding, but the meeting was anything but celebratory. Instead, the heads of state from Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, which make up the Collective Defense Organization, akin, as I said, to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, went to the Kremlin in the Monday opening the work week before last in Moscow to lament the world's response to Putin's war in the Ukraine. Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko, sitting in a massive room with sweeping high ceilings and ornate gold-covered walls, whined about hellish sanctions from the West and efforts to isolate Russia and Belarus, which has been supporting Putin's military moves in Ukraine, from the rest of the world. With Lukashenko saying, Belarus and Russia are being defamed and excluded from international organizations at the whim of the West. And in a joint statement, the CSTO also stated that it is concerned about external borders of the CSTO, noting that they maintain readiness to ensure the security of the borders. But Lukashenko complained that the members of the alliance haven't been banding behind Russia as much as they should, especially as Russia works to address NATO's expansion, a common argument Russian officials and allies have been using to justify their war in Ukraine. According to Interfax, in a likely reference to Finland and Sweden expressing interest in joining NATO, Lukashenko called for more support as NATO's threats continue, from NATO saber-rattling near our western borders to a full-scale hybrid war unleashed against us. Russia should not fight alone against the expansion of NATO. Oh, the humanity. Oh, I'm sorry, gotta check into live stream with that. Holy shit. Says, verify it's you. To continue your session, complete a brief verification. This extra step helps us keep your account safe by making sure it's really you. Holy shit. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do to end stream then. It's still counting the time, and I got a while. It says, fuck, I got over an hour and 15 minutes. So, God knows what's going on there. Frightening. Maybe somebody jacked my channel. Turn on my cell phone here, in case they need to use that. And don't know if I'll go through this. Maybe just reset the page and see if it comes up again. That would be bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre. But then everything that's been going on tonight is fucking bizarre. I mean, they're still continuing the stream as far as I can see. And so I do need some interaction on this. I've reset the page, and I'm still streaming, and I'm in my own channel, my own studio, and they were telling me, verify it's you. It says no data right now, but I'm pretty sure then it also says excellent connection. Let me know if you can hear me. Always appreciate it. Need that feedback from the listeners. And, of course, because I turned my cell phone on, it's making the usual noises. Oh, fuck, I got a voicemail. These things are always gnarly because you can't tell who it is. And, at any rate, you get what you pay for. I get a free phone. My answering service sucks. Can't tell who it is and just have to call it to hear whatever they've got to say. Other than that, let's take a look around our chat here and see what else is going on. Still retaining audience numbers, which is always good to see. Now, message deleted by Vivian Sanchez. View deleted message. How is it I'm still able to see it? Naked fun! Stop jerking! Find girl and fuck! Sex bots. Gotta love them. Alright. How we doing here? See how this turns out now that I've reset the page. There's several aspects of YouTube that I reset whenever I go through these kinds of diagnostics. So I can get the incoming numbers and see if there's any new communications. Alright. Says we started streaming 10 hours ago. Yeah, basically 2 hours left. Well, 1 hour and 15 minutes, really. Alright, so you got all the goobers involved with the core Eurasian Alliance, bitching and moaning, pissing and whining, because, you know, the world is slamming them with sanctions. Poor fucking bastards. And Putin himself was complaining about a surge in frenzied Russophobia in the so-called civilized and politically correct Western countries, and promised the expansion of NATO would certainly evoke a response on our part. We will see what it will be like based on the threats that are created for us. And Putin also demanded that his counterparts do more for Russia in the future, citing what he claimed was documentary evidence found during the invasion in Ukraine that he said allegedly shows that components of biological weapons were developed in close proximity to our borders. And to respond to those alleged biological weapons threats Putin has said Russia has faced for some time, Putin rallied CSTO members during the meeting to agree to demonstrate their combined military might by running joint CSTO exercises this fall in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Putin also seemed to be pushing his counterparts to prop up his bogus justification for conducting the special military operation in Ukraine to denazify the country. And noting that he thinks Ukrainians are glorifying Nazis at the state level, Putin said, "I would like to highlight our priority task of jointly defending the memory of victory in the Great Patriotic War, the feat of our peoples who saved the world from Nazism at the cost of enormous and irreparable sacrifices, and to counteract any attempts to whitewash the Nazis, their accomplices, and modern followers. Efforts to maintain biological security also require the most serious attention." And after the summit, the group noted in a statement that other countries have been critical of Russia's false claim that it invaded Ukraine to try to denazify the country, insisting that it is indeed the aim of the war, rather than a false pretense to invade. In a statement, the CSTO said, "We strongly condemn any attempts to falsify historical events related to our common contribution to countering Nazi aggression. We express serious concern in connection with attempts to ban symbols associated with the victory over Nazism. The Putini-centric pity party came as Russia's war in Ukraine entered its 82nd day at the time that the pity party was held, with no end in sight then or now. The U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency assessing last month that the war, which has shifted to the east of Ukraine, has nearly reached a stalemate. And Putin's military continues to flounder in Ukraine. As of, middle of last month, I'll say the Ides of May, Russian forces had lost 27,700 troops we knew of. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine confirmed such in their own analysis. But even though the fighting was reaching a protracted state, the Biden administration is still focused on providing security assistance to Ukraine to help thwart Russian attacks. And our administration has already provided $300 million United States dollars in security assistance to Ukraine just this fiscal year, with more expected soon. And of course, Putin's CSTO pity party bemoaned the West's military assistance to Ukraine, which the U.S. Defense Department has assessed has helped the Ukrainians' resistance to Russian advances in the war. And referring to military aid, Lukashenko said, "So far, in the West, including in Washington, we see only a desire to prolong the conflict as much as possible. The goals are clear: to weaken Russia as much as possible." And by the way, and you know I'm just burning bandwidth now for the last hour remaining, I'll confess that even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. And I stand shoulder to shoulder with, of all people, Republican Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, who said that Putin's illogical acts show the need to prepare for a nuclear strike. You see, the Republican Senator Mitt Romney of Utah said Saturday of Yester Septimania, Saturday before last, that it's necessary to be prepared for a nuclear strike given Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's illogical acts. The correct term would actually be irrational. In fact, I would go so far as to say the only fitting term would be insane. Oh, great. Thank you, T-Tank Berry. T-Tank Berry says, "Good morning, Doug. Loud and clear. Thank you, sir." Then, right after that, I get more, "Stop jerking. Fine girl and fuck." Delightful. Oh, God. Let's see what I can do. No, I don't want to pin the message. All right. Hide user on this channel. There we are. Hopefully that helps. and we got more people coming in for the remaining hour of the morning. And I thank them for that. All right, try and get my head out of my ass. Yeah, Putin hasn't explicitly said that Russia will launch a nuclear strike, even though he has repeatedly expressed that he will respond to threats that target his country's existence. Meanwhile, Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Grushko recently said that the conditions for a possible Russian nuclear attack are written in the country's military doctrine. Now, one of those principles stipulate that Russia is allowed to use nuclear weapons when its enemies are also using nuclear weapons, or other types of weapons that cause mass destruction on Russian territories and or its allies. Another principle states that nuclear weapons are allowed if Russia's critical government or military sites are attacked by the enemy in a way that would underestimate a nuclear force response actions. Romney also cited warnings made by the Russian ambassador to the United States, Anatoly Antonov, who told Newsweek earlier, month before last, that NATO is not taking the nuclear war threat seriously. No. No, it's not. And according to Romney, Western nations should continue to support the Eastern European country and send weapons and military aid to help it defend itself against Russian aggression. The Republican senator also added that he disagrees with the view that limiting assistance to Ukraine will help keep Moscow unprovoked and prevent Putin from potentially launching a nuclear strike. Basically, in his op-ed, his opinion editorial column in the New York Times, the Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent Utah senator Romney said, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, Vladimir Putin himself has noted that he has weapons his opponents do not. By claiming that Russia is readying its weapons, by warning of a serious risk of nuclear escalation, and by declaring there are few rules left, they purposefully rattled the ultimate saber. We should imagine the unimaginable, specifically how we would respond militarily and economically to such a seismic shift in the global geopolitical terrain. By invading Ukraine, Mr. Putin has already proved that he is capable of illogical and self-defeating decisions. If he loses in Ukraine, he not only will have failed to achieve his life's ambition to reverse what he sees as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century, the collapse of the Soviet Union, but he will also have permanently diminished Russia as a great power and reinvigorated its adversaries. Failing to continue to support Ukraine would be like paying the cannibal to eat us last. If Mr. Putin, or any other nuclear power, can invade and subjugate with near impunity, then Ukraine would be only the first of such conquests. Inevitably, our friends and allies would be devoured by brazen, authoritarian nuclear powers, the implications of which would drastically alter the world order. Now, I myself reached out to the Russian Foreign Affairs Ministry for comments, but as you can imagine, I received no response, at least as of yet. Irregardless, the aid is set to keep flowing. Secretary of State Antony Blinken discussed other weapons and security assistance during a meeting last weekend in Berlin with Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. And later that week, the Senate was expected to vote on 40 billion United States dollars of aid to Ukraine, which I do believe went through, even under the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell. But Putin's next big farce is happening right under our noses. As Finland and Sweden's political leadership posture to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's worst nightmare, Putin is suddenly projecting calm, stating just last week that he has no problems with Finland and Sweden joining the Collective Defense Organization. Of course, this was followed up later by some more threats but regardless. It was at that summit of the Russian-led military alliance, the CSTO, their response to NATO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, Monday before last, that Putin said, "As for the expansion, including the accession of 2 prospective new members, Finland and Sweden, I would like to inform you, colleagues, that Russia has no problems with these states. No problems at all." Maybe it's because he's so impotent, he knows he can't do shit. Irregardless, the somewhat frantic claim that he is keeping his cool has garnered headlines. Certainly did at the time around the world, particularly because his comments stood in stark contrast to some of his previous threats. Just earlier last month, Moscow warned about consequences of NATO expansion, threatening military response if Finland were to join NATO. And earlier, in the month before last, the Russian Foreign Ministry said, Finland's accession to NATO will cause serious damage to bilateral Russo-Finnish, that's the term, relations, and the maintaining of stability and security in the Northern European region. Russia will be forced to take retaliatory steps, both of a military, technical, and other nature, in order to neutralize the threats to its national security that arise from this. But the impending expansion of NATO, which was designed to counter Russian influence in Europe in the first, is almost certainly stirring panic for Putin and his inner circle. And all his statements showing he's keeping his cool are all just an act. That's certainly what all former U.S. intelligence officials and Putin watchers warn. So that's why Romney was warning us to prepare for a nuclear strike. Rather than turning a new leaf, Putin is now likely just trying his best to tramp down his own panic about an expanding NATO and bide his time, rather than let it look like his worst fears about NATO are actually coming true. Putin's veneer of calm about more European nations joining NATO now, just days after his foreign ministry puffed up its chest about the news, is just a classic example of Russian bluster, faltering. Josh Manning, a former Defense Intelligence Agency analyst, and the former Russian military analyst at the Defense Department's European Command, so told the press that when you see it play out in real time, it's really just kind of falls on its face. We're seeing that kind of walking back. It was a 180 from where they were a few days ago. We've seen that throughout this entire conflict, is that there's all this bluster, but then when you actually kind of call them out or actually try to poke the bear kind of yawns a little bit. But the statement isn't just about acting unbothered. The step back from saber-rattling might help give Putin some wiggle room to reposition himself on the world stage, to recover from some of his missteps in the war, which has nearly gone on for, 3.5 months by now, or 4, without any decisive victory. Putin's military forces have suffered great losses since the beginning of the war. They've lost 1/3 of the ground combat forces so far, according to British government intelligence analysis shared last week. And they've been incapable of achieving most of Putin's ambitious goals, such as capturing the Ukrainian capital of Kiev since Putin launched the war. Putin was so confident of his military might that he had drawn up plans to install a pro-Kremlin puppet regime in Kiev, which has also fallen flat upon its face. Putin, at this point, is probably feeling quite powerless in the face of an expanding NATO, particularly because his plans in the build-up to the so-called special military operation in Ukraine included demands that NATO roll back its military build-up to 1997 levels when NATO membership was significantly smaller. Dan Hoffman, a former CIA Moscow chief of station, told the press he's saying that not because they are not a threat, but because he can't do anything about it. So Putin's seemingly blasé statement week before last on Finland and Sweden belies both the fear he has about an expanding NATO and the anxiety he almost certainly feels given the war in Ukraine hasn't been a swift victory or gone according to plan, an already grim reality for Putin that's just hastened the interest in NATO. In many ways, he has precipitated the very outcome he didn't want, a stronger NATO, instead of downgrading it, and now has to accept sitting back on his haunches and see the consequences of his bad decision-making play out. Putin hasn't abandoned all posturing about NATO's expansion, of course, although Putin claimed in remarks early last week to have no problem with Finland and Sweden joining NATO. In the same breath, just moments later, Putin clarified he does have a problem if there are military implications from their accession. And there almost certainly will be, given NATO is a defense organization. But to quote as Putin, "There is no direct threat to Russia in connection with NATO's expansion to these countries, but the expansion of its military infrastructure to these countries will certainly evoke a response on our part." Well, he didn't go so far as to detail how Russia's response would take shape, or when he would determine what threats would come from Finland and Sweden's accession. But Ronald Marks, a former CIA clandestine service officer and the former special assistant to the Assistant Director of Central Intelligence for Military Affairs at the CIA, told his interviewers, "He's really caught off base here. He really blew it, and I think is trying to downplay it at this point. The invasion didn't work the way he planned. They certainly didn't have any idea that he just gave a reason for NATO to come into existence again, and Sweden and Finland are a big blow. He really envisioned himself as being someone who is one of the major players in the world. And I think he was looking at this as a breakout moment, a way of him showing himself off. And not only did he not do that, but he's embarrassed himself worldwide." Now Putin is likely looking for some kind of off-ramp, and pretending that Finland and Sweden aren't actually that threatening is the perfect route to take. Meanwhile, for Putin, a Nordic nightmare is springing to life. Oh my God. There you go. NATO expansion is so much fun. And you've got Russian television, state TV, suggesting deploying nuclear weapons against Finland and Sweden. As a matter of fact, there was a presenter on Russia's state-owned Russia 1 that threatened that a nuclear weapons deployment will be the only option left to Russia after Finland and Sweden join NATO. And it was the presenter, Dmitry Kiselyov, who on that channel said, "Their official reason to join NATO is fear, but they'll have more fear in NATO. When NATO bases appear in Sweden and Finland, Russia will have no choice but to neutralize the imbalance and new threat by deploying tactical nuclear weapons." Now, Finland's parliament is expected to ratify the country's request to become a NATO member, with Sweden due to follow suit in quick order. The big problem now is Turkey. Of course, my advice is get Turkey the fuck out of NATO. NATO should be considering Turkey as great a threat to Europe as fucking Russia, if not more so, and bring in Sweden and Finland. And then let the Russian nukes be damned. If they launch them, of course, you counterattack. By the way, I myself contacted Russia 1 for comment, and again, received none in return. That's not surprising either. The European Union is banning Russian TV stations. They're simply mouthpieces that amplify Putin's lies. The United States should do the same with the majority of alternative media that go as sans saying. However, in the hour we have remaining, what do we do about these apocalyptic warnings? I've mentioned before the apocalyptic rhetoric has repercussions, but we've got a lot to worry about when it comes to food all over the world, and the fact that Russia and the Ukraine, well, they're unable to ship their wheat, their foodstuffs, and it's going to result in quite a bit of collateral death. This is already a world war, and the world is changing radically. Now, I'm tempted to go full military here and start talking about, the Navy and the Army, Putin's military failures. But maybe that can wait till next week as well. Sunday, that is. I mean, God, if I go technical now, like I did with that in-depth legal analysis, I'll probably wear myself out. Pretty worn already. But this is the one thing I can say. To all of you who just don't fucking get it, who, like Henry Kissinger, say we've got to give Putin that goddamn off-ramp, that we can't embarrass him, that we've got to give him an out, that we've got to end this war, we've got to make peace. If you agree with Henry Kissinger, then you're one of the biggest fools in the fucking world. Understand the utter necessity of a Russian defeat. From a Western, Clausewitzian standpoint, there is no longer any political justification for Russia's aggression against Ukraine other than to allow Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to save face. But from Putin and his supporters' perspective on Clausewitz, that is more than a sufficient justification for continuing this war. Putin has long since morphed into a contemporary version of a Shakespearean villain who is in blood so steeped that to go back would be as tiresome as to go over. Indeed, Putin and his toadies are busily making reckless nuclear threats in the belief that such threats will frighten the West into stopping the war with Russian troops on Ukrainian soil. In other words, they are exploiting Richard Mulhouse Nixon's madman theory to terrify Westerners with nuclear threats. Unfortunately, too many Western experts are arguing that we have to save Russia or Putin's face, lest the humiliation of defeat drive him to escalate. Alternatively, they argue that we must negotiate the future of European security with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. To put it starkly, they are all too willing to sacrifice Ukrainian territory and sovereignty to relieve their anxiety about escalation. Moreover, they also seem to harbor the strange idea that Western and U.S. deterrents are inherently ineffectual and immoral, if not absent, even though they have no proof of these defects in that deterrent. In fact, Putin has no off-ramp, save victory, which is increasingly unlikely unless fearful Western leaders coerce Ukraine into surrender. That outcome not only undermines Ukraine's confidence in the West, it also validates Putin's strategy that the West lacks the nerve to defend our interests and values in the face of his nuclear threats. Neither would such a program bring about peace. Quite the contrary. Putin or his successors could spin that outcome as a victory and use it to provide a basis for renewed campaigns against Ukraine and Europa itself. After all, he has sought for over 20 years to subvert and now destroy any idea of Ukrainian statehood. Espousing the approach of preventing a decisive Ukrainian victory also makes it impossible to hold any Russians accountable for the economic devastation wreaked on Ukraine or the genocidal crimes committed across Ukraine at Moscow's orders. Behind much of this commentary, the Kissinger line, lies the implicit or explicit canards that we have no vital interests at stake in European security in this war, or that NATO or Washington is somehow to blame for this war. These arguments, although dressed up in the clothes of supposed realism, are also utterly groundless. Putin himself has admitted that they be canards. Discussing Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO, he admitted that these moves do not provide a direct threat. Nevertheless, he and his government are planning military moves because they cannot let go of the self-serving narrative that saturates Russian media about the alleged NATO threat. While we obviously must take nuclear threats seriously, we must, in Voltaire's words, cultivate our garden. It is European security. We must remind Putin that we too have a deterrent, both conventional and nuclear, and that if he launches a nuclear attack on Ukraine or Europa to save his power and system, it will be the last thing he ever does. Moreover, if there is to be genuine security in Europa, including Russia itself, it is necessary to foreclose Russia's option of a renewed Russian Empire. A Russian Empire is sustainable only through an autocracy like Putin's that is both wholly criminalized and consumed by the ideology of Russia as being under permanent threat from NATO. Empire intrinsically presupposes an unending state of war across Eurasia, since Russia's neighbors refuse to renounce their sovereignty and territory, and Russia clearly cannot sustain either war or empire. Therefore, we must reject the advice of those espousing the Kissinger line, who would gladly sacrifice Ukraine's vital interests to their anxiety about Putin losing face. A Russian defeat is necessary, not just to enhance Ukraine and Europa's security, but also to allow the Russian people to confront, as Germany has done, their history and responsibility for the crimes committed in the past and the present in Russia's name. Only on that basis will Russia have a chance to reclaim its European vocation and enrich the lives of both its citizens and its neighbors. I think that's a fitting enough line on which to end transmission tonight a little early. We may have 45 minutes left, and I do have a large audience, but Jesus Christ, can't expect too much. Maybe you can. I don't know. If anybody wants me to go on for another 40 minutes or so, let me know. Tell me. Give me a signal. Say something in chat or something like that. God knows I'll just probably start really rambling. And at this point, I think I did enough justice to the world around us, didn't I? And, such being said, I guess I can start basically fucking shitting all over my gang stalkers. I mean, the very fact that they're doing what they're doing, hey, well, no one can argue the reality now that I've got gang stalkers. And the reason that they put so much energy into trying to take me down, aside from the fantasy they hold that if they take me down, somehow they can take my place. Aside from that, there's the fact that, fuck, what are they about? They're basically, let's put it this way. Douglas Dietrich talks about everything. All they can talk about is Douglas Dietrich. What more need be said? That being said, all right, if I don't get somebody shouting, "Stay on, Douglas! I'll die without you!" I'll probably check it in for tonight. All right, got to get up early tomorrow, or I should try to. I don't want to. Early for me would be high noon. Holy shit. All right. Let me try force myself to get some sleep. And, okay. Love you dearly. All of those who support myself. And understand this. I need $25 in PayPal. I need that to purchase Google Plus again, because I tried to renew that. Hey, T-Tankberry says, rest up, man. Thank you. Love you, brother. Love you. Hugs. Thank you. Okay, let me go to doing that. All right. All of you out there, $20 each, a few of you. And that'll help me get the Google Plus purchase back. I got to do that. They gave me a wonderful courtesy extension. They were trying to do a renewal, but my PayPal card was empty because they got the notification to me too late. I actually have a different pay card than what I used to purchase the Google with before, because that was the PayPal card Lena Shea was using. So she had all kinds of people taking money out of that. And the new PayPal card that I got, they don't have on their account, so I'll just have to purchase Google Plus again. So they gave me a courtesy extension until I can do that, but I've got to do that before the middle of June. So if people can get me $25 in that PayPal card before the 14th, then I'll go through the motions and purchase the Google Plus. And T-Tankberry says, God bless you, Doug. God bless you as well, T-Tankberry. Best wishes to you. Enjoy that playground property up there on Trinity Mountain, and have yourselves, all of you, a blessed weekend. We are going into the Dragon Boat Festivals this Friday, and so, God, if I can help it, I'll be gone till Sunday. I may stay up for a little bit, and then actually I should go to sleep right away. So let me do that. Love to all who support myself. And, we'll be seeing you Sunday night again. Take care till then. All right, let's end stream.